The dignitaries are arriving in a few moments from now. Kindly be seated. I request all of you to please mute your mobile phones. Thank you. The dignitaries are arriving in a few moments from now. Kindly be seated. I request all of you to please mute your mobile phones. Thank you. The dignitaries are arriving in a few moments from now. Kindly be seated. I request all of you to please mute your mobile phones. Thank you. The dignitaries are arriving in a few moments from now. Kindly be seated. I request all of you to please mute your mobile phones. Thank you. A warm welcome to the inaugural function of the National Technical Workshop on Indian Perspective on Food Safety, Security and Standards conducted in connection with the World Food Safety Day celebrations. The workshop is organized by ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, Kochi, in association with the Society of Fisheries Technologists India, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and the India section of AOAC International. It is indeed a great pleasure to have Sri Jagdish Pandi, the National President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India, and Vice Chairman MPEDA as our chief guest today. I request the chief guest and the other dignitaries to please come to the stage and occupy the chairs. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the India section of AOAC International. It is indeed a great pleasure to have Sri Jagdish Pandi, the National President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India, and Vice Chairman MPEDA as our chief guest today. I request the chief guest and the other dignitaries to please come to the stage and occupy the chairs. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the India section of AOAC International. It is indeed a great pleasure to have Sri Jagdish Pandi, the National President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India, and Vice Chairman MPEDA as our chief guest today. I request the chief guest and the other dignitaries to please come to the stage and occupy the chairs. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the India section of AOAC International. It is indeed a great pleasure to have Sri Jagdish Pandi, the National President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India, and Vice Chairman MPEDA as our chief guest today. I request the chief guest and the other dignitaries to please come to the stage and occupy the chairs. The ICAR song will be played now. Kindly remain seated.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत धन पशुधन जीवन प्रदेश से मरुधर से तक हर पथ पर है शक्ति। शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक, आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Femina Hassan, Head of Quality Assurance and Management Division and Member Secretary Organizing Committee, to offer the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Respected Director, ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, and President SOFTI, Dr. George Nainan, Chief Guest of today's function, Sri Jagadish Fafandi, National President of Seafood Exporters Association of India, Sri Devi Shankar, Joint Director, Export Inspection Agency, Cochin, Sri Alex Nainan, Regional President, Seafood Export Association, Dr. T.V. Shankar, Principal Scientist and Vice President, SOFTI. Lead speakers, Dr. Deepthi Gulati, Industry Chair Professor at NIFTM, who will be joining online. Dr. Lelita R. Gowda, Retired Chief Scientist, CSIR-CFTRI, Mysore. Mr. Srinivas Joshi, Associate Director, Food and Environment Market at Waters Corporation and President of India Section of AOAC International. Srimati Danya, Deputy Director, FSSAI. Guest speakers from industry, Dr. K. Gobaguma, former DDG ICAR, senior officials from all fisheries institutes, the most distinguished delegates, senior and fellow colleagues, representatives from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all. I feel extremely glad and privileged to welcome each and every one of you who have joined us both online and offline to this much awaited two-day National Technical Workshop on Indian perspective on food safety, security, and standards in connection with the World Food Safety Day celebrations of ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology by joining hands with SOFTI, FSSAI, and India section of AOAC International. The two-day National Technical Workshop will deliberate on the Indian perspective of food safety, security, and standards under the following three major sub-themes: food preservation and fortification and value addition, novel foods and nutraceuticals, food safety standards, and risk assessment. At the outset, let me welcome Dr. George Nainan, Director, ICAR-CIFT, and President SOFTI, who wholeheartedly agreed to preside over the function. He is the backbone and key architect of this program. His unlimited support, constant and meticulous guidance, and encouragement has always been there from the beginning. Welcome you, sir. It is my pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Jagadish Fafandi, the National President of Seafood Exporters Association of India, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join us today. He doesn't require an introduction as he is a well-recognized figure in our sector. Jagadish Fafandi, who is heading and representing India's exporters team, is currently associated with two companies and is the director of the Variable Industries Association and Seafood Exporters Association of India. We are grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and becoming the chief guest of today's event. Hearty welcome, sir. I feel proud to welcome the most esteemed personalities in fisheries sector who are here to offer felicitations to our function. Sri Ravi Shankar, Joint Director of EIA Cochin, who has more than 30 years of experience in food safety, inspection and certification, and Sri Alex Nainan, President, Kerala Region Seafood Exporters Association, India, and Head of Baby Marine International. Hearty welcome, sirs. I welcome Dr. T.V. Shankar, Principal Scientist and Vice President SOFTI, to this workshop. I bid a very warm welcome to all the plenary speakers and their resource persons who will deliver special invited talks on different aspects of food safety, security, and standards. On behalf of Director and staff of ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this workshop. We are honored to have you all with us. Let me welcome Dr. K. Gopakumar, the former DDG ICAR, also to this function. Let me extend a very warm welcome to industry persons who generously contributed and arranged funds in contributing to this workshop. We got unconditional support from all corners. Today, amongst us are eminent scientists, academicians, and students from all over India, and a few international delegates joining us online too. I welcome all heads of divisions, CAOs, FAO, SFAO, administrative officers, assistant administrative officers, and all my delegated colleagues of CIFT family to this inaugural function. Now, let me have a few lines regarding our today's program. This is the main venue for today's 4 plenary presentations and 8 technical industry talks, and tomorrow's sub-theme 3 presentation. Sub-theme 1 and 2 will be concurrently presented in the seminar hall at the ground level of the institute tomorrow. As we move on, tomorrow afternoon, there will be digital poster presentation of all the 3 sub-themes where the delegates can interact with presenters. There will be good opportunities for bilateral interaction with industry representatives from Agilent, Thermo Fisher, Shimadzu, Biomerio, Merck, Waters, and SIAX. The stalls of industry are put in the ground level of institute entrance. I hope participants will have very productive sessions with exciting, encouraging discussions and exchange of knowledge as we look forward to work together for ensuring that everyone has access to safe, affordable, and healthy food. Thank you and welcome all once again.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Dr. George Nainan, Director, ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, Cochin, and President SOFTI to deliver the presidential address. Sir, please.
Once again, very good morning to all of you. Respected Chief Guest, Sri Jagdish Pondi, Dr. Gopakumar sir, Sri Alex Nainan, Sri Ravi Shankar, Dr. Shankar sir, Dr. Femina Hassan, my senior former colleague, Dr. Mukundan sir, Selina ma'am, Lalita ma'am, members from our sister organizations, Export Inspection Agency and other organizations, participants from the industry, and other participants, delegates, and my dear colleagues. In fact, CIFT is very delighted to host this important national technical workshop on Indian perspective on food safety, security, and standards on the while we are celebrating the World Food Safety Day. So, in fact, this important workshop is being organized by CIFT in association with Society of Fisheries Technologies in India, Food Safety Standards Authority of India, and AOC International India section. So June 7th, now the theme for this particular day is that food standard saves lives. The WHO has initiated this campaign to raise the awareness about the risk of contaminated food and water. The FAO of the United Nations, which sponsors the Food Safety Day, has designated the theme for 2023, considering the fact that foodborne diseases affect 1 in 10 people worldwide each year, and food standards help us to ensure that what we eat is safe, and it is our right to eat safe food. And coming to CIFT, ICAR-CIFT is, I need not have to have an introduction about ICAR-CIFT to all of you, but just to mention that we are the premier institute in the Indian food safety research, in the Indian food safety research and regulatory landscape, as far as our domain is concerned, which is a fisheries harvest and post-harvest domain. The institute is also a reference laboratory for FSSAI and regularly collaborate to organize training, workshop, and undertake joint research programs. Being a premier research institute, we always try to propagate the best practices in food processing, food safety, hygiene, and food testing. The institute has years of expertise in food processing, preservation, packaging, with the reference to the domain of fisheries. Besides, we are a recognized center of expertise for analytical testing of fish and fish products. We have developed several analytical methods for pesticide and antibiotic residues and other contaminants. Many of these methods are published in high impact factor journal and being included in FSSAI manual for official testing methods. We are also happy to partner with FSSAI and India section of AOC International in organizing this workshop. We have collaborated with the India section of AOC time to time for developing and validating new analytical method and participating in proficiency testing. So the theme of this particular workshop is Indian perspective of food safety and security standards. The 2 days program will deliberate on different aspects of this. It is mainly concentrating on our domain, and we are all the more happy to have the industry with us, the Seafood Export Association industry. We have the industry stalwarts with us. Mr. Jagdish Pofandi is there, Alex Nainan is there, Ramakrishnan is there. We are all in very close touch, and we all work towards the betterment of the industry with the reference to the developing standards and ensuring food safety in this particular domain. And I'm very happy that Mr. Jagdish could make it up here as chief guest for this very important workshop. So thank you once again for being with us, Jagdish. And in fact, we have a close liaison with the seafood industry. And this workshop will definitely highlight the problems in the industry also, and also regarding the related to the standards, related to compliance of standards, related to regulatory measures, and all these issues will be discussed in this 2 days deliberations. I'm all the more happy that a lot of industry partners are there also for sponsoring this program. We have so many industrial partners in this program. We have students associated. We have almost 70 abstracts we received for this program. And there will be parallel sessions, and I hope that this particular deliberations will pave a long way in ensuring safety and standard compliance, especially in our sector, that's the fisheries sector. And we in CIFT are all the more happy to host this national workshop. And from my part and from my CIFT's part, I wish this workshop a grand success, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We now have the formal inauguration. The inauguration of the National Technical Workshop on Indian Perspective on Food Safety, Security and Standards will be marked by lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I request our chief guest, Sri Jagdish Pofandi, to kindly do the honors. All dignitaries on the dais may kindly join. Thank you, everyone. Shri Jagadish Velji Pafandi took charge as the National President of the Seafood Exporters Association of India in September 2019. He holds a bachelor degree in commerce from MS University, Baroda, and a postgraduate degree in business administration from University of Pune. He is the former president of Veravel Pattern Joint Municipality in Gujarat and is the CEO of the Deepmala Group of companies based in Veravel. He has more than 20 years of experience in the seafood industry and is currently adorned with the prestigious role of Vice Chairman Embeda. I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Jagadish Papandiji, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, Dr. George Neenan, Gopkumar sir, Mr. Ravi Shankar, Mr. T.N. Shankar, Famina Hassanji, and my friend Alex from the Seafood Exporters Association of India, Kerala region. It's a proud privilege, and I'm extremely happy to come to CIFT, and I'm very thankful to Mr. Neenan for having invited me for this prestigious event here today. On the onset, I would like to congratulate CIFT and all of you who have been instrumental in organizing this workshop for 2 days. In the times where food safety is of prime importance, this cannot be any better than this. CIFT, I come from a small town, the coastal Gujarat, which is Veravel, and even there, CIFT has a major presence. Right from our childhood, we have seen some central agencies who have been instrumental in uplifting of the trade, specifically the seafood industry. And CIFT has always played a pivotal role in the overall growth and upliftment of fishermen at first place, and then export sector, particularly in our part of the world. And I'm happy to say that it has been doing this across India. This cannot once again, the Food Safety Day was, I think we witnessed it 2 days back, sir, and day before yesterday probably, yeah. And there's no better time to organize such an event than that, because we as the seafood industry face day-to-day challenges for new safety standards, food standards across the globe. Today, as you know, India is amongst the 4th largest exporter of seafood, amongst the key producer of aquaculture producers across the globe. We are the largest supplier of shrimp to the US market. With all that, our responsibilities grow multifold, and requirement for food safety standards become even magnanimous. With FSSAI in place, we've had several interactions with them, and there was a very touching, one of the CEOs made a very touching remark to us when we went there, because we had some deliberations to make on, who will inspect the seafood units. And that is when there was a very good deliberation which came out, which says that today when the world is looking at India as an important market, why should we Indians be delivered anything which is not world class? So I think when you look at the export sector is one part of the story, but I think our people, now probably the largest population in the world, we need to ensure, all of us here put together, the producers like us, the fishermen, the academy here, the scientific fraternity, it's all our joint responsibility to deliver the best food, the safest food in the world, in our case seafood, to our people of India. So I think we have not only for international markets, But even for our own domestic market, we need to be very honest, very sincere, and ensure that what goes to our customer in our country is also of world standard. That is one part of the story. But then when such workshops happen, there is an involvement of course, the senior most like Gopal Shankar sir. There are very senior people here, and then there are students who also are part of this workshop. I think they will, all your wealth of knowledge, the speakers who are going to speak here for this event, they're going to pass on immense wealth of knowledge across to the next generation. And I'm sure all the students who are seated here will take home, which they will deliver in future to a similar audience when they grow up. So I wish the very best to this seminar or this workshop for 2 days. And I also wish that whatever the outcomes are, like CIFT has always been doing, whatever the outcomes of the deliberations, whatever the key takeaways from whatever happens in this 2 days, if they be shared with the trade, Mr. Neenan, I think that will go a long way in our outlook towards food safety and security. Today, I mean, if you see from the agriculture point of view, there is prime importance given to the agro sector in terms of food security. So when we say why the farmers, I mean, be the farmers, be the mandis, and wherever where the food is being delivered, the agro products are being delivered, there is a lot of money involved there. There's a lot of technical research involved there. But I'm surprised, and I'm very happy to say that after being part of the SCI and then going around and interacting with various ICAR institutes, there is equal amount of seriousness given to the food security and safety of the seafood also. But I think in the coming days, we may overtake the poultry sector in terms of the quantity of food which we deliver to the world. And that is where we need to be more serious. We need more research. We need, like, very recently we had the seafood exporters had an issue with DNA analysis, which we were discussing down, and then with other friends also I was discussing the same thing. So there's a lot of effort which is required to ensure that whatever the world standards are there are met with before the food is delivered from India. So as the aquaculture sector grows, because we have already optimized on the CCOT, there is ample scope at the aquaculture side. So when we grow and as we grow, it becomes our duty that we ensure that the best food is delivered. And tomorrow, I mean, through us, through our deliberations, and wherever we can, for example, if I am speaking to the Commerce Department or the Fisheries Ministry, it becomes my duty from this fraternity to go and explain and express what our needs are, how much research is taking place, and what all fund requirements are there, than other, more institutes to be placed in, more laboratories are required. So all those aspects, once we discuss with you, with the academia and with the students and the scientific fraternity, it becomes our duty as associations, as people from the trade, to go to the government and say that the requirements of our sector is growing by the day. Food security and safety has become very essential. We've had lots of issues, coming up every day, every single day. Research and science is growing in every part of the world. You come out with one solution, there are 10 problems which surface. So we have to be ahead of our times. And I wish you all the best. At the end of the 2 days, I'm sure you will come out with something which will give us brighter and better days, which will help the trade, which will help the fishermen, and in turn, it should help the country. Thank you so much, sir, for having me here. And I wish, see, I'm not being too technical because I don't want to, sound incorrect. But then the only thing which, as a head of the trade body, I can say that as and when any kind of support which the Seafood Exporters Association can give to any one of you at any given point of time, we'll be more than happy to extend the fullest support from our side, be it in any form. So I wish this 2-day workshop the very best, and I hope we come out with some good analysis of this, and help the trade. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sri Ravi Shankar has been working in the Export Inspection Agency under the Export Inspection Council, Ministry of Commerce and Industry since 2002 in various capacities. Currently, he holds the position of Joint Director and in charge of EIA Kochi. He has about 30 years of experience in food safety inspection and certification. He has completed his BTech in Dairy Technology from ICR NDRA Karnal. Prior to joining EIC, he had 9 years of experience in the dairy industry. He is a trained and qualified assessor and lead auditor as per ISO 9001 and ISO 22000. May I now invite Sri Ravi Shankar, Joint Director and in charge EIA Kochi, to deliver the special address. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all on the dais and off the dais. Food safety is a global concern as contaminated or unsafe food can lead to various health issues, including foodborne illness. Every year, foodborne disease affect 1 in 10 people worldwide. Children under the age of 5 are particularly vulnerable to foodborne disease. The theme for World Food Safety Day may vary each year, focusing on different aspects of food safety. These themes aim to address specific challenges on area of improvement in food safety practices globally. On the World Food Safety Day, I would like to congratulate ICAR-CIFT Kochi for organizing this program with a pertinent theme, Food Standards Save Lives. The main goal of World Food Safety Day is to promote the adoption of proper food safety practices at all levels, from production to consumption, farm to fork approach. It emphasizes the need for collaboration and cooperation between governments, organizations, and individuals to ensure the safety and quality of food supply chain. This day also serves as an opportunity to highlight the role of government, regulatory authority, and the food industry in ensuring food safety standards are met. Food standard assets in ensuring that food is of high standard and helps in preventing food fraud, which refer to the mislabeling and substitution. Moreover, it promotes fair trade practices by ensuring that food producers follow ethical and sustainable practices, which can improve working conditions, protect the environment, and support local communities. Overall, food standards help to facilitate international trade by creating a common set of food standards, guidelines, and practices that all countries can follow. This helps reduce trade barrier, increase efficiency, and promote economic growth. Export Inspection Council, under the aegis of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, is playing its role as a regulatory body. The vision of EIC and EIA is to facilitate worldwide access for Indian export through a credible and efficient inspection and certification system. EIC is the only official certification body having no conflict of interest. In India, there has been various steps to put an overall food control program in place to ensure safe food being exported and in domestic market. The key essence of such program consists of a legal framework, surveillance, monitoring and certification process of food throughout the food chain and taking productive measure. If food is deemed unfit for human consumption, the strength of food control system in India is based on legislation, inspection, testing, and enforcement. EIA does its official control system through its 3-tier monitoring system, which including monitoring, supervisory, and corporate audit. EIC also has a robust complaint handling mechanism in place. When a complaint is received from the importing country on food safety ground, such as product contaminated with microorganisms, enzymes, toxins, or any residue, that is antibiotic residue, heavy metal like cadmium, mercury, etc. The effect of such official control system can result in reduction in foreign and food safety complaint, thus giving trust and confidence in the food control system of export. I would like to conclude by saying that food safety should be a shared responsibility between the government, producers, and consumers to ensure that the food we consume is safe. I would like to say thank you for inviting this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Alex K. Nainan is heading Baby Marine International, a seafood exporting establishment with a remarkable legacy spanning over 3 decades. He also assumes the prestigious role of President of the Kerala region of the Seafood Exporters Association of India for the past 4 years. Baby Marine International proudly stands as the first seafood factory that has employed a solar power unit to operate its cold store facilities. I invite Mr. Alex Kinainan, President of the Kerala region of SEAI, with utmost pleasure to offer felicitations. Sir, please.
President of SOFTI and Director CIFT ICAR, Dr. George Nainan. Chief guest of the day, Mr. Jagdish Fofandi, President, Seafood Exporters Association of India, and my very good dear friend. Mr. Ravi Shankar, Joint Director, EIA. It's a technical thing, not from my side. So, Dr. Shankar, Dr. Femina Hasan. I also see Dr. Gopakumar, Dr. Mugundan, Dr. Lalita from CFTRI, other dignitaries, people have joined online, participants, eminent speakers, friends from the trade, and dear friends. A very good morning to one and all. So it's always a pleasure to be at CIFT, which is an organization which is very close to my heart. So every time I go to CIFT for something, I have an answer for it. Any issue, let it be any issue or something for the trade. They're always so supportive, and they always have some solutions also for the trade. So they have always welcomed the seafood exporters and the industry very warmly. As you're aware, the seafood industry has been undergoing rapid changes, a rapid transformation happening over the years, ever since they've started exporting to developed countries. So now, as you can see, all these developed countries, every day, I think there are some new changes happening. And I always rush to Mr. Ravi Shankar, also EIA, that members have new issues. Almost every day, I think there is something new happening. Now, another thing is biosecurity. That also has become an eminent element in the seafood industry as well. There were times when we could just walk into a factory without any intimation, nothing. But now times have changed. Now, to get into a food processing factory, you need a prior intimation. You need to give your entire details. Only then are you allowed to enter a factory, a food processing factory. Now, this is very, very important also. And as now I think this is being considered very, very seriously as well. The Indian perspective on food safety has taken a paradigm shift with the implementation of ICAR-CIFT, then traceability, and even labeling of products also. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. George Nainan and his team for their great support to the seafood industry by creating an awareness among the stakeholders. This event is definitely, a great thing actually for the industry, for the industry, which was very much needed actually. This workshop is one among the great initiatives which will have a long-lasting impact on the basic perspective of food safety, which definitely is the need of the hour. I believe this workshop will benefit the attendees to a great extent, and they will get aligned with India's renewed perspective on food safety, security, and standards, which is an important domain in the changing world scenario. I wish this event all success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. K. Gopakumar, former DDG ICAR, to offer felicitations. Sir, please.
Dr. Nainan, other distinguished members sitting on dais. Yesterday, for us today, he was called by somebody here to come here. I had 4 programs today. And evening with Baby Jacob also, it was in the 3rd program, and I declined initially, but the pressurized he came. But those who are not aware of food quality control in India, particularly the marine sector. It was started by CIFT in 57, originator of all standards in seafoods. Because of 4 or 5 people were transferred from CMFRA at Mandapam. Dr. V. Krishnapulla, who came from Vancouver lab in Canada. And we should remember that he is considered the father of quality control of seafood in India. Then we had a very eminent food technologist, Dr. N. Bose. Bose was a professor at MIT, USA in food technology, later on Jadavpur University. But I took my doctorate under him. Initially, the CIFT staff used to visit. Inspection was not mandatory in seafood quality control. We offered free, and many industries cooperated. One of them used to entertain very well was R. Madhavan Nair, and my name's father. Connection with him is, my connection with him is very old. They offered free because they know the benefit, and then cesarean. But inspection was not, microbial test was not mandatory. And they said, why do you want to, the Americans or Canadians or Australians, they don't want Japanese microbial test. Why do you do it? So government implemented it. Then the seafood industry was so powerful, they canceled it. And 3 times they implemented, government could not implement. But then 67, there was a massive rejection of seafood by Salmonella from India. And they came and microbial standards implemented, and CIFT started those standards. There were no regulatory or standard fixed test even in testing procedures. It will be interesting to note that some TVA, PAN, total plate count is not mandatory. We used to do it. It was at that time I joined here after my MSc. I had a 3 times first rank at the university, and I was put in the chemistry division. And it was not our mandate to do anything, but staff were very little. So one day, my colleague Gopal Krishna was an authority, and everybody wanted test from Krishna, but he went on leave for a long time. There was nobody. Then Cherry and Sambul came. And Dr. Krishnapulla said that we have another young fellow who will do well, except the Cherian was not very happy. The seafood industry was in chaos. The Australian meat products will land in Dubai, and the empty, there was insulated van, the vessel will come, there is no fax, there is no mobile phone, anything, only telex. When they come to Goa, they will give a telex, and we have to work whole night to give the result because cost of the birthing was very high. And I have another duty also. We had 2, 3 ladies. Being youngster, Dr. Pulla used to tell me, you accompany them to the hostels 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. So I used to, it's very strict discipline. I used to reach my lodge at 12 o'clock. And 9 o'clock we'll open, and Krishna sir will stand in the gate to main opening, see that how many people are coming late. So I had to come early also. That was the life. But much water has flowed under the bridge. Communication systems go, and now we had insulated and refrigerated. Things have changed, so much change. And quality standards also changed. Even inspection system has changed a lot. It was a quality control division of CIFT with 60 staff were transferred to EAA. And that was the beginning. And their staff, except MSCs, left. We remained with the headquarters. And it was that quality control division of CIFT became a part of EAA initially, as the Indian history of seafood industry. One of the main reasons was that the people, especially civil servants who ruled the country, mostly from north, they're all vegetarians. They don't know anything about fisheries. So the fisheries research, fisheries community got very little priority. We are neglected to the total. See, I was invited for Congress scholarship 2 times. And Delhi professor will sit and already, we have people competing from IAC, Bangalore and various places. CFT is not known at all. And I said, I work on biochemical as well. Biochemistry in fisheries. What? Then there can be finger biochemistry. And I know that I'm not selected. So that was the status of even fishery scientists in those days. In fact, I was the first scientist who broke the ice for CIFT. Every time Cornwall scholarship, our name will be sent, we will not get placement. To my luck, Dr. Thale, who won the Nobel Prize in 1936, he came to Madras University. And my friend, Dr. Kartar Singh said, he wanted to see Jewish synagogue and other places. So let him come to Kochi. Then my director did not agree because government permission is not there. So I met the vice chancellor and he was housed in marine sciences. And I took him to Canada in all the places, 3 days. He left. Before he left, he asked me address. And next time also I was sponsored. I took Commonwealth. Then I wrote his institute, Tropical Production Institute. Then my friend in Delhi, Alan Bailey said, don't write, he's a very short-term man. He will not take a small institute alone. Anyhow, he said, you said, I don't know anybody. After 1 week, British Council told me, sir, he has strongly recommended your case and team placement. So I was working for food research there. I was in the team which developed Nestle's chicken flavor for Maggi noodles. They were trying for 2 years. There is a food research very important. They could not get the flavor. Then I said them that don't take these young fellows. Take female chick with about 2 years old or laid eggs for a long time and take their meat and it worked. We added 2-3 chemicals and enhanced the flavor and became that. Then I got 40 scholarships, the compliment. In fact, in my period, I said almost all the people here in processing went to UK. So altogether today, things have changed. Fisheries has got a status now. Fish has become very expensive meat commodity in the world. But safety is also a major concern. And 52% of the global people like Alex who travel around the world get diarrhea. And especially if you go and eat in the eastern continent, you get definitely diarrhea. And I was very safe because every time I used to carry amoxicillin with me, to be or not to be, I used to consume. Especially you go to Thailand, Indonesia, in places, you're bound to get a diarrhea. It's very common. And much still needs to be done with regard to safety of food, fish and fishery products, especially in handling. As he said, 20 years ago, I went to Japan. I was sterilized in a tunnel with a hot air and some mild UV rays. So food safety is today is a major concern. And you have read in paper that every day people are concerned. They are subjected to trouble. You know why? Our laws are very good. They're all copied from elsewhere. Only mistake is that many counterpoints, bacterial count are not suitable because tropical country is a harem of microorganisms that we can tolerate higher count. But all the standards are written in the Western and it needs to be revised. I made several attempts, but the Western countries never agreed. Here the daughter plate count at the rest of 5 is very common. The EIA people should know it. But in Western countries, because of the temperature is very low. You can't compare even your blood count, your BP, your sugar level, everything is totally different from Western world, but nobody made a comprehensive study. It is high time we should make this impact on the people. And you get all the problems on food eating. But why we fail to implement food laws in the country is because of the judicial system. They are doing more research than us to see them be free. And in implementation, food laws go to the library, there they manipulate and get it free, or no action. In the Western country, it is not like that. I was in the group who studied testing. Two ladies come in frock, went to a shop, some complaint. They took the shells, 3-4 cans, and they sealed it. And after making sealing, they took some pockets for their card of FDA and sealed and signed and taken. Then you send to a lab where it's decoded, given a new name and then into another lab with a very water food material. They sometimes do 3-4 labs and test it and they cannot trace it. They finished Mars chocolate making company was fined $1 million. They have been asked to stop it for a long time. So our judicial system should come to punish those abuses of crime. And that's a major problem in all fields in the country. And people should be made aware of the safety concerns of food eating, especially in eating hotels. Don't go and take food from the street vendors. It became a right permitted by the court in India that everywhere you find cheap food, and there's some of them are sitting on the gutters, the top petty shops. They breed disease, and it's good for the government, good for the hospitals also, because they get a lot of patients. So I see today is a very thoughtful on the part of CIFT to open up a new field, and I'm sure that it should be given proper publicity, especially the clean, healthy food to be given to the people and to protect the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we are pleased to announce the official launch of the new website of ICAR-CIFT and release of the workshop publications, which includes the Book of Abstract, a book on treatise on fisheries harvest and post-harvest technologies, and a laboratory manual on bacteria of public health significance. ICAR-CIFT has redesigned its official website for effective and better communication on information and technologies to the users. I request the Honorable Chief Guest to officially launch the website and release the publications. Sir, kindly inaugurate the website by clicking on the virtual button displayed on the screen. I also request the Chief Guest to release the workshop publications. Thank you, everyone. Now, we would like to present a small token of our gratitude to our chief guest. I request Dr. Georgina Inan, Director ICAR-CIFT Kochi, to kindly do the honors. I request our chief guest, Sri Jagdish Pandiji, to please accept our humble gesture. We also request our guest of honor, Sri Ravi Shankar, Mr. Alex K. Nainan, and Dr. K. Gopakumar to accept a small token of gratitude.
ये शिव साई इज्जत रखना भाई
Thank you, sir. We are reaching the end of this inaugural meeting. And now, Dr. T.V. Shankar, in charge prioritization, monitoring, and evaluation cell of ICAR-CIFT Kochi, and Vice President Softy will formally deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. President of today's function, Dr. George Nainan. Chief guest of today's function, Sri Jagdish Pofandi. Sri Ravi Shankar, Sri Alex Nainan, who offered felicitations. And Dr. Gopakumar sir, distinguished dignitaries of the dais. Ladies and gentlemen. Today, June 7th, World Food Safety Day, all of us know. And very appropriately, CFT has conducted this program today. And we definitely know that food safety is an issue in the world over. Food safety is not it's a big concern, no doubt, as been told by the speakers here. It is not a issue to be tackled by a single person. It needs a collective efforts of all the stakeholders, starting from the land or agriculture field to the table, all of us. So the concern is enormous, and all of us should remember this. And it is also the duty of the regulatories or the people concerned with that to remind, I would like to underline the word remind, the stakeholders often, so that the true effect of food safety is accomplished for the benefit of the mankind. Coming to my duties, offering vote of thanks to the dignitaries. As a customary requirement, I extend my vote of thanks to the president of today's function and director CIFT, Dr. George Nainan, for carrying out duties as scheduled for the program. Thank you, sir. Now, we cannot have another better person than our Jagdish Bhai, affectionately called Dr. Jagdish Pofandi, a very person having a lot of interest in the industry activities. I still remember the day when we met at Veravel, when CFT organized a stakeholders meet, and he could find time to spend with us for almost a half a day with us, despite his busy schedule. And he is here today as chief guest, inaugurating today's program. And I thank from the bottom of my heart, on my personal behalf, on behalf of the director CFT and every one of you gathered here, word of thanks to. Thank you, sir. We have three of our stalwarts giving the felicitations today. Sri Ravi Shankar, Joint Director, EIA. My friend, Dr. Alex Nainan, Regional President, SCA Kochi. And also our guru to all of us, most of us here, Dr. K. Gopakumar, for offering the felicitation on this very important day. Now, besides our dignitaries on the dais, we have so many dignitaries off the dais, starting from Dr. Selina is here, Dr. Mundan is here. And besides, there is one person hiding in our audience is our Sri Ketan Bhai, Regional President, Gujarat. I welcome as well as offer my thanks to him on behalf of everybody. We have Dr. Lalita Gowda Madam here, and we have Anup Krishnan here from EAA, and so many other dignitaries are here, and the representatives from FSSA, I think Danya is here, and most of the representatives from the industry, Agilent, representing Agilent, Toshwin, Shimatsu, Waters, Merck, Sykes, all of them I just welcome, and I mean, for joining us in this day, I thank from the bottom of my heart, and also on behalf of the CIFT. Now, anything big and well is half done, people say, and I think this program went on very well, and the rest is for the technical session to take shape. And as our chief guest was mentioning, and we also believe that some good deliberation takes place and some good meaningful outcome comes out of this workshop. And last but not the least, I thank all the participants who are registered here, all the staff, heads of division, staff of ICAR-CIFT, and all those who joined here on this day. A warm word of thanks to one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural program has now concluded. All are invited to high tea, which is arranged outside the Enbos auditorium. Kindly join. Thank you. Thank you all for your presence on the occasion. We will start the plenary session after 15 minutes.
Hello, friends. Good morning. I'm
Hello. Hello, check. ശരത്തേട്ടാ ഹലോ ഹലോ ഷൈമ മാഡം ആരെങ്കിലും കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഹലോ
ഗ്രീഷ്മ മാഡം.
ആ അതെ, നമുക്ക് സൗണ്ട് ഭയങ്കര ഫീബിൾ ആയിട്ടാ കേൾക്കുന്നത്. ഒന്നും ആക്ച്വലി കേൾക്കാനേ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടായില്ല. അതെന്തായിരിക്കും?
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാവേ.
ആ ഇനി ടോക്സ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേ ഇത്തിരി ഒച്ച എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും കൂട്ടിത്തരോ?
സൗണ്ട് കൂടുന്നുണ്ടോ?
ഇപ്പൊ നല്ല സൗണ്ട് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത്രയും കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. നേരത്തെ ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല പ്രോഗ്രാമിനെ. ഇനി പ്രസന്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവുമായിരിക്കും അല്ലെ?
ഇപ്പോഴോ?
ഇപ്പൊ കുറവാ?
കുഴപ്പമില്ല അല്ലേ?
കുറവാണ്. നേരത്തെ ചേച്ചി ഫസ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോ നല്ല ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
അത് ഞാൻ മൈക്കിനോട് ചേർന്ന്
അങ്ങനെ നിക്കുമ്പോ നന്നായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭയങ്കര കേൾക്കുന്ന.
ഹലോ മാഡം,
ആ
ഓഡിബിൾ അല്ലേ?
ഇപ്പൊ ഓഡിബിളാ. ഇത്രയും സൗണ്ട് മതി. ഓക്കെ. താങ്ക് യു കേട്ടോ.
ഓക്കെ. ഞാൻ കുറെ അകലത്തിൽ
അപ്പൊ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
Welcome back. We will now start the plenary session of the National Technical Workshop on Indian Perspective on Food Safety, Security and Standards. Today we have an engaging session planned for you, featuring insightful talks and discussions on various pertinent topics. Our esteemed session chair for today is Dr. T.V. Shankar, an expert in the field. Dr. Parvati, senior scientist from ICAR-CIFT, will be joining as a rapporteur. She will diligently capture the key points and discussions throughout the session, which will help us to preserve the valuable insights shared today. Let me introduce the chair who will be leading us through this session. Dr. T.V. Shankar, he joined as scientist S1 in ICAR-CIFT Cochin in December 1984. He became the head of Quality Assurance and Management Division of ICAR-CIFT Kochi in 2010. He moved to Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies as Director of Research in 2017. Currently, he is the in charge of Prioritization, Monitoring and Evaluation Cell of ICAR-CIFT Kochi. He has been honored with several recognitions and fellowships like Member Scientific Panel for Fish and Fishery Products FSSAI, Member Scientific Panel for Biological Hazards FSSAI, National Assessor for Food Testing Laboratories for NABL Accreditation, Principal Member of Fish and Fishery Products Sessional Committee FAD12, Member Editorial Board of Molecular Biotechnology, etc. So with this, we will start the session. I request Shankar sir to start the session.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the workshop, technical workshop once again. Now, we have given a good briefing in the morning, what we are going to discuss in the next 2 days. The plenary session 1, we have a couple of good presentations by renowned personalities. We have 4 presentation in all, one on food fortification, enriching food, enriching lives. And the other 3 are on the analytical side, presented by the reputed people. So we'll take up the first presentation, food fortification, enriching food, enriching lives. We know food fortification is of late gaining more importance due to the very nature of the title. It is deliberately adding something to the food so as to increase its nutritional effects with the idea of increasing the nutrition available to the consumer. And there are regulations as well on that. But the important the benefits of that is increasing the nutritional quality, and also second most important is the taking care of the health of the consumer. So we have a very distinguished person, Dr. Deepthi Gulati from NIFTM with us, who will be talking on food fortification, enriching food, enriching lives, a very important topic. Over to Dr. Gulati. I think she is joining on online.
Good morning, everyone. I am very honored to be here with you, though virtually. Due to my personal problem, I wasn't able to join in person, and I have sent my presentation, and I understand that that would be the recording would be displayed. If not, I'm ready for the presentation. So please advise as you want.
Before we sharing the presentation, a few words about Dr. Deepthi Gulati. She has a rich work experience of more than 44 years. Her journey commenced as a teacher, imparting knowledge to the undergraduates at the BBK DAV College for Women in Amritsar. Presently, she is the industry chair professor at the esteemed National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in Sonipat, Haryana. She also served as a nutrition specialist at the United Nations World Food Programme. Her areas of specialization include nutrition, food fortification, public health, policy advocacy, and capacity building. She has been leading the nutrition and food fortification agenda through effective policy advocacy and augmentation of food industry's capacity to undertake staple food fortification. Her efforts have resulted in reaching over 950 million people with one or more fortified staples and improving their health. She also led the pioneering project on community-based management of acute malnutrition in Rajasthan in partnership with National Health Mission of Rajasthan. As an advisor to the Government of India's Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, she provided technical support guidance to the Food Fortification Resource Center set up within FSSAI. She has been instrumental in setting up the critically important Center of Excellence for Food Fortification at NIFTM. For her commitment and leadership, she has been honored with several awards and accolades like Healthcare Changemaker Award under the Legend category by HEAL Foundation, Outstanding Leadership Award in Nutrition and Public Health by University of Rajasthan, Nutrition Leadership Excellence Award 2022 by NIFTM. She's a member of several national and state level task forces on nutrition and has many papers and publications to her credit. Today, ma'am will be enlightening us on food fortification, enriching food, enriching lives. With her extensive research and expertise in this area, we anticipate an enlightening talk that will set the tone for the rest of the session. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I'll just be sharing my screen and starting the presentation. I hope you can see the screen.
Madam, make it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I'm just putting it there. Yes. So today we will be talking about food fortification, enriching foods, enriching lives. As you would see, the Indian Constitution recognizes nutrition as a basic human right and a prerequisite for attaining a person's full physical and intellectual potential. So our Article 47 of the Indian Constitution states that the state shall regard raising the level of nutrition, the standard of living of its people, and the improvement of public health as among its primary duties. And we are very fortunate that it is there in our Constitution, and that gives us mandate to fulfill our responsibility and our obligations to the public. Now, why are we focusing on fortification? Because if we look at our typical Indian diet, and this is a diagram of the plate that we consume, the food plate that we consume, what we find is that 50% of our plate comprises grains, that is cereals, and tubers. Tubers is mostly potatoes and sweet potatoes. 17% comes from milk and milk products, about 9% from meat, eggs, pulses, lentils, legumes, etc. Sweets, as we all Indians love to have, comprise 7%, which also includes the sugar that we have. And fruits and vegetables together comprise only 11% of our diet. So this type of diet that we consume is very high on cereals and very low on micronutrient-rich foods like fruits and vegetables. Whereas a balanced plate should look like this, that we should be consuming as much of fruits and vegetables as we are consuming cereals, so that we get enough of micronutrients, that is vitamins and minerals, to keep our body healthy and our immune system strong. So vitamins and minerals which are required every day on a daily basis to ensure good health and to enable the body to fight diseases are lacking in our diet, and they are part of the balanced plate and we should have them. When we look at the National Family Health Survey data, which is the latest NFHS 5 data, what we find is that we have a very high incidence of anemia. Non-pregnant women, all women in the age group of 15 to 49 years, 57% suffer from anemia. Pregnant women, about 53% suffer from anemia. Even men, they suffer from anemia, and 25% of all men are anemic. That is, 1 in 4 men is also anemic. And when we look at children in the age group of 6 months to 5 years, what we find is that the anemia levels are extremely high, 67%. That means 1 in every 3 children is anemic. This is the stage when children need all the good health to develop physically as well as intellectually, mentally. And this is where the anemia levels are so high and they impact the child's mental growth as well as physical growth adversely. When we look at the vitamin A and D deficiency in India as per the NIN data, of course, it's an old data, but it is the latest that we have till now. Situation may have marginally improved, but when you look at the figures, you find that across India, vitamin D deficiency is rampant, ranging from 50% to about 94%. And this is very devastating. Why? Because vitamin D is required for absorption of calcium. So even if we consume anything that has calcium, it would not be absorbed if we don't have sufficient vitamin D in our system. Secondly, vitamin D deficiency also predisposes us to adult non-communicable diseases, which are like diabetes, heart problems, hypertension, and even cancers. When we look at vitamin A deficiency in India, what we find is that 62% of people in India suffer from vitamin A deficiency at the serum level. And when we look at their consumption pattern of green leafy vegetables or other vegetables which are rich in vitamin A, like the orange, red, yellow fruits and vegetables, 86% of our population is not even consuming 50% of our requirement. And hence, India has a very high burden of both vitamin A and D deficiencies, which impact everyone. And vitamin A deficiency, as you would have seen in COVID times, was highlighted that it is not just required for good eyesight, for good eye health, good vision. It is also very essential for building up the immunity. Now, let's look at whether nutrition is just a poverty issue or is it all pervasive. What we find is that stunting and underweight in children, as well as thinness in women in the age group of 15 to 49 years, which means that the body mass index is very low. It is very high in low income quintile, and it is also present in highest income quintile, but comparatively, it is much less. It is 50% lesser in highest income quintile compared to the lowest income quintile. So, undernutrition definitely affects poorest the most. But now let's look at anemia in children and anemia in women. When we look at anemia in children, 63% of children in the highest income quintile and 71% children in the lowest income quintile suffer from anemia. Same is the case with women, 51% in the highest income quintile and 63% in the lowest income quintile. Now, when we look at the consumption of vitamin A-rich foods, the story is the same, 47 versus 49% in highest and lowest income quintile. And when we look at the minimal acceptable diet as recommended by NIN, what we find is even the highest income quintile, only 13% population is consuming minimal acceptable diet, and only 10% population is consuming minimal acceptable diet in the lowest income quintile. Again, when we look at those consuming iron-rich foods, the story is the same. There is no class difference. So, poor consumption of adequate diet and micronutrient-rich foods and anemia, they affect everyone. We always talk about that India is a growing economy. India has a very young population, and 1/3 of India being young, it is considered our demographic dividend. But friends, you would agree that with such high levels of micronutrient malnutrition, our body, our physical as well as mental strength is seriously impaired. And this impacts the human capital. It impacts the labor productivity, that is the ability to work hard physically as well as mentally. And it has a very strong impact on future social and economic development. So if our 1/3 population is young but malnourished, we cannot count it as our demographic dividend. And we have to take action so that this demographic dividend remains a dividend and not becomes a liability. Why should we be focusing on hunger and malnutrition? We focus because hunger and malnutrition stunt our physical growth as well as mental or intellectual growth. It impacts our health and survival because malnutrition, specifically of vitamins and minerals, leads to lifelong susceptibility to illnesses, disabilities due to bone deformities or visual impact, and also leading to premature deaths. It impacts the learning ability, school performance, and educability of our children. And micronutrients, specifically iron, it impacts our learning ability, leading to poor cognitive and learning skills, low achievement in school. And if there is low achievement in school, children don't perform, they drop out of the school. So we do have a high poor school retention rates, all because of micronutrient malnutrition. We also have low economic productivity and poverty because people who are anemic, they have very low stamina. And if there is low stamina, there would be low productivity. And if there is low productivity, it would lead to low wages. Even in the rich families, you would find people are very tired all the time. They really cannot work much. And that leads to a low self-esteem also. So these impacts are preventable, but once they happen, they are irreversible. So we need to act now. Stagnating child and maternal malnutrition rates, including those of micronutrient malnutrition, are very high in India, and their impact, as you have seen, is devastating. And this should be absolutely unacceptable to all of us. Now, let's look at what are the strategies to control micronutrient malnutrition. We have first strategy, which is supplementation, which is safe and efficient strategy. And it includes giving capsules, syrups, weekly iron and folic acid tablets to school children, to women, to men, to improve their vitamin and mineral content in their diet. What we find is that Government of India's programs reach only about 55%. When we say reach, that does not mean it is the supply chain, it is the consumption patterns also. People take iron folic acid tablets but don't even consume, and that leads to a high level of deficiency also. Then we have dietary diversification, which is the best option. Why? Because everyone loves good food, and food that has balance of cereals, pulses, vegetables, fruits, etc. But consuming a diversified, balanced diet has implications which are of Food prices are spiraling, and hence most diets are only cereals and tubers, and they're very low in vegetables, fruits, pulses, lentils, and also those from the animal sources. So affordability of a diversified diet becomes a big question. Then we have staple food fortification. Staple food fortification is a very good option because there are basically 5 staples: rice, wheat flour, milk, oil, and salt. This everyone consumes irrespective of the socioeconomic status. So if everyone is consuming these 5 staples, and if we put micronutrients, that is minerals and vitamins, into these staples, we are able to reach everyone with extra micronutrients so that their quality of life and their health improves. It is a very cost-effective strategy because the cost of fortification is extremely low. But the problem is that right now, very few foods are available in the market which are fortified. Thanks to our Prime Minister and to our government, which has mandated that fortified foods should be provided, fortified staples should be provided through the PDS, ICDS, and MDN, so that the most affected are adequately reached. I would just like to share with you that even though diversified diet is extremely important, why when I say that it is little less affordable, let's look at it. I have placed the cost of different food commodities at a very, very minimal level, like cereals at 3 rupees a kg, which we don't get it in the open market, but from the PDS. Pulses at 80 rupees, green leafy vegetables, other vegetables at about 30 rupees, roots and tubers at 20, fruits at 50, milk at 40, fats and oils at 100, spices, nuts, as you can see. Now, if we look at the quantity that is recommended by NIN for sedentary women and for moderately active man, moderately active woman, and a sedentary man, what we find is that it has a recommendation of about 200 grams of cereal, 60 grams of pulses, green leafy vegetables, and so on and so forth. And the cost for having this diversified diet, as you can see, commodity-wise, it ends up at being 42 rupees for a sedentary woman, 46 rupees for a moderately active woman, 45 rupees for a sedentary man, and 48 rupees for a moderately active man. Just for the ease of calculation, if we put this figure at 50 rupees, and if there are 5 people in the house, the cost of having a balanced diet itself would be rupees 250 per family per day, a family of 5, or for about 7,500 rupees per month. That at times becomes unaffordable by a majority of our population. Now, this population then settles down on eating only the basic staples. So let's understand what is fortification and why we are saying that fortification should be done for the staples. Fortification is an enrichment process of adding vitamins and minerals to food. Specifically in staples, which I have mentioned, it is a good public health policy and strategy to reduce deficiencies across population groups. And fortification can also be a purely commercial choice. You can, Government of India, FSSAI has laid out norms for adding micronutrients to different food products also. So fortification is one of the most efficient and a low cost strategy, and it can yield results in a very short period of time. And it also has an advantage because no behavior modification or compliance is required at the consumer level. You would find that even though you have been taking your multivitamin tablets. There may be days when you would forget to take those tablets. But do you forget to eat food? Never. So if you don't forget to eat the food, and if you're eating, even if you're eating only the staples, and if these staples are fortified, you would get micronutrients through whatever food you are eating. And hence, it's a good choice. So food fortification offers a tremendous opportunity towards improving the micronutrient status of populations. Now, friends, food fortification may be a new idea in India, but it is not a new idea globally. If you look at the timeline, Canada started fortification of margarine way back in 1918, 103 years before us. And when you look at all others, the timeline shows that we started very late. We started with fortification of vanaspati with vitamin A in 1953, and that discontinued because vanaspati was considered as a trans fat, and people's governments, stopped production of vanaspati. Luckily, we have started with fortification of edible oil, and that is picking up very well. And that has picked up very well. And I have to just thank the industry for coming forward and fortifying the oils with vitamin E and D. We also started with salt iodization in 1962. So over the last 100 years, food fortification has played a major role in improving the health of populations at large in the industrial countries, and several nutritional deficiencies have been completely eliminated. You don't find beetroot spot or rickets in the Western world where they have initiated fortification of milk and oil with vitamin A and D. Even the anemia levels are single digit, and we have almost 2/3 of our population suffering from anemia. It is a very good strategy that government has introduced rice fortification. And I'm happy to also share with you that even rice fortification is compulsory or mandatory in 6 countries. And even in United States, 6 states, it is mandatory to fortify rice. This is just a nutshell that vitamin D fortification started in oils and fats way back in 1918, and others that I mentioned about vitamin A in 1923, and iron, folic acid, and vitamin B12 and wheat flour started in Canada in 1933, in USA in 1941. So we are almost a century behind. We need to catch up. Food fortification or enrichment has been considered as a very good strategy, which has economic dividends. Copenhagen consensus, where all the economists and nutritionists met to discuss and deliberate on the data, they have come out with a figure that investing $347 million US in vitamins and mineral fortification leads to a benefit of $5 billion in savings from avoided deaths, improved earnings, and reduced healthcare spending. World Bank, in its document called Enriching Lives, says that probably no other technology available today offers as large an opportunity to improve the lives and accelerate development at such a low cost and in a very short time. The strategic advantages are that staple foods are consumed by all. It's a proven, simple, low-cost technology. It has a population-wide approach, and we are lucky that Government of India has mandated that it should be fortified foods should be used in PDS, ICDS, and MDM. Since staple foods are centrally processed and micronutrients are added in very low doses, fortification poses no risk of excessive consumption whatsoever. There is no change in color, taste, texture, or quality, and hence acceptability is very high. And also there is high bioavailability of micronutrients from fortified foods, which shows a rapid impact without requiring a behavior change. Micronutrients that are added to the foods have very high stability. So when we cook food on fire or when we fry foods in edible oil, the micronutrients do not get destroyed. Even when oil is heated so high for frying, the loss of vitamin A and D in oil after 3 fryings is just about 10 to 20%, and that is covered by the overages that are added. And after 3 frying of the same oil, it is not even fit for human consumption and should not be consumed. So fortification improves the work capacity and health, and hence contributes to improving national economic performance. Now let's look at the cost, because everyone perhaps may be thinking that fortification, I keep saying it's cost effective. How cost effective it is? The cost of fortifying wheat flour is between 5 paisa to 10 paisa, depending upon the salt you are using. For rice, 40 paisa to 50 paisa. And edible oil, again, it is very low, from 5 to 10 to 15 paisa. And when we look at the cost of fortification, a total cost of fortification per annum based on the amount of foods that we consume, that is 7 kgs of wheat flour or rice per month, or 25 grams of oil per day, or maximum 1 kg of oil per month. What we find is that the total cost of fortifying wheat flour is only about 13 rupees, for rice 35 rupees, and for edible oil just about 3 rupees, because we consume oil in a very small amount. Now, these costs are not passed on to the consumer. Industry has been very large-hearted that they have absorbed the cost of fortification by optimizing their systems, and they are not increasing the cost of basic staple foods on account of fortification. So big thank you to the food industry. Now let's see what is the regulatory environment for staple food fortification. FSSAI, that is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, permits and advocates for staple food fortification. The standards have been laid down and these have been gazetted, and these standards have been developed by a very distinguished scientific panel. And before they were gazetted, these standards were put on the FSSAI website for 3 months to invite comments from the people, academia, scientists, and then all the comments were collated, reviewed, and taken into consideration, and then the standards were defined and gazetted. India's 10th, 11th, 12th 5-year plans, Poshan Abhiyan, Anemia Mukt Bharat Mission, they all recommend fortification. Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, incentivizes the industry by giving grants and assistance for equipment. Ministry of Women and Child Development and HRD also recommend mandatory use of fortified wheat flour, rice, edible double fortified salt in MDM and ICDS, and so is the case with the PDS for fortified rice and atta. As I mentioned, our Honorable Prime Minister announced that fortified rice will be distributed under various government food safety net programs, including the public distribution system, PDS, ICDS, MDM, by 2024. And friends, we have just about a year with us. So let's pull up our socks and let's do the right thing. Now, what are the vehicles that are there for food fortification? For wheat flour and rice, it is iron, folic acid, B12. For oil and milk, vitamin A and D2. And for salt, iodine and iron. You would notice in oil and milk, I have mentioned fortificant permitted is D2. D2 is that variety of vitamin D which is only from the plant sources. As such, vitamin D is not available from food sources. there are very few foods which have, vitamin D in it. So vitamin D is actually manufactured in our body when our skin is in direct exposure to sunlight, and specifically between 11 to 1 p.m. But the tragedy is that most people cover themselves fully when they go out. Youngsters put sunblocks so that the sun rays don't penetrate. We have pollution which does not permit ultraviolet rays to reach us as much in intensity as they should, which leads to vitamin D deficiency in our body. And hence vitamin D from the plant sources is added. These are the basic ingredients, but Government of India, FSSAI, permits adding of other micronutrients also to different food products. Government of India has laid down these standards, as you can see, that these are these different standards that are for edible oil. These are the standards for milk. These are all available on the website of FSSAI. You can take down from there. And besides iron and folic acid and vitamin B12, which are listed here, FSSAI permits many other micronutrients, which I would come to. You would find that in iron, there are two standards that are laid out. One is 28 milligram to 42.5 milligram per kg. This is when you are using salts like ferrous citrate, ferrous lactate, ferric pyrophosphate, electrolytic iron, ferrous fumarate, etc., etc. But if you are using sodium ion EDTA, the levels to be added are only 14 milligram to 21.25 milligram, which is half of the earlier compounds. Why? Because the compounds like ferrous citrate, ferrous fumarate, ferric pyrophosphate, the availability of iron from these compounds is only about 50%. Hence, the quantity mentioned is much higher. These are the additional vitamins and minerals that are allowed for fortification. These are vitamin A, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, pyridoxine, and zinc that can be added to atta as well as rice. Now, let's understand what are the challenges. Ensuring appropriate quality assurance and quality control is a big challenge. And we certainly very firmly believe that if it is not safe, it is not food. So we need to ensure quality and safety of food. Monitoring the uptake of fortified foods, partnerships and active collaboration. Though the technologies are available, industry is not very readily coming forward for fortification. Specifically, I would say of wheat flour, though there is a lot of traction in the industry associated with milk and milk products and edible oil. Rice, of course, is mandatory in PDS, so more people are joining in. There is very poor public awareness about micronutrient malnutrition and hence very low consumer demand for fortified foods. So it becomes an egg and a chicken story that no one demands. And when people go to the market, there is no fortified food available. So we need to tackle this. Private sector is not proactive, as I mentioned, and they are always seeking for financial support and subsidy in some cases, not all. Now, let's see whether food fortification makes a difference. In Canada, as I mentioned, fortification of margarine was started with vitamin A, and vitamin A deficiency came down from 48% to 2%, and mortality also reduced in just about 4 years. A reduction from 48 to 2% is huge. And we also have India figures, which I would share with you shortly. When we look at a developing country, Venezuela started with fortification of wheat flour. It made it mandatory. In 1992, And the iron deficiency quickly came down from 37% to 15% for anemia, and 37 to 15% for iron deficiency, and anemia levels dropped from 19% to 9% in just about 2 years' time. So friends, fortification works. In Rajasthan, when I was with GAIN, we were working for fortification of edible oil and milk, as well as fortification of wheat flour since 2012. The milk and edible oil industry ramped up very quickly on edible oil and milk. And in 2015, government of Rajasthan had a meeting with oil processors, and they said all the oil that is sold in Rajasthan would be mandatorily fortified with vitamin A and D. So let's see what it did. If you look at the underweight, stunting, and under 5 mortality, all India levels, and Rajasthan, they match 36, 37, 38, 39, 50, 51. When you look at the vitamin A dose given to children in the age group of 9 months to 59 months, at all India level, it was just 60%. In Rajasthan, 40%. Yet, when we had this comprehensive National Nutrition Survey data, which checks for vitamin A deficiency in children 5 years to 19 years, at all India level, it was 15.6 to 21.5%. And in Rajasthan, it was only 1 to 1.9%. That is so amazingly good. And we congratulate government of Rajasthan for taking a very proactive action. Similarly, when we started providing fortified wheat flour in 2012 to till 2014, through the PDS in Rajasthan, reaching only about 28% of the population, because till that time, National Food Security Act had not come in. What we find is that mothers who were consuming iron folic acid tablets at all India level was 30%. In Rajasthan, it was just 17% of women consuming iron folic acid tablet. Yet, the anemia levels were 7% lower than the national average. So, introduction of fortified wheat flour in PDS brought down the levels of anemia, and fortification of edible oil and milk brought down the levels of vitamin A deficiency in Rajasthan. So friends, food fortification works. These are the options: ICDS, MDM, PDS, open market through which fortified food products can be provided. Now, why should we be focusing on rice? Because rice is consumed by 65% of the population, and the rate of consumption is 7 kg per person per month. And hence it becomes ideal vehicle for fortification because it helps to bridge the dietary nutritional gap. As many as 269 districts in 27 states in India are already distributing fortified rice under the public distribution system, achieving 100% target by phase 2 in March 2023. The process of rice fortification is very simple. Rice powder is mixed with pre-mix of micronutrients, vitamins and minerals as per the FSSAI standards. It is converted into a dough using water and steam. This dough is then processed through an extruder and shaped into a rice grain-like product, which is then dried, and this is called the fortified rice kernel. Yes, it is prepared using a extruder, but it is made from the rice flour and it has added nutrients, and then it is blended in the ratio of 1:100 with the regular rice to produce fortified rice. So friends, it is not plastic rice as is reported in some newspapers. So kindly take care of that, educate the population. Quality assurance, quality control is supreme because, as I mentioned, if it is not safe, it is not food. and Government of India has introduced several checks and balances to ensure quality and safety of fortified rice. Ministry of Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution has issued guidelines way back in December 2022, through which a quality management system for fortified rice has been established. There is a quality rating checklist for FRK manufacturers. All those who stand lower than 3-star are not permitted to provide FRK for PDS. There is a regular assessment audit of mills to ensure adherence to the standards, and FIXI and development sector partners like PATH, WFP, Nutrition International, they're all working to build the capacity of FRK manufacturers. And the sample testing is done at the NABL accredited labs. So quality assurance and quality control is in place. Of course, we have to be always vigilant that we adhere to this control. The different departments, as you can see, are engaged in fortification, ranging from FSSAI to DBT. Different development sector partners like GAIN, Tata Trust, UNICEF, World Food Programme, Nutrition International, PATH, FFI, that is Food Fortification Initiative, and ICCIDD are there to support and promote and provide technical assistance for fortification. Friends, in recent times, you would have seen a few articles in the newspapers talking about overdose, toxicity due to rice fortification. I can, excuse me for using a very strong word, all these reports are absolutely rubbish. They are not true at all, because I will show you scientifically, mathematically, how those reports do not talk of science, and they're only trying to integrate fear. There are 3 terms that are used. One is estimated average requirement, and this is the level at which we should consume micronutrients, which would provide dietary adequacy of just half of the healthy individuals. Then there is recommended dietary allowances. At this level, if we consume micronutrients, they take care of minimizing the nutrient requirements of nearly 97 to 98% of people. Like recommended dietary allowances, at this level, if you take 97 to 98% of India's population would be protected from micronutrient deficiencies. Then there is a third term, TUL, which is tolerable upper limit. It is the highest level of dietary nutrient intake that is likely to pose no risk whatsoever of adverse health effects in almost all individuals. Now, let's look at this myth about overload of iron. As you would see, the estimated average requirement of iron for men is 11. For women, it is 15 milligram per day. RDA, that is the recommended dietary allowance, which would protect 97 to 98% of the population, is 19 and 29 milligram per day. The tolerable upper limit is 45 milligram per day. Now, when we fortify the wheat flour, even at the highest level of the range, we are only adding 21.5 milligram per kg. But a person is only consuming 250 grams of cereal, whether it is only wheat flour, whether it is only rice, or it is a combination. We are only getting 5.4 milligram additional from fortified cereals. The total is 16.4. And it is just 86% of the RDA, and it is not even reaching 50% of the tolerable upper limit. So where is the question of toxicity, overload, and harmful impacts? Similarly, when you look at vitamin D, the EAR is 400, RDA is 600, tolerable upper limit is 4,000. And at the rate which is recommended, the highest level, we are not even reaching 16.7% of the tolerable upper limit. Now let's look at vitamin A. The same story. We are not even reaching, we are just reaching about 87 to 95% of the RDA and less than 30% of the tolerable upper limit. So friends, food fortification is extremely safe. It has rich returns on very low investment. It has a great potential to enrich foods and improve the lives of millions of children by giving them a healthy start. I'm sure you would agree that this is a basic right which they richly deserve. So let's not miss out on the opportunity. Let's eat right. Let's eat wise, or else we'll be otherwise. So food fortification has a great potential and it's an unfinished agenda. So let's join hands to provide good health and improved quality of life to all. Let's eat right. Let's eat fortified. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'll be happy to take if there are any questions.
Yeah, thank you, madam. It was a very good presentation, particularly with reference to nutrition vis-a-vis health of consumers. And what are the things known to the consumer which are not known to anybody? What are the regulations? And all these things, the status of consumer eating habits have been clearly mentioned here. What they are eating, what they are not eating, how they can improve their health status by adjusting the intake by way of nutrients. So that was a very good presentation, and the stage is open for any discussion.
Even in case people want to ask questions later, they can send the inquiries to you and I'll be very happy to respond, get on any CIET portal also.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Gulati. I am Dr. Lalita Gowda. I have two questions. Thank you for that very lucid presentation. But what I want to know is, we are concentrating so much on micronutrient deficiency and thing. And if you have seen some of the reports, more of it, in our case in India, in the children, it is energy deficiency. So they don't get enough energy. So, we are not doing anything to give them like the energy, like an energy food, or if you look at WHO programs for Africa, where they give them the tube with peanut paste and jaggery and thing, sunflower, that's called. We are not addressing that, which will actually later on your micronutrient deficiency, addition of that would help. And my second question, you can answer, I think. My second question is, when we are talking about the fortified rice that is being given to thing, because I have particularly been involved for the analysis and testing, I do find that, it doesn't look very good. So have we, as a such, in case of fortification, done any acceptability? Are the children in the schools, accepting this rice? Because, I have seen, because maybe the technology is not good for making the fortified rice, you might want to do some more type of encapsulation to, mask that bluish green color that you get. So, that is one. My major thing is, why are we not addressing energy malnutrition first, especially for a growing child?
I fully agree with you. And I have worked a lot on community-based management of acute malnutrition, and I worked on RUTF, RUSF, and I fully endorse your view. But these high energy density foods that are required only basically for management of severe acute malnutrition or moderately acute malnutrition at the Anganwadi level. At the household level, I don't think that there is any data which says that there is not sufficiency of cereals. In fact, what we say is that people are mostly consuming only cereals. What we need to educate the family is that in every meal, wherever possible, add some oil, butter, ghee, whatever children may like or whatever may be acceptable, because that adds on to the energy. So that is something that needs to be done at the household level, because most people start fearing, oh, if I, even in the most educated and high income groups, when you recommend that you add oil, ghee and butter to your child's diet, they say, oh, we should not be doing that because it would lead to hypertension or cholesterol levels rising high. Because people don't understand that the child's body needs a lot of energy to grow, and maximum density of energy comes only from edible oils, butter and cream and things like that. So adding of sugar, adding of oil to the regular meal of the child is the best strategy to improve their energy intake. RUTF or RUSF paste made from peanut butter, sugar, etc. are very good. They're enriched with micronutrients. They are prepared in India, but those are the strategies which are only for addressing, moderate to acute malnutrition and not, the general undernutrition. That is my first response. Secondly, with respect to rice, yes, see, it is a new product, new technology developing, and there may be discoloration, there may be a mismatch of the FRK with the regular rice, agreed. And when you see the bluish green color, it could be because of the ferrous sulfate compound that has been used to add iron. So what we really need to do and tell the midday meal people and to other people that if you cook and you find some blue-green grains in your food, consider them that they are the gift of health. Because if they are there in your rice, that means your rice is fortified. Yes, we are trying to build up the quality, but what happens is that we need to be non-apologetic about adding of these. So we should tell them that if you see these colors, feel happy and think that this is good. Over from my side. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
I have one more question. If you look at this micronutrient deficiency and we're doing it, I don't know if you're aware of the WHO program which was done in the underdeveloped countries of Africa. They realized that giving micronutrients or thing, it didn't help. But then finally, they advised every household to put 2 moringa saplings in their backyard and to use the moringa leaves, 2 or 3 times a week. And that really did wonders for the vitamin A deficiency. Are we doing any such type of things to eradicate micro deficiency the natural way?
The onus is on us, the public health people, the teaching fraternity, the schools, to recommend using moringa leaves, any green leafy vegetables, any vitamin A, yellow fruits, orange fruits and vegetables to be added to the diet. As I mentioned, dietary diversity, consumption of green leafy vegetables is the best thing to do. But as I also showed you the slide, which is Government of India's data, which shows that only 10 to 12% of people are consuming vitamin A rich foods. When we look at the other profile of NIN, 86% of people are not even consuming 50% of their required amounts. So we need to actually build up a campaign on consuming foods which are rich in nutrients so that the micronutrient quantity and quality improves in our diet. But till that kind of a dietary that kind of a sufficiency of micronutrients through dietary diversity is achieved, staple food fortification is a good complementary strategy. I'm not saying it is the only thing, and it is a short to mid-term strategy. We keep having these data, we keep having the surveys, and once we find that there is very little vitamin A deficiency, perhaps there may be a day, not of course in my lifetime, but certainly a day where we may not need fortification and people are able to consume a wholesome diet. Over from my side.
See, I have something to give to the audience. Fortification of food is very good, but it's very dangerous also.
No.
While doing the fortifications, people have
No,
never.
sir, I totally disagree. Fortification can never ever be dangerous. It can never ever be dangerous, sir.
Please to them. For example, there are two types of vitamins, vitamin A and D. They are not water soluble. If you take vitamin C or vitamin C excess, it will pass through urine, fecal matter, and sweat. Vitamin A never goes out. It goes to the liver, and excess is deposited, and you will develop fatty livers. Today, the amount of people in India suffering from fatty liver is so high, it's shooting up. Because there is another component called the invisible factors. Every food item has got, let me allow that, every food item has got components, vitamins, minerals, and everything that has never been taken for calculating the RDA. For example, a man who takes daily one egg with other components, his vitamin D requirement is met. Today, we have a baffling problem medical world in the country after COVID. Many people have after effects, shoulder pains and various things, because they are administered a vitamin D in excess. See, in my time, M.S. Swaminathan brought with all the international scientists for feeding red rice developed in Niri, Philippines. I was also in Philippines. Everybody knows it. And I was a refugee and I was not fisheries. Probably they thought I only know fisheries, but then the minister invited me, he knows. I had a master's degree in chemistry and another master's I took in biochemistry. So then I said, here the problem is, you go, the amount of rice eaten is not Westerners eat only 2 tablespoons. Here, this much. Morning rice, idli, 10 idlis, evening this idli, and this much rice, and night and sometimes even the evening also. The amount of rice you feed is too much. So we cannot regulate the amount of these components, enriched vitamin A, enriched red rice to the people because the excess dose will cause problems. So then we rejected the project trial in India, and I said that let them go and try the project in African countries, not in India. And the minister and the government agreed, and we stopped the trial of the red rice in India. And Filipinos, they stopped all over the world. So fortification to minimum extent, immediate effect you get it. It long-term effect has to be investigated. If it goes excess, it's a problem for anybody.
Sir, let me come in here. I just want to say that I totally disagree with you for one simple reason, that fatty liver is not caused by vitamin A deficiency. Fatty liver is caused by many other, it is also caused by alcoholism and very high consumption of fats and other, processed foods. So vitamin A is not the reason, number one. Secondly, no, sir, I have heard you, let me finish also. As far as rice is concerned or any other cereal is concerned or any other food is concerned, sir, food is self-limiting. If your stomach takes in just about 4 chapatis, even if the food is most delicious, you would take 6 chapatis, but you cannot take 10. So food is self-limiting. Even if you want, you cannot feed 10 idlis breakfast, 10 idlis in lunch, and 10 idlis in dinner, and 10 idlis during the day. It is impossible because food body limits the food intake. It does not allow extra food to get in. And I'm sure you would have experienced that even if the food is very tasty, you cannot eat away a cooker full of chicken, even if you would love chicken. So food is self-limiting. Fortification is done only at about 25 to 30% of the required daily allowance, RDA. And as I mentioned, it does not even reach 50% of the tolerable upper limit. So how can it ever cause toxicity or bad effects? So, sir, let's be very comfortable. Let's be very clear. Even if you are consuming 250 grams of rice, so which is huge amount, and those are the levels, even if you are consuming 300 grams of rice, which is very difficult to consume, the amount of iron that you would get or from this rice is not going to cause toxicity. Then the recommended amount of oil to be consumed is just 25 milligram. 25 grams. Even if you would consume 35 grams of oil, the added vitamin A is not even reaching 16% of the tolerable upper limit. The cause of bad health is not vitamin A in oil, but high consumption of oil itself. When you consume large quantities of oil, you see 1 teaspoon, 2 teaspoons of oil, just 2 teaspoons of oil is equivalent to 1 chapati or energy that we get from 25 grams of cereals. So this is how it equates. And if you take a lot of fried foods, take a lot of oil, you become obese. And obesity is the cause of all deficiency, all non-communicable diseases, cancers, diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, but not vitamin A and D. So, sir, let's not spread the myth. And we are doing the studies, and these studies are coming from the highest and most respected research institutes in the country and overseas also. And the surveys are done every 5 years so that we are not keeping ourselves cocooned and not knowing what is the impact on people. So science is science, and let's not get obscured by the myths. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We are running short of time. We'll have one last question.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Your presentation was very good. As far as possible, for the people who are deficient in micronutrients, fortification is very essential. And if it goes to people who are already well fed, maybe then it is going to be an issue as indicated. Anyway, my question is, when you incorporate vitamin A, especially in rice or atta, there is a possibility it get oxidized during fortification and the time it takes to reach the consumer. Is there any precaution to prevent that oxidation? If there is no precaution, then the oxidation products will be dangerous and toxic to the consumers. Your reply.
So here I just want to say, that vitamin A is not being added to wheat flour or rice. Only 3 things are added to wheat flour and rice, that is iron, folic acid, and vitamin B12. There are standards to add vitamin A, zinc, and other B vitamins by FSSAI if someone chooses to add. But even if they choose to add, it has no adverse effect. That has been established by a lot of studies. But the norm is that in wheat flour and in rice, only iron, folic acid, and B12 are being added when used for general population and for commercial fortification also. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. For other listeners, if you have any very specific question to be answered by Dr. Deepthi, please write in a paper, give it to the organizers with your email ID. The response will be shared with you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much. It has been a great pleasure. And friends, all I can say is eat right, eat fortified, be healthy. It has no adverse impact at all. And specifically vitamin A, we are giving a mega dose of vitamin A to children up to the level of 200,000 international units every 6 months. It has not harmed the children. It has protected them. And in COVID times also, this mega dose of vitamin A that was given to children helped to protect them from dire consequences. So with that pleasant note, thank you so much for listening and for very engaging discussions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. You will stop the first presentation at this point. We'll go to the next discussion on today's morning session, overcome the adversities of food authenticity testing. You know, like fortification, another hot topic is authentication of the products we consume. You know, anything what is in the label and what is in the commodity defines the authenticity. Therefore, the authentic food is really the one what consumers are looking for. Now let us hear from Mr. Chandrasekhar on what is that he has to say about the food authenticity. Welcome, Dr. Chandrasekhar.
I think I'm audible. Very good afternoon, good morning to everyone. I'm Chandrasekhar. I'm a product specialist for the GC and GCMS, working for Agilent Technologies. It's okay? Yeah. Can you move this? Okay. So I'm audible at the backside? Okay, thank you. So there is a large topic I'm going to talk about that is food authenticity or the food fraud. So here the topic is more, but I have been asked to give the presentation by 20 minutes. But I can put the use this. Hello. So the topic is the food authenticity or the food fraud. So what is food authenticity? This is a bit new topic to India. So we'll talk about what is the food authenticity. Food authenticity, if you're seeing that. Hello. So you can see there are, if you're buying any product, you can see there are some label of content in the wrapper, like what's the carbohydrate percentage, what is the protein percentage, all those things you have some information. But that's a one call we call labeling. If it is, you consider the protein is something around 20%, but if it is 10%, it is not meeting the consumer requirement, correct? And the similar way, if I'm going for a, Kerala is famous for fish. If I'm taking a fish, some of the fishes are very costly, like salmon fish, all those things. And if you're going for a river fish, it's very cheaper. For economical purpose, they want to get the advantage. The seller may tell you this is the salmon fish, but what you are eating is the river fish, right? So for the economical benefit, there are something is happening, like they are selling the cheaper fish with a costlier value. That's what called the food fraud. The authenticity is like I'm using edible oil. So everyone use the edible oil. Olive oil is costlier. And if you are going for a palm oil, it's cheaper. So the food product knows that which one I need to mix it, make that it's a original. Like, so that's for the benefit of cost. They are adding like the cheaper oil to the expensive oil, then we are also getting cheated with that. So those things are very new topic. We'll talk about that. And here you can see this oil, if you are putting into the jar, if you're opening the pack, if I'm putting into the jar, can you able to identify which oil it is, right? But you purchased a olive oil. Not moving. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So to identify that, we have to have analytical methods, right? How you ensure that what I'm eating is the salmon fish, or whatever I'm using is olive oil. How do you ensure that? So it needs some analytical technology for that. But before going to that, what are if you want to develop a method to identify the food fraud, what are the things you need? I need the authentic sample. So if you are looking for olive oil, so you should have an authentic olive oil in order to create something. How we are doing that? So you extract the olive oil. I'm going to develop as a reference library, as a biomarker compounds or some compound unique to the particular olive oil. That's what I create a reference for the olive oil. Then if you are considering like the palm oil mixed with the olive oil, then I should have the technology, which is the palm oil unique compound. It should be tested in the olive oil. That's what we are doing. That's what the workflow. But getting an authentic sample is so difficult for you. It's a real challenges for you. And the number of samples. So in order to create a library, you should have a more authentic sample for you to test it. Then the speed of the analysis. The point is very relevant here. What is the speed of the analysis is? So if you are going for a fatty acid analysis, right? The fatty acid analysis, enough GCFID is enough. But if you're going for the identifying the food fraud or food authenticity, you should have all the technology, like from GC, GCMS, or GCQTOF, or LC side, or spectroscopy side. You should have all the technology. That's a real challenge here. And very extensive validation for identifying that. That's also required. And you can see the one thing I want to show you in my subsequent slides. If you're getting so many compounds, you consider I have 10 samples, 10 olive oil sample. I want to identify which is the mixed or adulterated with my olive oil. So for that, you are getting number of peaks. If you are extracting the olive oil, you are going to get number of peaks in your chromatogram. So if you are taking 10 samples of olive oil, if you are testing, there are so many peaks. So a chemist has to sit for 8 hours to go by one by compound. Then he can give the result like this. The compound is different. It is taking so much time of your. But we have a solution for that. We can see that. And the prediction model. We are going to talk about the prediction model. What is this prediction model? Like if the analysis is over, then you are giving to the software. Let the software predict what is the compound is common among the 10 samples, or which is the compound is different from the 10 samples. So that's we call the prediction model. We are going to see that. I don't know why it's not working for me. No, it's not working for me. Every time it's a problem. It's coming. Yeah. Yeah, let us change. Yeah. Yeah. So carry on full. You can go the complete slide. Yeah. So that's what I told you. You should have all the technology. What we are seeing this ICP, or you have GC technologies and you have the LC technologies. So go to the next slide. Yeah. So I take as only one example. I'm considering this GC. You have a various technology. Like you have a FID is a familiar, and you must have heard about the mass spectrometer, and you heard about the triple quadrupole mass spectrometer and the time of resolution equipment. So what you need, what the technology you need, you must have aware about that there is a targeted and non-targeted analysis. So what's the targeted? You have a kind of 10 compounds, like a fatty acid. fatty acid, mostly all the customer, they are doing 37 compounds, right? Then out of 37 compounds, it's called a targeted analysis. But if I'm going for a food adulteration or if I'm going for a food fraud, you are not knowing which compound is getting adulterated. That's called non-targeted analysis. We can see the next slide, what it is. So we have a various technology. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Yeah. So this is the mass spectrometer. Especially if you are going for a conventional detector like ECD or FID, what would happen? For everything, you should have a standard. Like I'm going for a fatty acid. In the fatty acid, considering I'm going for a arachidonic acid, you should have a standard, reference standard for quantification of the arachidonic acid, right? But if I'm going for, you cannot get the any information, what is my unknown compound, right? If I want to go for identifying my unknown compound in the GC, at least you should have a mass spectrometer, correct? We have a two different mass spectrometer. We talk about the single quadrupole mass spectrometer. This single quadrupole mass spectrometer, you can see here, I put one library, sorry, you cannot able to see from the back. But if you are going with the unit mass resolution mass spectrometer, if I'm going for an unknown analysis, then you can see there are list of compound in the table. You can see the probability of unknown compounds listed there, maybe something around 50 compounds. So in the unknown analysis, if I'm going for a unit mass resolution, how do you identify my compound? Because it's giving a 50 probable compound here. Then another criteria is here. Another criteria is reverse match. We call R match. If I'm clicking the R match in the library, then it's giving us something around 25 compounds probability. So this is not specific to Agilent as a vendor. It is common to all. It is the instrument capability. In the instrument capability, if I'm going for unit mass resolution, then you end up with, for your unknown analysis, you end up with most number of probability if I'm going for a unit mass resolution mass spectrometer. So what's another thing? So I have some example I can show you. Go to the next slide. So you consider there are two examples. Very simple example I'm telling you. One is the carbon monoxide, another is the nitrogen. If I'm taking a carbon monoxide, you are telling carbon is 12, oxygen is 16. So 28 is the molecular weight, correct? Then I'm similar way, I'm taking nitrogen as a compound. Molecular weight is 28. The unit mass resolution mass spectrometer cannot distinguish carbon monoxide and nitrogen because that resolution is atomic mass unit 1. So you cannot separate carbon monoxide or nitrogen. That's what is giving so many probability for the unknown compounds. So what's the other way? What's the way forward to that? Because you are going to, I show one slide. In the wine sample we tested, in the wine sample, you are going to get 300 or 400 compounds. So each compound is going to give a 50 or 25 probability based on the unit mass resolution. Then the way forward is, if you consider, if I'm calculating the carbon monoxide, if I'm theoretically calculating the carbon monoxide, the molecular weight is 27.995, right? Then nitrogen is 28.006. You consider the unit mass resolution, it goes 28, 29, 30 like this. But the accurate mass spectrometer, it goes 28.001, 28.002 like this. It go for 4 decimal accuracy. So if I'm going, so you can see this carbon monoxide 27.995 and the nitrogen 28.006 getting resolved. So the high resolution mass spectrometer can able to separate carbon monoxide and nitrogen. Similar way, your complex molecules, it is the probability, I told you 25 probability reduced to 2 or 3. So for unknown identification and kind of the food authenticity or the food fraud, so we need to have a high resolution equipment, because otherwise you struggle a lot with a number of probabilities in your chromatogram. Go to the next slide. So this is where it's calculating the carbon weight, how much it is. I'm showing that, but the high resolution mass spectrometer can go 4 decimal accuracy. That's what it meaning. Go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the schematic of this stuff, and you know this mass spectrometer, how it works. Like we have a similar thing like a mass spectrometer, but you can see there are one big tube is standing there. That is almost 1.5 meter tube. It is giving you the 4 decimal accuracy, remaining same. So how it is doing, you can see here, there is a the single quadrupole, who are aware about the single quadrupole, the ionization source is same, electron impact ionization source. The next is the collision cell, that is also same. Then we have a pulsar. What is this pulsar? You can see there is a U-shaped peak thing in the tube. You can see what this pulsar will do. You consider there is 27.001, 27.009, the decimal of 008 difference. There are 2 molecules. In the ionization source, in the collision cell, it cannot recognize the 0.008 difference molecular weight. But if I'm going to this top of plate, you can see this, there is an ion pulsar in the tube. It pushes the molecule up. What happens? There is a theory, you know, that the higher molecular weight of 28.009 go little shorter distance when compared to the 28.001. It is the lighter one. So the lighter one goes more distance to the height, but the weighter one go the lesser distance. Then it's reaching the ion detector. That's what it's getting separated. So with that, I can able to resolve the molecular weight of 0.001. So I am narrow down the probability of my unknown compounds. So like if the unknown analysis, that's what you get more information on that. And what we recommend is go with a high resolution mass spectrometer for your kind of unknown analysis, especially on the food fraud or food authenticity. Go to the next slide. So this is looks like the time of flight equipment from Agilent. You can go to the next slide, ma'am. There are so many clicks you have to do. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about in my overview. I'm taking an example. You take edible oil as an example. In the edible oil, every time you have to check the edible oil, first point, what you have to do? You have to do the reference library. What I'm doing, I am taking a virgin olive oil. I consider this very authentic sample. What first I need to do? I need to create my library and I need to find out what is the biomarker compound into that. What is the unique compound in the olive oil? That's the first step. So you can take 3 or 4 authentic sample of olive oil and create a library. Keep it with you. Okay. So here onwards, you're going for identifying the fraud in the olive oil. You consider that's already some of the olive oil, what is available in the market, it's adulterated. How do you going to identify? If I'm doing so, you are going to get number of peaks in your mass spectrometer. Then in every day, you have to identify the compound. Then you have to characterize, okay, this is my compound. Even you have a tough equipment. But what would happen there? You are unnecessarily wasting time. There is a software called Mass Profiler Professional. That is called the MPP software. This MPP software, what it does, there are 10 samples you analyze, right? Once the sample been analyzed, you give to the software. That software, what it does, it can create a Venn diagram. It's a very comprehensive statistical tool. It doesn't with any accusation or data processing. It is a comprehensive statistical tool. You can see this is the Venn diagram. It can tell you all the 3 circles, there are compounds, some 8 compounds, I believe. There is a circle, there are 8 compounds are common in the 3 sample. If you are putting a 10 sample, it do 10 circles. Then it tells you what are the common compounds in all 10 sample, which is the unique compound in a particular sample. Then you are not missing the information, like you're not, first of all, not wasting the time. Second point, you identify which compound is unique for the particular sample. Even you can click in the diagram and it takes you what is the compound difference. So without wasting your time, without any manual error, you can able to use this mass profiler professional software. It's very easy for you, and you are not missing any much information on that. So I already told you there is a comprehensive statistical tool software. You can do PCA, you can do Venn diagram, or whatever. There are any number of statistical tool available. Whatever the format you familiar, you can able to do the analysis. Okay, next slide. So I want to show you, we also did some food authentic workflow solution we call. What is this workflow solution is? Like we did some work for identifying the adulteration there. So I want to show you how we did. There are 4 projects we did so far. With one is with export inspection agency, and 2 of them we did for some customers. So this is the overall authenticity of the workflow. What we do here. Yeah. So what we do, there is a sample preparation. I'm once again taking the olive oil only. You have to extract the sample using some sample preparation, then give to the instrument. Then it is going for a data processing. Either you are going for I'm recommending the high resolution mass spectrometer, or if you have a unit mass resolution only, that's fine. You can put it in the software. We are involving it. There is a software called Mass Center software. Then you can go for a MPP software, Mass Profiler Professional, or if you don't have the software, you have to go for the manually identifying those compound. Then you can able to. This is the complete workflow what we are talking about for the food authenticity. Go to the next slide. So this is one of the study what we did. This is for using a tea. We took different companies, different region. What do we want to use? We use this ICP-MS. So you consider in each territory the soil is different, right? If a soil is different, I want to create my library. From that library, you consider mango. If I'm taking a mango, one of the territory mango is very famous, like Alfonso or different variety, or the particular region is very famous for mango. But for the commercial benefit, they are telling no, that region mango only, right? So you can able to identify that also. The similar way, what we did, Assam tea, everyone knows is very famous. But somebody telling us Assam tea, which is cultivated in some other part of the India. Then what we did, we took the authentic sample from Assam region. These are all the area. Then we want to characterize using the metal. What is the metal available in the tea sample? Because the tea cultivated there, we want to have a profile in that. Okay. Then these are all things I don't want to go one by one, but we established that we publish the work also in the tea sample. You can able to identify is the Assam tea or is a different tea based on the metal analysis. Go to the next slide now. Yeah, this is the experiment with the 7850 ICP-MS we did. Next slide now. So these many data, almost 150 sample. After that, we collected, once we generated the reference library, we collected the 150 samples, and we come to the conclusion that almost something around only 30 samples is matching, remaining samples are not Assam tea. So we come to that conclusion. Go to the next slide now. No, go to the next slide. These are all the data. If you're, we are running out of time. Definitely you catch me. I can give you this application note or the content. If you are looking, I can definitely give you. Go to the next slide now. Yeah, go to the next slide now. So another one is the wine origin. Wine also, this is a big debate, like the wine is what they are selling is a imported or local. This also you can able to identify is the wine is imported or wine is a different. There are 2 ways we did it. Once again with the ICP-MS analysis, another with the gas chromatography. Those things we did it. Go to the next slide now. So this is the Venn diagram. Once again, what are the metals? How many metals in the wines are specific to that region? Those things we identify. This workflow solution also available with Agilent. You can contact me if you're going with that. The basic thing is, if somebody is claiming, you can able to identify the claim is right or not. So that's the things we are working here. That makes you, whatever you are consuming is more authentic. Yeah, next slide now. Yeah, this is some work we did. It's already we are putting into the poster, and we publish this work also into that. Next one. So there are 2 things. One is the honey and rice work. So I'm talking about the tea is available with us. Rice is available with us. Honey is available with us. This workflow solution available with us. And the wine. Go to the next slide, ma'am. I can tell you. No, you go front, I think so. Come down. Come down. Yeah. I don't know what happens here. That's okay. So only one GC slide is there. I don't know why it's coming there. Come down, ma'am. Sir, something is happening here. Come down, ma'am, completely. Down, full. Come down. This will all be completed. This will be completed. Why it's copying the 2 times? Yeah. Yeah. Come down. Yeah. No, it's once again copied, I think. Oh, okay. No, I want to get down, not back. Forward. I mean, the last slide. Come down. Come down. I don't know. It's something copied here completely. Come down. You can put it in the slide mode, man, without the presentation mode. Slide mode. Yeah, go to the down. Last one. No, I don't know which one is copied here. Yeah, that's okay. So there is one thing, I don't know. Something is 2 times copied. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's okay, ma'am. You can go to the down 55 slide. 2 times copied it is 55. Yeah. So one more work we did. Sorry for that. Something is twice copied. So one more work we did. I can carry that. So in the wine, there are so many volatiles compound. So what we are getting, almost 300 peaks we get in the wine. So there are different varieties of wine, imported or the local one. What we exactly did, we characterize all the peaks. So then we want to find out whether whatever the wine or the scotch or the beer they are claiming is the particular brand. So we do have that library for us. We developed the method with the thermal resorption system and with the MPP software. The complete workflow solution is available with us. So you can able to easily identify which wine it is. It's an Indian wine or a foreign wine. And we did things and we tested so many Indian wines also. I can tell you out of 100 samples, something around 80 samples been matching whatever they claim, but the 20 samples are not matching with the what they are claiming. There's another one. Go to the summary thing. So these are all the things I want to useful. The interface, what we are using. Go to the last slide now. Last one. Go to the slide mode and put it in the last slide. No, slide mode are not in the presentation mode. The last one you can show. Yeah, the summary, yes. So the thing is like we have the food authenticity. If you have any requirement, you can contact us. I can show you the things here. And we streamlined the workflow solution now. We streamlined in the sense like I talked about the mass profiler professional. We talked about this high-end GC mass spectrometer. So we streamlined the workflow solution. You no need to scratch from the head, like what to do, how to approach this. There is a solution available for you. And the class prediction algorithm, like the MPP software, once again, the MPP software saves your time, and by the time it's not involving any manual work. So we are expecting something, the regulation also for India, domestic specific regulation. So when FSSA team or Dr. Lalita ma'am talks about that, we can talk about that any regulation, recent regulation is on par or on card with Agilent. And even it's a complete workflow solution means from the instrumentation side, from the sample preparation side, and the software side. That is the available here. So the food fraud is one, like it is emerging market. So you approach us for any of your requirement for further things. Thanks a lot. Sorry for that. Some things technical. It is like recopied once again. Sorry for that. Any question, I'm open to answer you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar. He has explained the food fraud, particularly with reference to MS and ICP-MS protocols. I think we are running short of time again. So I just request all the participants who would like to clear something, use the lunch hour for that, or they have a stall in their people, agilent people are there. You can visit them and discuss, get to know more about what he was discussing. At this point, I just want to caution is like he was mentioning, species substitution in fish products also is happening to a large extent. The expensive species are getting substituted by a low-priced fish. So that also is creating a big issue. And I think there are protocols available. I think CFT also is working on this very specific issue. So people interested in that area also can have a chat with Mr. Chandrasekhar and get to know the latest of the technologies. Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Shankar sir to present a memento to the speaker.
We have two more presentations before lunch. Speakers, please make it very specific. If possible, you can reduce 5 minutes of your presentation and give some time for the discussions. Next, we have elemental analysis and species studies for food samples by Piyush Dogger from Thermo.
Hello. Perfect. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Piyush Devkar. I'm the product marketing manager for trace elemental analysis in Thermo Fisher Scientific. And the topic that I'll be focusing on today is the elemental analysis and speciation studies in the food sample. So when we talk of Thermo Fisher, it's a very big organization with multiple products in its portfolio. But just focusing on the elemental analysis product range, I think we have starting from basic flame atomic absorption spectrometer, going to ICP OES, ICP-MS, and then products which go beyond that as well, like sector field ICP-MS, multi-collector ICP-MS, which are used in research and development applications. But for today's focus would be on the single quad ICP-MS, since that is the most widely used instrument in the food authentication and food testing applications. So when we talk of elemental analysis as such, I think our Bible is very limited. It starts from lithium, goes all the way up to uranium. All we are looking at is the elements of the periodic table. And the ICP-MS is capable of measuring all of these elements from as low as 1 parts per trillion. So the system has very low detection limits. And now the deciding factor becomes the environment of the laboratory and the quality of the blank and acid, because it can meet all the current and probably will meet all the future regulations as well when it comes to elemental analysis, both of toxic as well as essential nutrients. So just to give you a perspective of the concentration ranges which different elemental analysis instruments can measure, if we talk of flame AS, we can measure somewhere around sub ppm to ppm level. For graphite furnace AS, it goes in ppb and sub ppb level. ICP OES is comfortable from ppm and onwards, but ICP-MS covers a dynamic range of more than 10 orders of magnitude, which means the system offers a linear performance in 10 raised to 10 orders of magnitude starting from 1 parts per trillion. So that lower detection limit capability makes it one of the ideal instrument for analysis of food samples. When we talk of inductively coupled plasma or the ICP part of ICP-MS, we would use argon gas for generation of plasma. Plasma is nothing but ionized gas. So we have multiple examples of plasma, which we see. Sun is a plasma of helium. If we see lightning, that is a nitrogen plasma. Herein, we are generating an argon gas plasma in a controlled environment. So the temperature in the core of the plasma would be around 10,000 degree Kelvin and towards the tip around 6,000, but we will focus the torch in such a way that we get the ions generated from the hottest region going into the mass spectrometer. One of the biggest advantage of elemental analysis instrument is that we don't care about organic molecules. So all we need to do is for sample preparation, we just oxidize them. We can use harshest of the oxidation conditions, just break down the organic molecules so the metals can come in contact with the acidic media. All we need is a clear solution where the metals are dissolved in the acidic medium without any precipitate and without any particulate matter. That's all the sample requirement is. Now you can achieve it by simple dissolution. So if your samples are water soluble, dissolve it. If it's organic solvent soluble, dissolve it. But if it's a heterogeneous mixture, most of the times it might not dissolve in a single solvent, right? So in that case, we need to use controlled reaction vessels like microwave digestion for preparing the sample. I'll give you a case study on how the sample preparation works. But just to go ahead with the basics, all we need is a sample which has a clear solution, free from any precipitate and free from any particulate matter. So once the sample enters the plasma, the solvent will evaporate due to the 10,000 degree Kelvin temperature. So we'll have desolvation, vaporization, atomization, and ionization. The ions which are generated would then enter the mass spectrometer. All the ions starting from lithium all the way up to uranium will then enter the mass spectrometer. The ion guiding lens will guide it towards the quadrupole. Just like any mass spectrometer, the quadrupole will filter based on mass by charge ratio. In ICP-MS, the mass range which a quadrupole offers is from 2 AMU to 290 AMU. So it covers lithium and it covers all the way up to uranium oxides as well, which would be 238 plus 16 and 16. That would be around 270. So we can cover easily from lithium all the way up to uranium oxides or uranium analysis. And that detector will give us the intensity of the ions which are being measured. In terms of schematics, this is how it would look like. The sample will be introduced with the help of a peristaltic pump. Then the liquid will be converted into fine mist. And finally, that mist will be carried into the plasma where the desolvation, vaporization, atomization, and ionization will occur. The ions will then enter the mass spectrometer. The first component of it is a right angle positive ion deflection lens. So it will deflect the positively charged ions in 90 degrees, thus removing all the photons and neutrals from the system. The ions will then enter a Q cell, which will remove the interferences. Now, one of the challenge in ICP-MS, or for that matter, any mass spectrometer, is a polyatomic interference. I'll talk a bit about it on the next slide. Finally, these ions would reach the quadrupole after the interferences are removed, where they will get separated based on mass by charge ratio, and then reaching the detector, which will give us the intensity. Now let's take a very classic example of interference removal in ICP-MS. Talking about arsenic, which is monoisotopic, which has an mass of 75. And if I'm using, let's say, HCl and nitric acid for generation of samples or digestion of samples, there is a good probability at 10,000 Kelvin, since we can't really control the reactions that are happening, argon, which is generating the plasma, and chlorine, which is used for digestion, will combine, and that will form argon chloride. Now, argon being mass 40, chlorine 35, will have the exact same mass as that of arsenic 75. Now, how do we remove such polyatomic interferences? Because for quadrupole, there is no difference between argon chloride 75 and arsenic 75. In that regard, we will fill the Q cell with collision gas. So an inert gas like helium is used for collision. When these atoms are passing through, arsenic, which is monoisotopic because of its smaller diameter, will collide with less number of helium atoms and it will retain its kinetic energy. And as a result, it will pass to the quadrupole. Argon chloride, which is made of two different atoms, will have a comparatively bigger diameter and will collide with more number of helium atoms, and hence it will lose its kinetic energy. This way, we are removing already formed interferences, but we still have free argon and free chlorine in the system. And there is a possibility that these free argon and free chlorine can combine after the Q cell to still give me a false positive. And for these type of interferences, Thermo Fisher uses a patented low mass cutoff technology, wherein we use the unique design of our Q cell to apply a mass cutoff filter. Now let's look at the same example again. Herein, the mass cutoff filter will be applied in the background. As a user, I really don't have to worry about it. I'm again selecting arsenic for analysis, but a mass cutoff filter of 39 is applied. Arsenic, which is mass 75, will pass the low mass cutoff filter, and it will also pass through the helium-filled Q cell because of its smaller diameter. Argon chloride, on the other hand, will pass the low mass cutoff filter, but the bigger diameter will restrict it from going to the quadrupole because it will lose its kinetic energy. Argon, which is mass 40, will pass the low mass cutoff filter, but chlorine, which is mass 35, will not be allowed to go through. So this way, we are removing the already formed interferences with helium gas, but further ensuring that no such recombination happens after the Q cell with the help of our patented low mass cutoff technology. One of the other advantage which Thermo Fisher ICP-MS will have is the unparalleled sensitivity. In terms of mass spectrometer for ICP-MS, the sensitivity is measured at three mass ranges: low mass, mid mass, and high mass. And it's basically counts per second per 1 ppb of solution. So it is the assured number of data points that we will get. When we are running 1 ppb of lithium solution, we'll get 65,000 data points. So if I go to even 1 ppt, I'll get 65 data points, which is sufficient to generate a good signal to noise ratio separation. If I go to high mass, where most of the toxic elements would lie, then therein we are getting 400,000 counts per second per 1 ppb of uranium solution. So it will give me 400 counts per 1 parts per trillion, which is good enough to give a signal to noise ratio separation and hence lower detection limits. The software, which is a standard supply with ICP-MS, offers all the compliance features as a standard supply. So if you're ever going for NABL accreditations, or if you want to work in any audit related environment, then you already have a software which is complying to all of the compliance features at the level of 21 CFR Part 11, which is used by US FDA, which is considered to be the gold standard when it comes to compliance. Now let's talk a little bit about food matrices, because when we are talking of rice, wheat, milk sample, paneer, butter, meat, spices, vegetables, it can be any food sample. As I've mentioned before, we don't care about the organic matter. So the sample preparation is as simple as just digesting it and getting it converted to a clear solution. So whichever sample it is, I'll weigh a certain amount, anywhere between 0.1 to 0.5 gram or maybe 1 gram of the sample. I'll load it to a microwave digester. It's just like any microwave digester, but the vessels which are used, it is made out of Teflon. So the entire sample introduction system is maintained metal-free. And we will add a mixture of nitric acid, HCl, and hydrogen peroxide, basically an oxidizing acid mixture, so that the organic molecules will break down. We'll then subject it to microwave digestion. And at the end of it, we should get a clear solution. Not transparent, just a clear solution, free from any precipitate, free from any particulate matter. That is what we will then dilute it to a known volume. And that is all I need to do when it comes to sample preparation. As I've mentioned, no matter which type of matrix, the sample preparation in a very brief will remain exactly the same. Maybe the temperature profiles of the microwave digester might vary from sample to sample, but overall, you can follow a set protocol for sample preparation, no matter which of the matrix you're choosing. Once that is done, you can select 1, 2, or as much as 60, 70 elements you want from the periodic table, and you can start quantifying it. Here is an example of few of the elements which we performed. As you can see, the R square is 0.995 or above, which is in very good agreement with all the regulatory guidelines. And that's it, actually. Once you do this, then you will follow just like any other method development. You will perform the method development, validate it, and then utilize it. So for Thermo Fisher, we are working in collaboration with FSSAI. We have a laboratory which is in collaboration with FSSAI in their campus in Ghaziabad. And we have a team who closely works with them. All of the literature. So herein, I'm only showing about ICP-MS, but if you go to Thermo Fisher's website, you will find multiple application notes on different food matrices, which are published from these laboratories. And it's basically then just replicating that method onto your instrument. It includes all the sample preparation parameters and the instrumental parameters as well in these application notes. So feel free to just visit Thermo Fisher's website. All of this is an open knowledge. If not, please contact any of our Thermo Fisher team and we'll be happy to share the notes with you. Now, talking a little bit advanced about of ICP-MS, any standalone elemental analysis will always give us total elemental composition. It will give us total arsenic, total mercury, total chromium. But as we are studying more about metal toxicity, we are understanding that chromium-3 and chromium-6 has different toxicity. Arsenic-3, arsenic-5, dimethyl arsenate, monomethyl arsenates have different toxicities. Even methyl mercury, inorganic mercury is known to have different toxicity. And for these type of different oxidation states of the same metal, we need to use a front-end chromatographic technique because a mass spectrometer will have around a unit mass resolution. So it will not be able to differentiate between the electron masses. And herein you can combine an ion chromatography, which is a completely metal-free system made out of polyethyl ether ketone, which is a polymer, coupled with ICP-MS to separate out different oxidation states. For example, if I want to look at methyl mercury and inorganic mercury concentrations, I can use ion chromatography coupled with ICP-MS. And as you can see in this particular example, I'm showing 3 different isotopes of mercury. We are getting coinciding peaks, and then you can just integrate the area under the peak. Since ICP-MS is a selective detector, you'll only get probably 2, 3, or 5 peaks, depending on what analysis you're doing. And this way you can determine different concentrations of different oxidation species of the same metal. One of the requirements, especially when rice is being exported, is that if you want to brand it as organic rice, then you need to report the inorganic arsenic and organic arsenic content. And we have our ICP-MS at LT Foods, which is the parent company for Dawat Basmati rice. And they do these kind of studies very routinely where they determine the inorganic arsenic content along with the dimethyl arsenate, monomethyl arsenate, or basically organic arsenic present in the rice samples. And they do that from sub-ppb level. So even if you're coupling ion chromatography with ICP-MS, you can still measure it from sub-ppb level as well. So not an issue at all. And this way you can determine different oxidation states of the same metal using ion chromatography coupled with ICP-MS. So since both of them, Thermo Fisher manufactures ion chromatography as well as ICP-MS, it's a unique combination which we offer. We control it using a single software without any trigger cable. You just load the sample in ion chromatography and the sample will get separated and will get detected in ICP-MS as the detector. So all of that in a single software in one of the easiest to use way, because all I'm doing is connecting the outlet of the column to the inlet of ICP-MS and just choosing a configuration which is built to control both IC as well as ICP-MS. So you can use ion chromatography for anion analysis. So ion chromatography is basically a complementary technique to ICP-MS. ICP-MS, if it gives you information about positively charged ions, ion chromatography will give you information about negatively charged species like phosphates, bromates, sulfates, any halogens for that matter. But when we couple it, it can also give us more insight into different oxidation states of the same species. Finally, the Qtegra software, which is a standard supply, it's an end-to-end solution starting from method parameters all the way up to sample list to report generation and all the calculations as a part of the single software. You can even enter the sample weight and final volume. So the final calculations are done in the software itself. So you don't need to basically export the data to any Excel for further post-processing. All of that is a part of the software itself. And that is all from my side. I hope I was able to keep in time, so we can take a couple of questions.
Yeah, that was a good presentation. Dr. Piyush was trying to tell how ICP is used for metal analysis and speciation of metal by using IC-ICP MS combination. That was interesting. But it assumes significance from the point of view of levels of metals in different food commodities. Now, we believed that total metal composition was really mattering, but of late the situation is changing. The different species of metals like cadmium 3 or 4 or arsenic 3 or 5, depending upon that, like same way he was mentioning about mercury, where it is inorganic mercury or the methyl mercury, which plays a role in generating toxicity in the consumer. From that point of view, this presentation assumes significance. Hopefully not from far, the standards sometimes likely to be revised based on the speciation of metals. So it was a good presentation. People might have enjoyed that. If there are one question, we can just take it up. One pressing question, if there is any, we can just take it up with Dr. Piyush. If not, we'll just go to the next presentation. Keep the result. Yes, madam, please.
Yes, ma'am.
As analysts, we have always been told whether it's ICP or your nitric acid matters. Why is it so important that I have to use AAS grade nitric acid, which is so expensive? And it, you know the thing, how the laboratories work.
Sure.
So because you didn't touch upon nitric acid and the HCl. So because this is what laboratories are facing, buying that very expensive AAS grade nitric acid to do the digestion.
That's a very good question, ma'am. So I'll answer it. See, in ICP-MS, as I mentioned, the hardware is capable of going as low as parts per trillion, but it depends on the laboratory environment. The reason why we need trace metal grade nitric acid, trace metal grade HCl, or for that matter, DI water is because that defines the baseline. Now, if my LR grade or AR grade acids, if you check the bottle, it will have 100 ppm of arsenic present in the acid itself. Now, if I'm having 100 ppm arsenic in my acid, and if my baseline is at 100 ppm, if I want to quantify ppb, it would be a very small peak in that very heavy baseline. And then it becomes the determining factor. Also, the very fact that if I'm doing limit of establishing LOQ, the requirement is that my LOQ should be, or the limit of detection should be at least 1/10 of the first point of calibration. Only then the LOQ establishment will work. And that is the principle of method development. And hence, to ensure that we can actually quantify and maintain that 1:3, noise to signal ratio, we need to ensure that the nitric acid, the water, the HCl which we are using maintains a minimum interference in the elements. Now, for that matter, if I would have been using, let's say, ICP OES, where I'm determining 50 ppm, I don't mind using LR grade or AR grade acid because there the concentration that I'm quantifying is at 50 ppm. But for food matrices where the limits are as low as 20 ppb in solid food samples, now if I'm taking 1 gram of sample, diluting it to 20 ml, that is already, or 0.1 gram of sample, that is already a 200 time dilution. So that 20 ppb gets divided by 200 times. And that is the limit which I have to achieve in my calibration graph in ICP-MS. When I'm working in such low concentrations, I have to ensure that the noise, which is the baseline, has to be as minimum as it can be. And that is the reason the acids which needs to be used have to be LR grade, have to be trace metal grade or supra pure grade acids.
If I do a blank with an ordinary,
Right.
using a thing, I should be able to, can you do that subtraction?
Mathematically, yes, but let's take a hypothetical example. My blank count is 8,000 and my signal is 80. Can I rely on, 8,000 getting subtracted from 80? That is true, but the system will have its own uncertainty as well. If you look at the system's uncertainty, if let's just take a very simple example of US FDA, right? They have a limit of 70% to 150% when we talk of recovery of spiked metals in ICP-MS. That is because the instrument has that level of uncertainty. So when we add instrumental uncertainty, the environmental parameters, we are not sure if it, the fluctuations are coming from the sample or if they are coming from the signal.
Thank you. My only concern is the cost of analysis goes up.
No, I do agree, ma'am.
Yeah, true. That is a pressing thing for a lab is concerned. Now, not only with acid, even the equipments per se, if you take, I think most of the representatives are known to me. We started with 1 crore sometime back, some 3 decades back. Now it is 3+. I think he's laughing at, but the fact remains, how many of the labs are able to buy this and equip themselves? Now the demand is for going for high-end equipments, but at the same time, they're at the receiving end. Now with one sample, they cannot go for a high-end equipments. The sample also should be to that extent so that they can generate money. It doesn't stop there. Madam with experience, madam is telling sulfuric acid is, nitric acid for digestion we are using, but then cost is, I think 30-40 times higher than the normal one. So somewhere we have to strike a balance. You are doing good in the R&D side when you develop the equipment. Maybe within inbuilt some techniques, probably you can.
So the answer to that question is, I can still use AR/LR grade acids. It doesn't mean that it's absolutely banned. Provided, let's say, the LR or AR grade acid does not have the elements which I am quantifying. Let's say if the LR AR grade has copper as an impurity, but I'm not interested in quantifying copper, I can still use it. It's just that,
no,
it's
that is purely
uncertain
theoretical.
with
Theoretical. At the end of the day, we cannot really go for it.
Exactly. And the LR or AR grade acid doesn't even come with a certificate of analysis for all the impurities. So it's basically performing the experiment and then determining it.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much for the interaction.
Thanks.
Sure, ma'am.
You're talking about that, and as an analyst, minimum I would do 3 samples.
Correct.
Yeah, plus the blind.
Yes.
That's right.
Thank you. Now
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the chair to present a small memento to the speaker, Dr. Piyush Diokar.
We have one last presentation before lunch by Jitendra Kalkar. He is going to talk on analytical solutions for nutraceutical testing towards healthy and prosperous India. Dr. Jitendra.
Yeah. I hope you can hear me till the end. Okay. Thank you, sir, for introduction and giving this opportunity to us for presenting our work. So today I have been given a responsibility to talk on analytical solutions for the nutraceutical testing. Okay. When we talk about nutraceutical testing, we can consider 2 ways. One thing is active content, or which are the nutrients which are beneficial to human being, And second is the safety of the nutraceuticals again. I like food safety because nutraceuticals are one of the part of the food safety. But today I will be talking only on nutritional testing. So, okay, that is a value addition. I will focus mainly on that. Basically, nutraceutical was the word which was tossed in late 1980s by the Dr. Stephen, who was a medical doctor profession. And he combined the word nutrition and pharmaceutical both together, because when we call nutrition, it is mainly the health benefit to improve your health. And when we talk about pharmaceutical, it has some medicinal benefits, okay, to prevent the disease or to improve your immune system. So that's why nutraceutical has a meaning that the food in any form you take, it will benefit you to improve your health, your immunity, or in fact, it will prevent the diseases. Considering this, but in that case, you have to remember that when, as we are discussing since morning, it depends on what food you take and how you take. Okay, so Eat Right movement is started by Government of India in 2018, and this is basically focusing on the right food to eat to improve your health. And when we talk about that, first thing you should know what is right. Okay, unless and until you can't decide to whether I should eat or not eat. So that's why we have to do the analysis of the nutraceutical or food. And these are the all major nutritions which we can get from the food. There are two types of the nutritions we can say, essential and non-essential. So essential are the food which is basically body cannot produce it or metabolize it or synthesize it. We have to get it from the food outside. And non-essentials are which body can produce it. Okay. So all these categories, you will find the essential as well as non-essential categories. When we talk about fatty acids, so I will go one by one into all these nutritions and show you how the analytical solutions are there. When we talk about fatty acids, it again, today morning we are discussing, fatty acids are mainly responsible for giving you the energy, as well as they are responsible for causing CVDs, okay, cardiovascular diseases. And you know that today, all over in the world, the cardiovascular diseases are the major concern. Okay, and in that case, you should know when you are taking a food, what is the proportion of the fatty acids, because fatty acids can be long chain, can be short chain. They can be saturated, they can be unsaturated. In general, WHO recommends that polyunsaturated fatty acids are very good for health. And the ratio of polyunsaturated, that is PUFA to SFA, that is saturated fatty acid, should be minimum 0.8 to 1 or more than that. And omega-6 to omega-3 is 5 to 10. That is beneficial. So it is always works in together. You cannot have only omega-6 or you cannot have only polyunsaturated. So again, there is monounsaturated, which has to be controlled. And PUFA plus MUFA and SFA, saturated fatty acid ratio, should not exceed 2. So that is again a condition. So we will consider first the example of analysis of oil, essential oil, edible oil. So we have done the method, which is as per AOC 963.33 available. The sample preparation is simple. That is forming the esterification and an extraction in hexane. And this is the instrumental method. We have used this GCFID simple. And we did the fatty acid profiling for 137 samples. This was the work we did in collaboration with CFL. And 137 market samples we analyzed. This is a summary of those samples. And we observed that mustard oil, soybean oil, and sunflower oil. These oils, we found that they are much beneficial because their PUFA to saturated fatty acid ratio is more than 1.8 to 1. Also, their omega-6 to omega-3 is within 5 to 10. and their monounsaturated fatty acids are also higher. So this is very good condition wherein these oils are very healthy. So this way we should know which oils are healthy for us. Then another thing is trans fat. When we are talking on this, so saturated fatty acids, unsaturated fatty acids can be cis or trans. So cis fatty acids are always good for health. Okay, trans fatty acids are not good. So always we say that less trans fatty acids is good. And for that purpose, FSSAI has put the limit by 22 to less than 2%. Now in the market, no oil more than 2% trans fatty acid is allowed to sell or gold because that is not good, healthy. So this is again a sample preparation, similar way, esterification. Just here we have used BF3 for esterification, extraction with hexane, and then injected. Here we have used GCMS, a SEAM mode, because we wanted to go for the lower levels. And then we observed in the market value, the label claim which FSSAI claims as, when you say it is trans fat is free, the oil is free from trans fat, it should be less than 0.2%. And the oil which we tested, wherein they mentioned trans fat free, it was just 0.2%. So it was on the borderline. So, but still, it's okay because it is very less. And that way they have specified the limits for the labelings. If you are labeling something, it should be complying the requirement of FSSAI. Then same oil, when I take, I want to see the vitamins which I'm getting from the oil. As in the morning, there was a lot of discussion on fortification. Now the oil is fortified with vitamin D and vitamin A. So the main thing what we wanted to check was whatever the claims, label claims are there in the market when they fortify, whether it is matching to the actual values. So we have developed a method for fat soluble vitamins, that is vitamins in oil, for vitamin D and vitamin A. And here we have, this is the pointer. No pointer. Okay, no problem. So here is the instrumental parameter which we have used with the transitions. Okay, we have used MSMS and LCMSMS. And also here you can see that particularly for vitamin D, we had to derivatize by phenyltrazodone. Okay, that is a derivatizing agent. But vitamin A, we don't have to derivatize. We can directly take as a sample just extracted with the isooctane and water. And then we reconstituted it acetonitrile and we did the analysis. We process coconut oil, sunflower oil, and groundnut oil. So these are the chromatograms at 50 and 100 ppb. For vitamin D, 50 ppb, and for vitamin A, 100 ppb. So you can see a very clean chromatogram with very sharp peaks we obtain. And vitamin D2 with the LOQ of 50 ppb of in oil, coconut oil and sunflower oil were found to be very well aligning with their claims. We got 103 and 97% of the results to their claims. And coconut and groundnut oil, they were also in line for vitamin A. What was the claim? It was 97 and 96% to the claim. So we tested 6 number of samples and RHD is very good. So we can rely on this method, and this method we have already transferred to EIA and they are using it. Yeah, for water soluble vitamins, we have taken vitamin B in protein powder. Sample preparation, except vitamin B12, we have to do for vitamin, except vitamin B12, we have to do the dilution in a different way, the extraction in 1% acetic acid. And then extraction supernatant liquid can be injected on the LCMS. While as vitamin B12, we have to use trichloroacetic acid. This is for the good recovery. And this is the instrumental method we have used. And these are all the vitamins we could get very well separated and sharp peaks. And again, here you can see the results of label claim, which are matching with our results. So yeah, the label claims are quite aligning with what are the actual results, what we got. Sorry. Now we'll come to amino acids. So as you know, amino acids are the main building block for the proteins. And proteins are very important in a body for human being, for multiple functioning, okay? Metabolism, then your immunity system and all. So there are essential amino acids and non-essential amino acids. So here there are various methods available for analysis of amino acid. So you can have the pre-column derivatization, you can have the post-column derivatization, and also you can have the column switching. I will explain you. This column switching can help you in analyzing the isomers of amino acids, D and L, dextro and levo, or this switching can help you in accelerating your process of analysis, because one column when analysis is going on, other column goes for the flushing or washing. So both ways you can use. And pre-column derivatization and post-column derivatization. Now we have automation. So you can actually do the derivatization in the injector port itself for pre-column, and post-column, after the sample comes out of the column, you can derivatize by restrictor coil or reaction coil. So you don't have to do anything. You can do directly through lab solution programming and it can happen. So we have a lot of applications on this, but I will take just example for amino acids we have analyzed from the fish, okay? And it is just a fish we blended, crushed, and then hydrolyzed with acid, HCl. And then by adjusting the extraction pH and all, we extracted hexane and we did the defatting of the sample and then reconstituted. Then we did the analysis on LC-MS. You can see here that we could do all the different, almost 21 amino acids we could analyze. And there are the representative linearities and chromatograms. So peaks are very sharp, well separated. Linearities we can achieve from lower to higher level. So here is the summary of the result. So among 21 amino acids, all are in red mark, are the essential amino acids. So those actually are very important for us to get it from the food. So you can see these essential amino acid percentage. Overall, the total percentage of essential amino acid is almost around 10%, what we can get from the fish. Also here you can see, because of we are doing acid hydrolysis, the asparagine and glutamine, they get converted into the aspartic acid and glutamic acid. So that's why you cannot detect them here, but they are getting converted into the acids. So here you can use the separate method if you want to check them in intact, and hydrolysis can be done as base hydrolysis, and you can do. Then coming to polyphenols. So polyphenols, when we do the analysis, as you know, in the natural products or natural food, the polyphenols are in multiple numbers. They are in hundreds. So when particularly you want to analyze the polyphenols for their efficacy or usefulness, and you want to decide whether these polyphenols are useful for me or not, because polyphenols can be antioxidant, they are anti-carcinogenic effects. So polyphenols can be very useful depending on their composition. So when we want to analyze the polyphenols, the single dimension LC cannot work. So here you can have the two-dimensional LC approach, wherein the two columns are used. I'll show you the diagram and working. So two columns can be used, and the height cut taken from the first column can be sent to the second column for further separation. So by this way, you can get very sharp peaks and you can separate n number of compounds. So in fact, your separation capacity increases to double. Here you can see the sample preparation, this simple sample preparation with lyophilized method and just reconstitution and extraction into the methanolic ASEAN. So these are the 2D LC approach we have done. We have done this with Nexera E and LCMS 8050, the brand, top brand LCMS. And in that case, what we have done is first dimensional separation, we have used a micro column, okay, micron column, submicron column. That is 1 mm ID and 3.5 micron. So here, the flow rate is very low. We kept hardly 0.4. And in that case, all the fractions we collected after every 1 minute. And after every 1 minute, whatever the fraction collected, alternatively in loop A and loop B. So the loop, once I collect the fraction in loop A, loop B goes into the line for the analysis. And when I'm collecting a fraction in B, the loop A goes into the line. So alternatively, the loops are going into the line for the analytical column. And the column keeps on analyzing every fraction which is collected after 1 minute. I will show you how it looks. This is a two-dimensional picture which we can see. On the left side, it is a fraction collection of 1 minute. And on the bottom, you can see the actual LC runs and the chromatograms what we got. Okay. So when we are plotting this, this is actually a Chrome Square software which can do it for you. And it will represent 2D as well as 3D view. When you can actually see like hills, you can see the picture in 3 dimensions and separated in 3 dimensions. And by this way, you can separate 83 compounds on LCMS and identify and quantify also them. So this is very interesting. This is a quantification summary for this. And you can see that gallic acid derivatives, flavonoids, hydroxybenzoic acid and anthocyanins are the major component in this rust. That is sumac, we call it as. So depending on this, now the gallic acid derivatives and anthocyanins have the very good antioxidant properties. So they are very good, useful for human being to take it. So I think this helps in understanding which is a good nutritional food for us and how much you should take and when to take. Then catechins. We have a method package or catechin kit available to analyze the catechins. Again, this is in tea leaves. We have done the analysis. Different tea leaves, we have compared the proportion of the catechins available with us. So these are 11 catechins which can be analyzed. The kit contains a complete method, which contains column, which contains a report format file, and as well as the UV spectral files database. So it is everything is ready for you. So you can use this kit for analysis of catechins. Then carotenoids, okay, like lutein. So carotenoids are, multiple carotenoids are there. They are again having a very health beneficiary nutrition, antioxidant properties, as well as the anti-cancerous properties. So sample preparation is given here. I will not go in detail, but it is just a saponification and then extraction with the organic solvent. And then we have used YMC column. And by performing the LCMS-MS, we have analyzed almost 5 carotenoids. You can see that even lutein is also there, which is almost 34%. And these are 2 different leaves we analyze, and linearity representative graphs are there in ppm. Huh? Yeah, PD. Oh, sorry. I said MS. Okay. But actually, you can do it on MS also. Yeah. In infant formula, we have done for elemental. And here I would like to go quickly because the beauty, as my colleague said, the beauty of ICP-MS is that you can have a 10-degree linearity. Okay. So you can analyze the harmful elements and also the essential elements both in the same analysis, same run. So here you can see we have analyzed copper, manganese, molybdenum, and then zinc, all in and also along with that cadmium, arsenic, lead in the same run. So which are to the from sub ppb level to the ppm level. So that you can do in the same run. So that is the beauty. So these are the results what we got for cadmium and arsenic. We have analyzed and checked in rice and in China milk powder, and these are less than the regulations which are required. Okay. For cow milk, again, the same thing we have done. And we have analyzed zinc, lead, mercury, copper, cadmium, arsenic in the same run from 0.1 ppm to 250 ppm in the same run. And these are day 1, day 2 reproducibilities. These are validated methods, obviously. Then as a whole, I would like to show that Shimadzu has lot many packages, method packages and kits available for analysis of various things. Today I have covered only the nutraceutical analysis, but we have the method packages for residual pesticides, veterinary drugs, aminoglycoside, antibiotics, then mycotoxins, dioxins, and metabolites, fatty acids. All method packages are there. Catechin kits are there. Reagents also are there. So multiple things we can support. Last but not least, I want to touch upon the probiotic or bacterial analysis. So microorganism identification, specifically MALDI. So what we use is MALDI ID plus. Okay, this is a high resolution laser desorption technology, ionization technology, wherein actually we have the Saramis type database, wherein you can culture your microbial thing and then analyze in it and just try to match it with the library. So you can actually identify the microbes, and because lactobacillus or E. coli, even the other salmonella, well, all of the things you can identify. There are hundreds of microbial identifiers are in the library. So you can just match it with library. Yeah. And lastly, I would like to tell you that the currently this regulation has come from EU for 4 PFAS compounds, and PFOS, PFOA, PFNA, and PFHX. Okay. So in this, the requirement currently it is in the fish. So because the CIFT is here, I wanted to show it to you. For fish meat, it is currently has come, and you can see that the total requirement is basically 2 ppb level for the total, and for individual you can see the lowest is a 0.2 ppb. So actually we need to achieve 0.2 ppb for all when we are analyzing. So we have a good news that we have a validated method package. So validated method with us, all the sample preparation, the column requirement, the instrumental conditions, and the MRM conditions are given all in the book. And for example, by adopting this method, we already transferred to exposure inspection EIA here, and they're using this, and we get a very sharp picks for all the analytes, even at the 0.1 ppb level. So you can see that we can further go low, but we have done the linearity from 1.1 ppb to 2 ppb. And sorry, and this is the booklet for PFAS analysis. Here you can visit our stall if you are interested. You can get it, or there is an e-copy. You can ask for us. We can send it across to you. And this contains all the details of the method and results. Okay. Yeah. So this is all from my side. So you are what you eat. So make healthy choices. So that's why you need to test it. And just in one slide, I said that eat to test and test to eat. Okay. So now I think I'm standing in between you and lunch. So now we will test. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's.
Thank you, Jitendra. It was a good presentation. You highlighted most of the equipments using this for the estimation of biomolecules. It was interesting. I think I don't mind reserving the questions for the lunch hour.
Okay.
Okay. I think it was 4 good presentations, one on food fortification, and the remaining were on the analytical techniques. That was a good session. Took a long time though. I thank all the presenters for the good presentation and for the good interaction. Without wasting time, I thank one and all and break this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. J. Bindu, Head of Fish Processing Division, to present a small memento to Dr. Jitendra Kelkar from Shimatsu. Thank you, Shankar sir, for chairing the session. Thank you, Parvati ma'am. Now we will break for lunch. So before we break for lunch, I request Dr. Lalita Gowda madam to present a small memento to our chair, Dr. T.V. Shankar sir. I request madam to present a memento to our apportier, Dr. Parvati. Thank you, ma'am. So after lunch, I request all of you to reassemble in the auditorium by 2:30.
Hello.
We have 7 presentations in this session. The session will be chairing by Dr. Sushila Matthew. Dr. Sushila Matthew is currently working as a principal scientist in Biochemistry and Nutrition Division of ICAR-CIFT Cochin. She has initiated her career as a scientist at ICAR-CIFT Cochin in 1992, and she held the position of Head Division of Biochemistry and Nutrition during 2014 to 2019. Her research in areas include fish biochemistry, marine bioactive molecules, analytical chemistry, biomaterial sciences, residue and contaminant analysis, and seaweed research. She has published more than 250 research publications in peer-reviewed international journals. She is also a recipient of several awards and honors, which include Chidambaram Memorial Award for Team Research, Devak Mehta National Education Award for Best Teacher in Biochemistry, Vice President of SOFTI, approved NABL Assessor, Expert Committee Member in TIFAC, EMBEDA, KUFOS, QUISAT, TNAU, Bharatiyar University, Fisheries Colleges, State Government Colleges, and Member of Management Committee of NBFGR, Life Corporate Fellow of SOFTI. I welcome ma'am to chair this session. I also welcome the rapporteur, Dr. A. Jaykumari, Senior Scientist of Fish Processing Division. So I'm handing over the mic to Sushila ma'am.
Thank you, Ramya, for the introduction. We are now in the second session of the National Technical Workshop of Indian Perspective on Food Safety, Security and Standards. As you all know, the topic is of great relevance today, as today is the World Food Safety Day. And as you all know, every 1 person in 10 has foodborne illness in the world. So in India, many organizations are working hard to improve the food safety, but still we have to go a long way. And I hope that this workshop will be very useful to all of you, and that with this workshop will be definitely helpful to know the latest developments in this field, and also to chalk out the programs for future. And the recommendations as suggested in the morning will be handed over to all, especially to the industry. And as I understand, there are 7 talks now, and we are running short of time. So I request all the speakers to restrict to their time. And the first talk is by Dr. Lalita R. Gowda, who is a renowned personality in food safety. Everybody knows her. She doesn't require any introduction. And her topic is on nutraceuticals and health supplements, Indian scenario. Welcome, madam. Welcome.
Dr. Lalita R. Gowda retired as the Chief Scientist at CSIR Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysore in 2014. She obtained her PhD in biochemistry from Baylor University in Texas, USA, and pursued postdoctoral training at the Department of Biochemistry, University of Cambridge, UK. With over 3.5 decades of professional experience as a research scientist, Dr. Lalita Gowda specialized in the areas of structural biology of plant proteins, protein engineering, analytical biochemistry, and food safety. She has published 90 peer-reviewed articles in renowned journals. Dr. Lalita R. Gowda is globally recognized for her exceptional analytical skills and in-depth knowledge of food analysis. Leveraging her vast experience and expertise, she continues to be actively involved in various aspects of food safety and quality assurance. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that note. In the next half an hour, I'll cut down my talk. I'm going to talk to you about nutraceuticals and health supplements. What is the Indian scenario? So what I will do is I will just introduce why nutraceuticals and health supplements came into the scenario. What are our regulations, that is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India's regulations on it, and some of the analytical challenges, because there are a lot of analytical people here, the challenges that we are facing for doing the analysis of nutraceuticals and health supplements. The last speaker, Jitendra, he talked, I thought he was going to talk about nutraceuticals, but I found it was more on nutritional information on that thing. So I will just start, I think. Did it? No, okay. Where's your- Okay, right. Okay. So let's just look at the history of our food and what we all thought about food. So if you look between the 1920 and 80, the 20s and the 80s, what the question we always asked was, what food is required for me? Most of us growing up, what food is required? Should I drink milk? Our parents rather, or grandparents said, milk is good, legumes are good. And also the researchers as such looked at it. Right? Yeah. So mainly if you look at the research and what is being discussed, it was protein because in most of the underdeveloped countries, at that time India was underdeveloped also, it was the protein calorie malnutrition resulting in kwashiorkor or marasmus, which now of course is not there. Then you have the iron deficiency, anemia, thyroid, rickets, etc. And the main concern of the nutritionists then, or the food scientists then, was to actually identify where we could get these nutrients in the food. That means where they were, for vitamins, minerals, the calciums, etc. And it was promoting those foods for health. Okay. Next, if you look later on, about 30 years later in the 50s and 80s, the question changed. It changed to what does the food do to me? Rather than what is the food required for me, it was what does the food do for me? And why this was there is because, we heard so much about lifestyle diseases, obesity, eating too much, etc. And a lot of research came in because of the number of obese people that were increasing in the population because of high calories, and colon cancer, which we thought colon cancer mainly came because we were not eating high fiber foods. We had change to having processed foods which had no fiber in them. And then the heart diseases, the CVD diseases, which everyone knows came in because it was said that it was due to eating the high saturated fat. And so then our mindset changed, and we changed to look at identifying the nutrients or components which were responsible for these lifestyle diseases and trying to reduce those components in the food, trying to have low fat, high fiber, etc., low sodium, low cholesterol, etc. And many publications, as the figure you see on the right that I have put, came out where it clearly showed that, high fat diet was responsible for the cardiovascular diseases. Then 1990s to date, the question changed, and the question was that what does food do for me, rather than what it was thing. So what does it do for me? And in this one, if you see, then came the thing is optimizing the food, the nutrition that we were having, and trying to see, or we moved to a more preventive care, trying to avoid getting cardiovascular disease, trying to avoid being obese, trying to avoid getting hypertension. So the scenario changed from, food which is required for me, what does the food do, what does the food do to me? And this is when the nutraceuticals as such came into thing. So, okay. So the era of nutraceuticals came in. And as I said, the changing scenario was not to increase the lifespan. The changing scenario was that whatever lifespan I had, can we change that to a health span to have good health? So the actually the motto then came in is the promotion and maintenance of good health.
It was proactive care. And I'm sure there are many of you who are sitting in the audience here who would be taking many nutraceuticals. You know, I'm sure there are so many who are taking garlic pearls. There may be people, you know, taking ginseng or Vitania somnifera. Well, what you get, mainly what you're getting from the internet, we do. So this proactive care for prevention of the heart disease or thing is what built in. And this actually led to the era of nutraceuticals. Okay, so we shifted, as we said, from food to that, to what Hippocrates said is let food be thy medicine. And that is what now the nutraceuticals and the functional foods are. So the focus is, as I've said, is on prevention or preventive care. Okay, so the term nutraceutical, I don't need to say this because this was there in the previous speaker's slide. It was actually coined in 1996, taking, you know, nutrition from nutrition, half of nutrition and half of the medicine pharmaceuticals to be coined as nutraceuticals. So in short, or in thing, it is a food or part of a food or nutrient that provides health benefits, including prevention and the treatment of disease. Right. Could you just, yeah, maybe I will just say next. Yeah, okay. Previous slide, please. The previous one. Yeah, okay. So as I said, nutraceuticals came in, and then if you look at the nutraceuticals, there was a nutraceutical for almost any type of disease, lifestyle disease. So you look at cardiovascular health, you have, I'm sure, omega-3, omega-6 ratio. You heard about omega-3 and 6. You need the sulfur-containing compounds from garlic, which can reduce cholesterol. You have beta-glucans from oats, which can reduce cholesterol, etc. Then you have for cancer, the cancer prevention. All of you and many of you, I'm sure, are taking curcumin, having haldi in there, piperine, pepper in the milk. So you have for cancer, you have a group of nutraceuticals. For cardiovascular disease, you have a group of nutraceuticals. For hypertension, you have a group of nutraceuticals. And then you have, it's not only health or anything, it's also the personal care or how you look. So for skin, you know, there are so many nutraceuticals that you are, you know, projected or advertised. And I'm sure many of the youngsters sitting here might be taking these nutraceuticals, whether, you know, they are effective or not, because we do get some pseudo information in the web, and, you know, without consultation, we tend to take these nutraceuticals. Next, please. Yeah. So now, with this global nutraceutical market grew, you know, all the food business operators do. So if you look at this, this is a very recent data that is there for the nutraceutical share in the market. And if you look at it, one of the major shares is that of weight management. So there are so many foods to tell you for what you require for weight management, bone and joint health, cancer care, and things. So, and especially in case of women, you know, for osteoporosis and the symptom, to overcome the symptoms of menopause, all these nutraceuticals have come in. And I'm very, very surprised because very recently, you know, we visited a relative who had, you know, some, I mean, heart surgery or thing. And then the doctor had given her nutraceuticals. And here, you know, giving glucosamine and thing for bone and joint health. I mean, what does bone and joint health do with having had an angioplasty? And it is thing because they don't know, at least we read up and we try to understand, you know, why we are taking these medicines or this thing. But these people don't know, and they think that it is something that has to be taken regularly. So, and they're so expensive, especially those for joint care and health. Next slide, please. So the drivers from for this nutraceutical market, as we see, is this preventive care. And then, one size does not fit you. And of course, we are reading even the newspapers carry articles on, which nutraceuticals are good or not. And so you have, next slide, then you have, next slide, please. And so now you have this boom of all sorts of things. So, I can take, I like chocolate, so I can take those chocolate calcium cues. I like to eat cereal, so I will eat that fruit and fiber cereal, which is enriched with vitamin and thing. I want antioxidants because I want to be stress-free. So I will take all this, and then I'm aging. So I might anticipate, I don't have bone and joint problems, but I might anticipate that I'm going to get bone and joint problems. So I will take next. So what has happened is, because of this boom in nutraceuticals and functional foods, there is no regulatory system. This debate for a regulatory framework came in. I think somebody online is having, maybe you need to mute all the online people. Right, thank you. Yeah. So what has happened is, if you I took this picture from a publication which came in the British Journal because it looked so effective. So what has happened with the nutrition and the nutritionals that we have, they are not, they don't cause, as you heard Professor Gulati say in the morning, it doesn't cause any concern, very little, of overdose. So you can take vitamins, you can take proteins and other things. So there is no worry about their safety. But whereas when you come to nutraceuticals or anything, there is some concern on the safety, and of course, to make the consumer happy, the efficacy. So the governments require to have a regulatory framework or regulations for this. So whether they are, probiotics, prebiotics, we have to look at the safety, and we have to look at the quality of these products. And of course, as you see later, as I show you our regulations, the foods for special medical purposes and the foods for special dietary use are of concern, and we have to look at the safety of that. So taking all this into consideration, India, FSSAI, next, please. May I have the next slide? Yeah. So this regulatory framework in India came in. The first nutraceutical regulation came in November 2016, but it was, there were a lot of overwriting, schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, and it was a bit confusing all this. So therefore, the new regulations were drafted by the panel, and of course, there are a lot of questions, and the complete regulation is not there. The gazetted regulation is not there. But as per the notification, the draft regulations are operational from 1st April 2022. So now, very clearly, there are 5 categories of the nutraceuticals. They are under this category. One is the health supplement, the nutraceuticals, the foods for special dietary use, which include foods for sports persons, foods for special medical purpose, prebiotic and probiotic foods. Next, please. Okay, so what is the scope of the regulation? It tells you or describes what can be used and what is a nutraceutical. Many a time, when you look at nutraceuticals, you just think of a juice, Karela juice, because we know it is supposed to be good for diabetes also. So what it clearly says that it applies to anything which is used to formulate, which should be clearly distinguishable from the foods that are intended for regular use. Okay, and then it is not, no nutraceutical, none of these, that is out of the 6, can be used for children below 2 years. So it is only for children above 2 years. They cannot contain any drug or drug-like substance or a narcotic substance, or even anything which comes under Drug and the Cosmetic Acts. And with this, I haven't put this in the slide here, but it was a notification which came only last week on it, where earlier we were allowing vitamins and minerals to be added at more than 1 RDA. And, because under nutraceutical, it was there. Now, as per the Drugs and the Cosmetic Act, anything above 1 RDA will not be considered a food and it will come under drugs. So FSSAI has, has an advisory or a notification that no more will it, consider any application containing, any applicant who asks for adding vitamins or minerals above the RDA, above 1 RDA. Earlier, we were looking at it under non-specified foods for thing. And nowhere can you claim that your product will mitigate a disease or cure a disease. This is sort of the scope of it. Next, please. Yeah. So the other things is foods which are excluded. So foods which are excluded is, for example, I can have just a spice mix. I cannot just mix 5 or 6 spices and call it a nutraceutical, or I cannot take a Karela juice or a jamun, mix a Karela and a jamun juice or thing. So very clearly it says that mere food forms, and it actually lists these foods in the regulation. You cannot call these under nutraceuticals. These will be considered under our standard food additives and food products regulations 2011. Next, please. So delivery formats, they can be anyone. So they do resemble drugs and things because they can be powders, they can be tablets, they can be capsules, they can be gummy bears, they can be, biscuits, whatever. But one clause over there says that when it actually mimics a normal food, like when it mimics a biscuit or when it mimics a chocolate, there has to be a clear distinction. You have to write nutraceuticals or health supplements. Otherwise, what will happen is the consumer will just buy this as an ordinary grocery product and would, keep consuming that. Next, please. Yeah. So which are the ingredients permitted? Of course, if you go to the regulations, we have got the schedules. We have Schedule 1, which gives you vitamins and minerals. It also tells you which are the sources of the vitamins and minerals you can add to it. It gives you the dosage of it there. Then you have Schedule 2, which has plants and botanicals. So this is a very, very large list. And as I come to you analytical people who are here, who are developing, that is your challenge. We have about 436 plants and botanicals which are permitted, different extracts, one from the root or shoot or leaves, etc. In Schedule 3, we have about 235 molecules which could be used. They are either purified or as given in that. And Schedule 4 has got the prebiotics and probiotics, which are quite simple. But of course, for analysis, it would be difficult because in prebiotics, you have about 28 species of lactobacillus which can be added. And you're supposed to identify which species is there in the probiotic food that you have. So that is also a challenge for the the microbiologists. As I said, plant botanicals, there are 439 listed. It also gives you the dosage, what can be added in that. And the thing is, our regulations, especially in India, are so explicit and simple compared to US FDA or EU regulations, because that tells you, look at this regulation, look at that, or CFR. But in India, our regulation has everything in one place. So you just open the document, and if you are a manufacturer of nutraceuticals, you know what to do. If you're analyzing nutraceuticals, if you have a laboratory, you know what to do. So very clearly, it says here what the dosage should be for 5 to 16 years. It should be half of that. For 2 to 5 years, it should be 1/4 of what is that. And in case when children from 2 to 5 years have to take it, they have to take it only under the advice of a medical practitioner. So extracts are given. And also what I want to tell you is here, sometimes, the percentage of the extracts that can be added are there. Next slide. It also tells you which solvents can be used for extraction of that and that. In Schedule 3, you have the molecules. Most of them are amino acids, enzymes, astaxanthin, the carotenoids, etc. Here also the dosage is given. Some cases the source which can be used, and also it tells you the purity that has to be there. If you want to use something which is not in any of these schedules and you want to make a nutraceutical, you have to take an approval from FSSAI under a regulation called Regulation for Non-Specified Foods. And when you use these molecules, which are there, as I said, you have to use food grade solvents for extraction. You can't use any of the thing. And if you're using any solvent which is not there, given, you have to take prior approval. So it's very clear. So we know exactly what we have to do for thing. And what the regulation also says is you cannot sell a pure compound, like any of these which are listed in Schedule 3 just as a pure compound. Neither can you market any synthesized compound from chemically synthesized from Schedule 3. They have to be from the sources that we are given, because there are certain things like, say I want to add vanillin. You can either extract vanillin from vanilla, get the flavor, or you can chemically synthesize it. So even para-hydroxybenzoic acid, I can synthesize it, or I can get it from a natural source. So as a nutraceutical, only the natural source is arrived, not the synthetic one. Next, please. The probiotics and prebiotics, as I said, this list is small. So this is not that much of an analytical challenge other than the species identification. Probiotic analysis will be quite easy. I mean, as a biochemist, I've gone to the list and I think there isn't much difficulty in doing these analysis. Next. Okay. So purity, as I said, is very clearly mentioned, and you're not allowed to use single purified chemical thing. If the purity is not there and you want to use it or thing, they have given you an alternate that you can go to Codex, you can go to JECFA, you can go to US Pharmacopoeia, Indian Pharmacopoeia. So the thing is large, and you can use that for thing. Next, please. Yeah. So now coming to the thing, I'll just tell you about two important ones, the health supplement and thing. It very clearly, because many a time I have gone to analytical laboratories and they always ask me, how do you differentiate between a health supplement and a nutraceutical? Because, there is such a thin line of difference between them. But as in our regulation, it is very clear that in a health supplement, you cannot add anything which is in Schedule 3. So if you look at the list of ingredients of the nutraceutical you're analyzing, and it contains any ingredient in Schedule 3, then you consider that as a nutraceutical. That is not a health supplement. Whereas a nutraceutical can contain all the other things. So that is the very thin hairline difference between the specifically, you have to give the usage, you have to give the dosage of thing. You cannot use more than 1 RDA. And if you're making any claim, you must have more greater than 1/3 the RDA for that. Okay. So if any standards are not specified, we always have Codex. So you can use the Codex thing. And the limits also are given in the schedules, as I said. Next, please. Nutraceuticals, you can use all, including those which are in Schedule 3. And the limits, if you're using Schedule 3, say astaxanthin, or you're using lutein purified or anything, the limit is given. Again, if you're making a claim, it has to be more than 15%. That is 1/3 of the RDA. In the vitamins, I actually forgot to tell you, if you're using the vitamins and vitamin D3, especially not D3, D2 or D2 from seaweed or lichens, that is allowed. No, D3, because actually D3 is not allowed because it's considered non-vegetarian, but D3 is the more absorbable form, but you can get D3 from seaweed and lichens. So if you want to use that, you have to get prior approval, and FSSAI has given the thing. So here I just put on this what I found, collagen gummies. I always wonder, why do we need collagen? Because, collagen, if you see, when you take collagen or you eat it, it's broken down into amino acids. And so many people think, this is a cosmetic products, instead of getting a facelift or something, if I take, collagen tablets or something like that. I mean, it's, it's a cause of concern that we have all these things and advertised. And the thing is, we have this e-commerce and regulations for that, although FSSAI is bringing it in, it's not, reaching that thing. Next thing. Yeah. So as I said, how to differentiate a nutraceutical or health supplement is to see if it contains an ingredient from Schedule 3. If it does, it is a nutraceutical. Otherwise, it is, you can consider it as a health supplement. Next, please. Okay. So to make the consumer aware, now the labeling regulations are very, very stringent. So we have, I sit in some committees, we have actually not approved products even from big players, especially in terms of infant food, unless they put nutraceutical, health supplement, probiotic, prebiotic. It has to be on the front of the pack. It has to be in capital, and it has to be in bold. Plus, you have to say which is the target group. This is expected to be on the front of the label. That is the front pack of the label. Next. So the others are a long list, but if you're in a laboratory or a regulator, you make a checklist and you tick it off, because you need recommend usage level, keep out of reach of children, where to store it, and not to be used as a substitute for food. So all these, I mean, I'm not going to go through because I want to keep to my time. Next thing, because this regulation is there, I have actually directly taken it from the regulation. But importantly, I want to tell you about FSDU. This is the Foods for Special Dietary Uses. So you are allowed to manufacture a food for special dietary use, but currently FSSAI is allowing only for weight management, obesity, diabetics, BP, pregnant and lactating women, geriatrics, celiac disease, sleep management, and foods for sports person. If you want to manufacture for any other as a thing, you need to take permission. They will look at it. You need approval for that. You are allowed to add all the ingredients that there are there, all ingredients in the schedules, which are allowed in ours. Next, please. Then here you need to actually tell, again, in the front of the pack, FSDU, and you have to give the target. Means it is for people who are, induced for weight thing. Then you also here, you have to say that, it cannot be used by lactating and pregnant women. And you have to also give the dosage, and you have to say that, you need to actually, it cannot be used for parental thing, it has to be used only for oral use, and it should be taken with the advice of a dietitian or a medical practitioner, which is very, very important. Next thing. Foods for sports persons is something which is coming up. You find this, it is allowed, but one of the things for this is that they have to use this logo, which is in the bottom corner, which is FSDU. And another thing one has to remember, if you're going to be a nutraceutical manufacturer, there are a lot of youngsters here who are still thinking of careers. If you look at the boom, you may want to become an FBO. In FSDU, you're not allowed to have a single prohibited substance which is declared by the World Anti-Doping Agency, and you're supposed to put it on the label. That means all these manufacturers must get their samples tested for the doping substance, and WADA, the international body, every year puts out the list of these chemicals which are not permitted. Next thing. FSMP, this is again a very special category for medical purposes. Nobody can manufacture or market without approval. Even though we have the regulation, it cannot be manufactured or sold without prior approval of FSSAI. So there is a special committee to look at it. And here what we need to think is differences from the other is recommended under medical advice, nutritionally complete, it is not for parental use, and you have to give the osmolarity. Because most of these are for the renal patients and thing. So very clearly it is there. And these are mainly, you find they are for dialysis patients or people who have kidney problems and things. And of course, for children with low birth weight, premature kids. So they all come under FSMP, and they will be provided by law. FSSAI will give them approval. Next thing. So probiotics, I'm sure, how many of you drink Yakult? I mean, you can see there goes, if you have buttermilk every day or ordinary curd, but Yakult, you are thing. So Yakult is a probiotic. What is required here is the organism has to be shown on the label on it, and of course not for medical thing and probiotic food. So I don't know if you have a reason for taking Yakult, or it's just that everyone says Yakult is a probiotic and you take it. Next, please. Yeah. So claims are voluntary. They are not mandatory other than the nutritional, the labeling claims. You can make any claim on it. If you look in the next slide, I've just summarized the claims that are permitted, nutrient-led claims, but you are not allowed to make any claims to say that, you will be affected if you don't eat that nutraceutical. Claims that how much of weight you will reduce by taking, 10 grams of 2 tins of that. There is no that it is recommended by a certain physician or a thing, not allowed. No claims on cancer is allowed. No claims that it, cures you or mitigates the disease or the efficacy is allowed. They are very, very strict on this. Next slide. So these are the claims, which are in our advertising and claims regulations 2018, which are allowed if these are one of the ingredients. For example, if I have calcium, I can write that calcium enhances bone formation or is good for bones. If I use vitamin C, you can say vitamin C helps make collagen for that. So you can make an ingredient-led claim. You cannot make a product claim. You cannot say my product will do this unless FSSAI gives you permission for that. Next thing. Now comes to the analytical challenges for the audience, and the analytical people are here. When we need to do the thing, as I said, 432 plant extracts, 238 or so of the things in Schedule 3. So when you do an analysis, so if I give you a bottle and I said that it contains this, how do you identify, because it will be put on the label, and you need to do what is known as find out what is the unknown. So identifying these is very, very difficult. I'll just give you a very simple example. You know, ginseng, everybody takes ginseng. Everyone says ginseng tea, ginseng that, because the ginsenosides are known, you know, to be like antioxidants, your stress related things are there. But if you look at ginseng, you know, there are, if you look on the left-hand side, so many different types of ginseng. You know, you have California ginseng, wild ginseng, Pacific ginseng on the label. You have this many. But in the regulation or anything, the ginseng of the Panax species is only allowed. Okay, only these three varieties are allowed. That is from Korean ginseng, the South Korean ginseng, and the American ginseng. So I know which ginseng is there. So we need to have analysis. And for these, I don't think for GCMS, MS, or LCMS, I think the best would be the next generation sequencing, that is a DNA-based sequencing, where you can identify the product. But it's the thing is out of reach because the instrument itself is so expensive. We need a database, etc. Okay, next thing. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then coming, as I said, the anti-doping agents, if we look at this, if you look at the WADA list, you know, WADA lists these 9 compounds, 9 groups of chemicals. Okay. Now, next slide. Just look at anabolic reagents, S1. Next slide. Okay. These are the anabolic reagent thing. So as an analyst, even if you're doing LCMS-MS, you can do this by LCMS-MS. Okay, whether you're using a triple quad or you're using that, you can do. But you should analyze all these for the antagonist. This is one group. I haven't put for each one. So you're not allowed as per thing for any of this, and the sports the food FSDUs for sports person must have got it analyzed. Can we go back to the previous one, please? Yeah. The next one is measuring the amount of these things. And then they come in various forms, as I said, powders, pills, you know, gummy bears, capsules, etc. So sample preparation, maybe, you know, this morning we heard ICPMS, very good talk on it, you know, telling this is there. But, you know, dissolution of the tablet, or if you're going to do a mass spec of it, sample preparation, you know, AOAC method may be there for the thing, but then the matrix is different over here. You know, it's a pill, it's a powder. So you need to have sample preparation methods, validated methods for the sample preparation of that. And then the biggest challenge for all this is we don't have reference materials. We might develop the method, but we do not have the reference materials to authenticate. Yes, you know, this is this vithanolide 1 or vithanolide 2 from, you know, Withania somnifera for that. So these are some of the changes, because any laboratory person who is over here knows that we need reference material, and we need authentic reference material to even validate our method or there. So these are some of the challenges which I thought I would put before this audience. It's food for thought. And maybe, you know, instead of all the time looking at pesticides and things like that, you will all now turn, you know, towards bringing out methods for nutraceuticals and health supplements. The next and the next. Yeah. What currently we are in the labs we do is we generally look at the ingredients which are listed, and we analyze the active ingredients. We look at the list of information, do the nutritional information. If there are biomarkers, we try to identify with the help of biomarkers. Then you do safety analysis, that is heavy metal, microbiology. Then you do vitamins and minerals, and of course the proximate composition, and you do a detailed label analysis. And of course, as I said, you look at the ingredient that is listed if you're capable of doing it, and see whether we have a limit for that. Next, please. So in conclusion, new combinations of bioactives in new matrices, formats will present new challenges for analytical testing labs. Given our current environment of increasing regulatory scrutiny, because more and more we have there, it is imperative that labs develop their methodologies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your excellent talk. As Madam clearly stated, the nutraceuticals are gaining importance because people are more concentrating on prevention of diseases rather than treating the diseases. So it is gaining, and you have explained very clearly on the regulations that was formulated last year, that last April. So we are lucky to hear from her because it is the latest regulations, and I know many of you are interested in nutraceuticals. So Madam, now it is open for discussion. Any questions you can, I think you can bombard her with questions because she's an authority in the field.
Yes,
Ma'am, we were talking about this schedule 2, where we have listed some plant and botanicals. And in that, I see that means it is just mentioned seaweed or brown algae something.
Yeah.
In that. So now here in India, a lot of edible seaweed species are there, which are already known, means they are being used for food purposes and all. So whether any different seaweed will be covered in that terminology?
In the schedule 2, 432.
Yeah, in schedule 2.
Actually, in some cases we have put the genus and the species. Okay, what is there? In some cases, maybe they are all edible seaweeds. So, it will come. Again, those lists are getting modified. So that is there because this is still the draft. There were about 2,000 comments. So I think they're all being addressed. And I'm sure the nutraceutical panel is addressing that. And, this is where I say, we in academia, when the draft regulations are put, we have to look at it at that time and we should ask these questions. When FSSAI says only seaweed, which genus, which species. I don't know if anyone has asked because currently I'm not, in that thing. Yeah. But in many cases, you see, we have put the botanical name. Yeah.
Again, ma'am, means still like some confusion on the terminology of nutraceutical and supplement.
Yeah.
You very clearly told that schedule 3, if any extract we are using, which is mentioned in schedule 3, it will be called as nutraceutical. But what about schedule 2? Like in that, if we...
Yeah, you could see in health supplements, you can use anything from schedule 1, schedule 2, schedule 4, health supplement. You cannot use anything from schedule 3. So if you put anything from schedule 3, it becomes a nutraceutical. You cannot call it a health supplement.
And
that is the
if we are using an ingredient from schedule 2 and want to call it a nutraceutical, we should have clinical evidence.
No, you can. Yeah, you can use anything from schedule 2 also and put it as a nutraceutical. That is the line of difference between that. If you call it a nutraceutical or you call it a health supplement, it's regulatory compliant. But you cannot put 3 and call it a health supplement. Okay. If you add anything from 3, you have to call it a nutraceutical. That is the thing on that.
And regarding health claim, like if we want to put a health claim, especially for some nutraceutical, it has to be backed by clinical data, right?
Yeah, but you can use the claims which are there in our advertising and claims. If any one of those ingredients, for example, if your nutraceutical contains oats, you can say beta glucan from oats is known to lower cholesterol. Those claims which I put and many more are there in our advertising and claims and advertising regulations 2018. A list of claims are there.
Then again, ma'am, here we are trying to develop a supplement of from seaweed for vitamin D3. We were
Okay.
talking about vitamin D3 in seaweed.
Yeah.
So for such kind of product, like what kind of approval will be needed?
You have to take approval from FSSAI for adding that seaweed for D3.
In vegetarian product.
Yeah. And put the green dot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And ma'am, you are also talking about melatonin. Like
Yeah.
recently we came across some news pieces like especially melatonin containing gummy for children for putting them to sleep and all. So what about the side effect of that? What is your
Actually,
opinion?
melatonin is known to, induce sleep. Okay. But you don't give it to children. You're not allowed to give it to children below 2 on that. See, I can just tell you, if you eat 2 bananas or banana, I think it's sleep is induced. I don't know how many of you have thing, right? Because banana is very rich in melatonin. Okay. So it does induce things. So you can use the melatonin, but not for children. Yeah, very clearly, it may be, illegally used for children, but banana you can give, but you cannot give a nutraceutical containing melatonin. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Very informative talk as usual.
Okay. So I think that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very
no.
much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the session chair, Dr. Sushila Matthew, to present a memento to Lilita Gowda, ma'am.
Now we'll go to the next topic. That is Dr. Padmakar Wa from Waters. It's on emerging technologies for food authenticity and contaminant analysis.
Hello, am I loud enough or too loud at the back? Okay. Should I start? Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Niladri and CFTI for this opportunity to speak in front of you. So my topic is technological advancement for food authenticity and contaminants analysis. I will finish on time because I have flight to catch. So good news. I have only 2 things to discuss. One is food authenticity by novel Radian ASAP instrument. So recently we actually launched 2 new piece of equipments and we have successfully explored those for food authenticity and PFAS analysis. So I'm excited to share some of the findings in our lab with you. So before I jump into what we explored, I would like to just explain what is the technology. So Radian ASAP is an acronym for Rapid Direct Analysis. Rapid Direct Analysis. And it is Atmospheric Pressure Solids Analysis Probe. ASAP stands for. So it is a novel but very simple mass detector with a modified inlet. So we have a very special inlet, as you can see in the photo on the right hand side. And this instrument is specifically designed for rapid, easy, and low cost analysis. So it is fit for purpose. It can go to any lab. It can go to your car also. It can fit in your car. And with this, we have also launched a version of a software which can profile the samples. So it removes the complexity out of the samples. Even if the sample is very complex, you will be able to differentiate between samples when it comes to food authenticity. So very, very exciting. Some of the features of this instrument, it uses APCI ionization technique, so which covers basically broad range of polarity. So even if your analytes are polar or semi-polar, they will be able to ionized and eventually analyzed by mass spectrometry. It can also take volatile to semi-volatile samples, and we have certain workflows which you can follow. So your life becomes easy as a chemist. It is fast. If not seconds, you can finish the analysis in minutes. And it has got very small footprint. So you can fit the instrument in your car as well. So this is how ionization takes place. Okay, so we have, this is a modified inlet source where we have stream of nitrogen, which is hot, which is blown onto sample, which is held, which will be in the capillary. So you have a capillary, you can use the same capillary which you use for boiling, taking the boiling point. So you have the capillary, dip it in the sample and just insert it into the mass spec. You have a corona discharge needle, which forms a plasma. And the ionization process, either the charge will be transferred by the plume of electrons or through a proton transfer. So both ways ionization can take place. Once the species are ionized, they will be they will be traveling inside the mass spectrometer for basically detection. The instrument is extremely simple. It has got modified inlet, as I'm showing you. The process of analysis is in only four steps. So you bake out the capillary. So you take a capillary with which you take the boiling point, fit it on that this device. It's a lighter like device where you can fit your capillary and then just insert it to bake it out. So if there are contaminants on the capillary, they will just be evaporated and gone. Then you have your sample either dipped, you dip your capillary inside the sample or rub it on the sample, any which way. So this technique can be used for solids, liquids, anything. And then you have a software piece which can decode the complex information and profile the samples for you. So Live ID is the software with which you can differentiate between two samples. For example, if a sample is authentic and adulterated, there will be certain differences in the chemical signature. As long as those can be captured by mass spectrometry, even if the spectra is extremely complex, even if you are not doing any separation by chromatography, with all the complexities, Live ID can actually profile it separately based on the statistical modeling. So you have a choice of PCA, LDA, or both combined together. So these statistical models will help you to come out with a distinctive group. You don't have to understand what is going on inside the mass spectrometer. You don't have to understand how complex is the spectra. You have to just bother about whether Live ID is able to separate two species or two type of samples you are interested in. As long as you are able to do that, you are done. So with this, you can also have library. You can make your own library. You can add compounds in the library, and once they are in the library, they are with you forever. So we have explored this technology for various types of samples, and I would, in the interest of time, I think I'll go through three types of samples. So I'll start with meat authenticity. So I'm a vegetarian person, but I know a large population in India, consumes meat, and there have been instances that there are scandals happened at a very massive level. So basically, for economical purpose, people would, adulterate the meat, and at times it is difficult to identify whether it is adulterated or it is, the same meat what is claimed as. So meat is actually a complex sample. We tried it with radian ASAP. So basically, you cannot have directly meat going inside. So what we did, we thought of extracting the meat in a mixture of solvent. Basically, we try to rely on the metabolome of meat as well as lipidome. So there will be specific metabolites, lipids from that particular species, which would be different from other species. So we focused on that. We extracted, basically meat samples in non-polar solvents. And then we took the readings on radian ASAP. So we partner with NRCM. They were kind enough to give us all the authentic samples. So we took the readings on basically radian ASAP. You can see it generates extremely complex spectra, but we don't have to know what is the spectra and what are the masses. When we actually imported in live ID, we saw they were clearly separated on PCA plus LDA model. The center spots, which are dark brown, I see it dark brown here, I don't know. Okay, dark brown. So those are the mixture of 4. So imagine if meat is adulterated, one meat is adulterated by other, the spots will move towards, or they will find a space in between. So that's how, once you have this library, you do the sample analysis, and within minutes, you'll be able to identify whether it is pure meat or it is adulterated meat. This analysis, once you have this library, analysis would take maximum 5 minutes, and the identification is real time. We went one step further, and there are different types of chickens available. I'm sure those who love chicken, they would know all the varieties. And we did the same sample preparation, and we tried to see if the same model can, work. So we were, happy to see that we are able to differentiate between subspecies of chicken as well. So the dark blue color species, what you see is Kadaknath. And I was told that it has different color blood, and it has to be different. And then broiler also separates, and the other 3 species are somewhat separated. So even if you want to check the authenticity of whether you are buying Kadaknath chicken or it is adulterated with something else, this can still work. Tea authenticity, we collaborated with CFTI, and Dr. Niladri was kind enough to give us authentic tea samples. So we explored the same technology for tea samples. So there are teas of different geographical origins. And in the morning, I think Agilent mentioned that they found Assam tea contains most of the times non-Assam. So we have similar observation with radian ASAP as well. We found that not all Assam teas are Assam teas. There are mixed teas basically. So we followed 2 different extraction protocols. So one is with non-polar solvent system, the other one is water basically, just to see, because tea is quite complex, and there are some chemical components of tea will get extracted better in DCM methanol, and some will get extracted well in a water system. So this is a simple workflow. We take sample, basically sonicate it in solvent mixture, and then you dip the capillary and take the reading. So on PCA plot, we are able to differentiate between all geographic origins of tea. They were quite distinct away from each other. And then we also tried we went one step further, just like chicken. We tried to see whether, Assam has geographies where the tea is produced. We tried to see if we can, within Assam, if we can classify. So to some extent, some or more extent, we are able to differentiate between, sub-geographical tea as well. Honey, This is one of the most complex sample to find whether it is authentic. And I was told that there are some countries who export more honey than they produce. So you can imagine. So to find the authenticity of honey, actually a myriad of technologies can be used or needs to be used. And it's very difficult to find whether honey is adulterated, because there are different approaches that have been taken by the not manufacturers, the basically those who adulterate the honey. So they do different sorts of things to adulterate it. So we have collaborated with one of the biggest companies in India, and they were kind enough to provide us authentic samples, because this is a big challenge to get the authentic sample of honey. So we got 28 approved samples and 80 test samples, which were failing in either of the tests on honey purity. So we followed an approach in which we took honey sample and basically extracted the honey in non-polar solvent. So we found that this particular solvent was giving better spectra in terms of, I mean, it was clearly distinctive spectra. So we analyzed the samples, and when we actually modeled it with live ID, this is what we observed. So within those 28 approved, we found there are two types of samples are present, which are separated on PCA plot. And of course, the 80 samples which were failing were also separated from the two approved classes. So we found there are 3 classes. Okay, so approved has 2 types of approved. So we need to go back to that company and actually we need to find out. We have already, So we have already, basically initiated the process. So now once we have this modeling, we can, if we get adulterated honey sample, it will take just 2 minutes to do the real-time identification test. Coming to PFAS, PFAS is a concern. It's a man-made problem. To protect our walls, to protect our clothes, to protect ourselves, we manufactured or we produced PFAS compounds, and now they have entered into food chain and they are creating health hazard. So these are the contaminants which needs to be monitored, and European Union has guidelines around that. And there are different food commodities you can see, which has limits for particular commodity. Those 4 PFAS analytes needs to be monitored. Dr. Kelkar already covered in the morning one of those slides, one of those commodities. So we need a high-end mass spectrometer, or a fairly sensitive mass spectrometer at least, to analyze PFAS analytes depending on the commodity. If it is drinking water, probably you need highest end mass spectrometer in terms of sensitivity, because the limits are very, very low. So we have recently launched TQ Absolute instrument, which is about 15 times more sensitive than our previous model. And at the same time, it is very small, precise, concise, and it is, also built on sustainability. So it makes less noise, it occupies less space, it is easy to maintain, it consumes less power, and it is noiseless. So we have tested PFAS compounds on this particular instrument, and we found that we are able to reach parts per trillion level. So this is absolute concentration of those four PFAS standards, and we are able to reach 2 parts per trillion for all the analytes. Even, in fact, we can go a little lower, but we stopped at 10 microliter injection. So we have analyzed this PFAS compounds, these particular 4 PFAS compounds in seafood matrix, and this is matrixed spiked linearity. So we are able to analyze the analytes with good recovery from 10 parts per trillion, which is much, much lower. So the idea is, if you want to do the analysis only in seafood, probably you don't need much sensitive instrument, but testing labs or the mass spec is a big investment. So if you have one mass spec which can do everything, probably it's worth. So if you buy a high-end mass spectrometer, probably you'll be able to do all types of samples. So these are the 4 analytes. We are able to reach 10 ppt. And if you want to do water analysis for PFAS, probably you need a high-end instrument, because the limit of quantitations required by regulatory are very low. So with TQ Absolute, you can have direct injection. So direct injection is no sample preparation, and the time is saved for the laboratory. Sample preparation is not required. Cost is also saved on that front. So this is what I wanted to show you. Only 2 things: Radian ASAP, minutes. It takes minutes to do analysis, and TQ Absolute for PFAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Papaga, but Maga, for the wonderful talk. Though the slides look very simple, I know the effort that you have put forth in bringing those slides, because creating a library, I know how difficult it is. So congratulations for that. Now it is open for discussion.
Your honey analysis, I'm a little concerned because this honey adulteration is a thing. So your other samples, because honey, we look at sucrose fructose ratio or C12 by C13, isotopic ratio analysis. So what happens if I add more sucrose? Because whatever you're seeing is your mass things, right? So what happens if there is adulteration with sucrose?
Okay, so if there is an adulteration, I would expect it would move to adulterated group.
But have you done that?
Yes. So that's what we have analyzed. 80 samples I showed you, which was failing on any one parameters. There are various tests. We did not do the test. Our sponsor gave those samples to us, and we found that all 80 samples, out of that, 90% of the samples were separated from approved samples.
No, the thing is, actually such honey analysis is very complicated.
Yes.
Because FSSAI has very stringent. We have 19 tests to be done to prove.
Yes.
So actually, did you take the samples which failed in a single parameter?
Yes.
Like either HMF or fructose glucose ratio?
Yes.
Or sucrose, because only that would have actually told you.
Correct. So this particular project is not over yet. We are still working on it.
Yeah.
We need to understand, out of those 80 samples, how many were failing on one parameter, multiple parameters. So that information is, I don't have right now.
Yeah, I think, to improve on that, you have to do it by which parameter it failed, because we also have pH.
Yes.
We have proline content.
Yes.
All that. So whether really, if it is based on all, or is it based on single?
Right,
because
right.
then it would be useful, but you need a very large database.
Yes.
80 samples would not be sufficient.
I agree with you, madam. We are actually trying to explore, because honey, a company would procure or source honey from farmers. They want a equipment which can be employed at source itself, so that quickly they can check whether it is adulterated, not adulterated. So even if they are able to screen 90% of that accurately with this kind of instrument, which can fit in a van or mobile place. So that's what we are looking at. We are not trying to have this as a replacement of the gold standard techniques which we already have. That's the idea.
It's extremely good, I think. When you're saying you're doing at point of care.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, that's what
Yes.
is now I
Yes.
understood. Point of care testing,
Yes.
adulteration. But in the farmers' cases, no, their adulteration is they feed the bees on sucrose syrup.
Yes.
So will you be able to tell that?
I
They
believe
feed
so.
the bees
Yes.
on sucrose syrup and
Yes,
not
yes,
on
I'm aware.
nectar.
Yes, yes, yes. Bee feeding. Yeah, yeah. Yes. So we are open actually, if you want to, yeah, because it doesn't take much time to do analysis. If we can have samples, we are ready to analyze. Thank you.
Now I request the chair to present a memento to the speaker.
Now we will move on to the next presentation. It is by Mr. Srinivas Joshi Waters, Global Food Trade and Regulations.
Mr. Srinivas Joshi is currently serving as the head of the Food and Environment Market at Waters India, located in Bangalore. In 2018, he took on the role of President-elect for the India section of AOAC International, where he focuses on human resource management and business promotion by attracting individuals from various backgrounds. Mr. Joshi holds an MSc in Analytical Chemistry from SP College, Pune, and MPA in Marketing Management from Alagappa University, Karekudi. Following his education, he entered the analytical science industry, where he has been working for over 2 decades. Prior to joining Waters in 2007, he spent nearly 9 years with Varian India. As a trained analytical chemist with a business degree, he specializes in the interface of mass spectrometry and the management of scientific knowledge through the application of analytical technology. Over the past decade, he has participated in various capacity building initiatives at EIC, FSSAI, FAO, and ICAR-CIFT. Currently, he serves as a member of the Method Review Group at FSSAI. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. So whole day we had excellent presentations pertaining to the technology, pertaining to the new regulations. So now we will look something pertaining to the trade and regulation. So why trade and regulations are vital, why the analytical chemists need to know what are the key criteria, and they should have some knowledge pertaining to the standards. So there are some regulatory requirements and there are some always a trade requirement. For the laboratory, they need to cater both the areas very well. So say for around, let us say for example, okra to be exported to Europe. So the mandatory list is 166 pesticides for India, but the trade requirement for the same okra may be 420 compounds. Okay, so always there is a trade and regulatory requirement which is very vital. So to start with AOAC, so Association of Official Analytical Collaboration International, it's a we call it as a 501c3 independent third-party non-profit organization and voluntary consensus standards developing organization. So these standards are basically very important and can be defended in the court of law in case of dispute. And India section of AOAC International, is basically focused on developing the relations with the professional networks, with the regulatory bodies, with the trade associations, with the food business operators and the laboratories. And the key focus is basically on harmonizing the methods. We also, India section of AOAC initiates the various initiatives pertaining to the single lab and multi-lab validation studies. Now, today, it's a World Food Safety Day. So this year, the focus is on food standards saves the life. The first time when they introduced this World Food Safety Day, it was food safety is everyone's business. And now today the focus is on food standards. This is a very, very complex slide. Okay. So one should understand that what kind of food is traded globally. Okay. Globally, it's around $2 trillion of the food is traded. So this is only the import bill. This is not the domestic consumption. This is absolutely the import bill. Okay. And over last 4 years, this food trade has grown by $500 billion. So it may be the absolute quantity of the good, or sometimes increase due to the freight, due to the inflation, but the trade numbers are close to $2 billion. The most important, I want to focus it over here. If you look at here, it is written something like HIC, high income countries. What is the world's population? It's around 8 billion people, right? Okay. So high income countries import close to $1.2 trillion of the food. So high income countries are mostly the developed countries. That means they are 1/10 of the world's population, but they import the maximum food. Then upper middle income countries, lower middle income countries, then the low income countries. So if you look at as the international trade, probably 1 billion of the population imports 1.2 trillion of the food, and rest of the 7 billion of the population imports 800 billion of the food. So when the high income country import the food, then they need absolutely the highest quality food, the safest food. So that's the reason we call it US or Europe or Japan as a regulated market, right? So the global food import bill, it is basically, to be precise, in 2022, it was $1.94 trillion. And the market indicators are basically, probably someone is importing the same quantity of the food, but because of the inflation, the growth is there. When it comes to food imports, again, nowhere in this world, as on today, nowhere there is a voluntary testing. Unless and until the testing is mandated, hardly there are few of the FBOs who does the voluntary testing. Okay. So here, if we see the food safety alerts, so I have just taken the food safety alerts of last 6 months. So every month on an average, there were alerts pertaining to 300 plus, and only in April, there were around 200. So if we again bifurcate April as such, so here the violations by the country of origin are there. Then the violations based on the hazards. Then what are the market rejections? If you look by hazard, by country of origin, by the product category, and by the market. So here you can see everywhere in the rejection list, India is the second. So if you put across the world, which are the countries where the majority of the country of origin, majority of the food is rejected? It's China, India, and US. Why is it so? Because they are the largest exporters also. They are the largest exporters. So the rejection is also pretty high over there. Now let us come, looking at this part, let us come to the pyramid of the food safety schemes and the standards. So when you look at the various standards. For a laboratory, they need to understand what are the market requirements, what are the voluntary standards, what are the mandatory standards, what is a part of the legal framework, then what are the voluntary standards, and what are the kind of a WTO requirements, World Trade Organization requirements. So there are market requirements like GFSI, Global Food Safety Initiative. Then there are voluntary standards like ISO, AOAC, IDF, but laboratory prefer to follow that because in case of the dispute, these standards hold very good. Okay. And at the same time, national and international and regional standards, it's mandatory for any country. They need to comply to the national standards. Like FSSAI is a national standard. It's a legal requirement for us to comply to the FSSAI requirement. And it's mandatory for us to comply to EU requirement. It is EU requirement. Example, if we are exporting to EU. So we need to comply as an exporter, you need to comply to the importing country's requirement. Either it's a EU, EFSA requirement, or it's a US FDA or a Japanese positive list. So these are the vital requirements. And whenever you are validating a method, the method should be in such a way that you should be able to cater majority of the globe's requirement. Now, standards are always treated as a source, a knowledge source. It should be, first of all, it should be easily available. It should have a complete documentation, right from sample preparation, right from sample preparation, separation, identification, confirmation, quantification, data interpretation, and data verification. A complete documentation, proven performance in the sense it should have been gone through a single lab and multi-lab validation studies. The whole purpose of the standard is at least 70 to 80% of the laboratories should be able to adopt these methods. Okay. And there should be a acceptance, common consensus, and it should be a market driven. That's what we mean by standards. Now, this is just an example how the MRLs are fixed. Okay. So establish pattern of uses of the pesticide, measure the pesticide residue, then ideally it's a risk assessment studies, then based on that, the average daily intake and pesticide toxicological data which is reviewed, and based on which the official MRL is set, and pesticides are pesticide use pattern registered of the labels, and at the same time Codex also accepted national registered use a gap, then estimate the MRLs, then based on again risk assessment, then set the Codex MRLs. Always a country first try to adopt a Codex MRL, okay, then they try to develop their own MRLs. Now, let me take an example of pesticide residues regulations across the globe. How these regulations are. So I try to take at the west of the globe, center of the globe, and east of the globe. That means it's the US, EU, and Far East is Japan. Okay. So when you look at the EU regulation, just to give a nutshell, in case of EU regulation, the MRLs are based on the risk assessment. Most of the time, the MRLs are based on risk assessment. Say for around a glyphosate. The glyphosate MRL may be 20 ppb, 200 ppb, 400 ppb, 500 ppb, depending on the commodity. But the same glyphosate, if you look at FSSAI, it is at the default level. That is 10 ppb, right? Okay. In case of EU, where the compounds, where the risk assessment is not done, or if the compounds are not part of your target list, then only a default MRL is applicable. Okay. In case of US, again, US doesn't never calls it as a MRL, maximum residue limit. They call it as tolerances. right? So even they call it as, for some of the compounds, if it is a banned compound, they call it as a TTL, target testing limit. So there are different terminologies which have been used. So someone may be knowing MRPL, which we used to, this abbreviation was used in EC 657 document. So MRPL was a minimum required performance limit. Although the tolerance limit was 0, the laboratory should have at least competency and proficiency to analyze, to detect, identify, and detect as the MRPL level. These were the desired levels. Okay. And same way, Japanese positive list. So they also go as per the ADI, but wherever the compounds are not part of the target list, these are harmonized at 10 ppb level. These are absolutely harmonized at 10 ppb level. Now, this is an excellent source. Someone who is very much interested to know what is happening around the world, how the global MRLs are changing, always they can refer to the EU MRL database, which is every month it is getting updated. And as you know, every month the various MRLs are also changed. But at the same time, if you want to work on the analytics of the MRL, then BC Global Database is excellent, but it's not free. You have to pay for it. And depending on the number of countries, it can go up to, I don't know, maybe around $500 to $900 subscription a year. Now, let us look at one example of mycotoxins. So mycotoxins, if you see, world's 25% of the food crop contamination is because of the mycotoxins. And in India, probably you can say it may be more than that. In some places, there was a survey which says that 40 to 60% of the crops, grains, cereals, nuts, everything. Okay. And when we look, I try to put a simplest way, again, for the laboratory. It will be a very, very useful tool, that how many countries at what level. Okay. Example. So aflatoxin B1 and G1 from 0 to 50 ppb. There are 48 countries which follow this. Okay. At the same time, which is 0.05 ppb to 1 ppb, there are 17 countries. So depending on the requirement, there are various countries which follow. For a laboratory, it is very vital, because once they validate a method, they need to see that the method serves the domestic purpose, the importing country's requirement, and any other stringent requirement. The whole purpose of understanding these standards for analytical chemistry is very vital, that they should upfront know what to develop, because they don't need to have a duplication. Now, it seems to be complex, but analytical chemist has to live with this. So for any food laboratory, these are the number of regulations they need to comply with. The mandatory is 17025/2017. Then it's either it may be SANTI, then it is a regulation for polar pesticides, then the regulation for PFAS, then EU 808/2021 for wet drug residues. Then apart from that, FSSAI regulations, then there are some of the AOAC standards which they try to adapt. The best thing is every laboratory, I have gone through this document, the fitness for the purpose of analytical methods, they can really follow during the method development. This is a EURAChem document. It's an excellent document. You can certainly go through this document. It's an excellent tool for the laboratories. But in a nutshell, yes, it's pretty complex. Everyone has to follow this. But one thing, simplest thing, they need to understand. If someone asks me, Why you are using a tandem code or a triple code? I say two transitions and ion ratios between the two transitions as a compound acceptance criteria, which can be achieved through a technology by the name YAMRM, which is a unique feature of a tandem code. So that's the reason tandem code is used as a gold standard in residual analysis. So it's very important, although these regulations are, if you list out, these are huge amount of regulations, either it's a Codex CXG90, but there are few similarities. You can look at the ion ratio tolerance, you can look at the recovery, you can look at the percent RST, and the most stringent part you can take, so that you should be able to meet all the requirements. Now, if I want to put what are the kind of legislative movements, okay, in the multi-analyte screening, so-called. So we know 657 document. So that was in 2002. It was basically focused on a single analyte approach. Then the various SANTI documents, which started working on the multi-residue approach. And the first time SANTI introduced in 2011 something called as a screening detection limit. That means a high resolution mass spec also can be used for the screening purpose. Okay. Then it came to the new document everyone may be aware of, EU 21808. So that document, if you look at, it also talks about the band compounds, the single analyte approach, but also it focuses on the multi-analyte approach and also the use of the high resolution mass spec. So if you look at the regulatory framework, then for a high throughput laboratory, if they have 6 or 8 tandem codes, then typically always it is ideal to have one high resolution mass spec where they should be able to screen 600 to 800 compounds. Then this is one of the most important criteria. Everywhere, wherever you ask a laboratory, always they say their measurement uncertainty criteria is 15%, 20%, XYZ. Okay. No one agrees that beyond 20%. That's what I have seen. But irrespective of your measurement of uncertainty, irrespective, in an international trade, a 50% uncertainty criteria is applied to your analytical results. Why? Because food is not a homogeneous, it's a heterogeneous material. Then quickly, let's look at residue analysis. So residue analysis, it's basically a very regulated market sector. It's a highly regulated. Globally, EU has a very well established framework for that. At the same time, US FDA also has a very well established framework. And there is a drive to harmonize these regulations globally, but practically it's not possible. Because for the same commodity, as per India GAP, there may be 300 pesticides, but for the same commodity in US, it may be 500 compounds. In Europe, it may be 400 compounds. And also, if you look at the uses of the pesticide data, so in India, on and average, it's around half a kg of pesticide, which is used per hectare. And in Europe, it may be around 4 kgs. In US, it may be 6 kgs. It all depends on the climatic conditions. So practically, it's impossible to harmonize, but there is a drive to harmonize. Okay. And basically, focus on 2-tier official controls, then focus on generic large-scale multi-residue methods. We try to amalgamate all the compounds in a single method, try to have a multi-residue approach, but some of the things it's practically not possible. Either it can be a polar pesticides or the plant growth regulators, XYZ. What residue analysis? Residue analysis answers 2 questions. Are the analytes present? in the sample, analyte identification, and are the residue concentration at the action limit. The action limit may be the MRL, the action limit may be a MRPL, sorry, now no more MRPL, it's a RPA, reference point of action, or ML, etc., etc. And this is a typical design for the method validation. So method validation suitable for the confirmatory analysis. So the validation protocol and the experimental design is basically specificity, repeatability, reproducibility, precision, recovery and trueness, calibration curve, robustness, storage stability, CC alpha. In some cases now CC beta is no more. And when we look at pesticide residue analysis, it's basically a multi-residue aim to determine as many as possible, as many as pesticides possible in a smallest run or a single run. And for various contract testing labs nowadays, it's their USP that they have a method of 500 compounds, 600 compounds, 700 compounds. But one writes whether it's a confirmatory method or a screening method, unless and until you ask them. Okay, so the multi-residue analysis, it's basically determination of hundreds of pesticides and its metabolites. It can be through a generic sample prep vectors using a LCMSMS and GCMSMS approach. And another, just an example, I could have taken the PGRs also, but this is pertaining to the polar pesticides, which are a low molecular weight compound. And till 2016, there was no option apart from derivatization. But nowadays, yes, without derivatization, you can analyze the polar pesticides. And if I summarize the regulatory requirements, if I summarize the SANTI document or a QP document, the key requirements are basically linearity, the calibration level, the back calculated concentrations plus or minus 20%, the matrix effects about 20%, you need to reinterrogate, you need to rework on your sample preparation. And then the yellow Q, it's typically the spike level meeting the method performance criteria for the trueness and the precision. But ideally, it is recommended that you should validate a method at least half the MRL. Why? Because a 50% uncertainty criteria is applied to your analytical results in the international trade. So keeping this aspect in your mind, you need to really develop these kind of methods. Then the precision, robustness. So probably I'm the fourth person today talking about the PFAS. So, okay. So huge amount of hue and cry across the globe pertaining to the PFAS. Okay. I look PFAS in a different way. Okay. For a laboratory, there is a list of targets of 9,000 compounds. Leave aside the current regulation. There is a target for 9,000 compounds. How many regulated pesticides are there across the globe? 1,270, right? How many antibiotics? 600. How many mycotoxins? 450. But here your target list is 9,000 plus compounds. So current, based on the dietary exposure, the regulations are in place. So the current regulation pertaining to 2388 at a very low, which is for 4 compounds, right? And always, whoever is interested in to understand the legal framework and regulatory requirement, always rather than the final document, you should look at the back end recommendations. So recommendations are always based on various dietary exposure studies. And dietary exposure studies are for the infants, for the adult, everything is there. So PFAS nowadays, everywhere, it's a talk of the town, talk of the world. So either it's a EPA, USDA, EU, everyone is talking about the PFAS. And now surely in a smallest possible time, the laboratories will be evaluated based on the competency of analyzing the PFAS. So this is a recommendation document, which was in August, which was released in August 2022. And this is basically for fruits and vegetables. You can see the levels are much, much lower than food of animal origin. And one more thing, in case of PFAS, if someone is currently analyzing, most of us are in a learning procedure. We don't know whether it's a matrix blank is a real matrix blank, whether the incurred material, whether it's really a incurred material, or it is through the laboratory contamination. So there are quite a lot of questions. We are in a learning phase. Everyone is in a learning phase in terms of PFAS. Yes, but this is a requirement. In couple of months, it is a part of your export certification program. Mandatorily, it is implemented from 1st January 2023. But as we need to develop the competency, not only India, but across the globe, not much people know about these compounds. So there should be some time given for the capacity building. So based on the capacity and capability building, in couple of months, certainly this will be a part of your export certification program. A quick reminder on the changes of EU 808 regulation. So probably most of the laboratories now have adopted this. One quick highlight is basically a 5th metabolite of nitrofuran is added, and the reference point of action are typically, if you consider, half of the previous MRPLs. And also, AOC India section plans to focus on PFAS in 2023 through the multi-stakeholder engagement. So, like I told, everyone is in learning phase. We are also trying to scout what is the best approach and everything, but certainly we should be. So the whole story, spotlight is safe or unsafe food. Okay. It's vital that we need to follow the standards. We need to have a backward integration. We need to follow not only these analytical standards, but also HACCP, Food Safety Management System. And typically, if you follow this, we can, there are a lot of countries who are spending huge amount of money on the diseases, which can be certainly reduced. So precaution is better than cure. So as AOAC, a standard is an agreed replicable protocol for performing analytical tests. Standards contain technical specification and criteria designed to be used consistently. So with this, thank you. Thanks a lot for your attention. So hope I tried to give an overview of the trade and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, for the very good presentation on the globe food trade and regulations. So now it is open for discussion.
Thank you, Joshi ji. Excellent presentation. Regarding the PFAS, like you already told that it is very important for product of animal origins. So how do you see that these PFAS regulations are coming up for product of plant origin as well?
So there is a recommendation document which was based on various exposure studies which was published by EU in August. And typically there the requirements what they are are around, you can say average, if you can average it around 300 ppt. So 300 ppt, it's much lower than food of animal origin. And typically it is focused on fruits and vegetables. But I'm sure once the recommendation document is there, that means effectively quite a lot of surveillance as well as the dietary exposure studies are done. Based on that, there will be some amount of common consensus to bring it as a part of the legal framework.
And regarding PFAS, like of course, like AOAC already trying to develop some method and all. And means, is there any SMPR which is in preparation regarding to?
Yeah, there is a working group for PFAS also at AOAC International. So they are yet to arrive at a kind of a SMPR. There is a draft SMPR, but as on today, it is in a draft stage.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Femina Hassan, HOD QM Division, to present a small memento to Dr. Srinivas Joshi.
Next talk is by Mr. Naresh Kumar, Biometrics, on microbiological analysis, challenges and solutions.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm from Biomerio, and as we are a solution provider for microbiology specifically, I'll talk about the challenges currently the industry, the laboratories are facing in the microbiological analysis, and also the solutions what we are providing to enhance the capability, productivity, and sensitivity of the testing in the labs. So yes, I would like to thank CFT to give us this opportunity to present our solutions and talk about the food safety today. And yes, this is from the last initiative from WHO. So yes, food safety is a shared responsibility. And why it's a shared responsibility? Because we have to spread awareness about the food safety. And as you know, there are so many channels today. The government is spending so much amount of money and time to aware the people around the globe, in India also, regarding the food safety. So we can see the change in the food safety scenario, and we can say that in the coming 10 years, it will change drastically. If you see in past 10 years, the focus is very much high in food safety because the disease burden because of the contaminants in food also is very huge, not reported exactly in India. And now we are changing it, and regulations are also changing by the time. So we can see here what are the common food poisoning germs. So a small dose of these germs can lead to a fatal disease, even to death. Okay, so you can see how much time it's take to see the symptoms once you are exposed to such kind of contaminations. So you can see Salmonella, norovirus, Staphylococcus, Vibrio, Clostridium, Campylobacter, E. coli, Listeria. So you can see that time varies from 6 hours to 6 days. And it's like if you consume something today, which is contaminated, it can show the symptoms even after 6 days or four weeks also. Challenges in food safety. So sometimes the food we love and count on for the good health are contaminated with germs that cause sickness and can even be deadly. So you can see the food safety will continue to emerge largely because of these points. Changes in our food production and supply, including more imported food. So you can see just in previous presentation, we were talking about the imports. Changes in the environment leading to food contamination. So you can see now the environment is changing and there are emerging pathogens, bacteria, and toxin in the environment, which may lead to such food safety concerns. And also the consumer preferences and habits. So now you can see most of the time we are using ready to eat, ready to cook food instead of cooking everything from the scratch. So these habits are also changing, which may lead to the food safety concern. So food is, we can say the manufacturing processes, the food we are consuming now and we are buying from the market is regulated by different regulatory bodies in different countries. So there are national and international bodies which are taking care of this specific regulations. Like in India, it's FSSAI, BIS, EIA, and international bodies like USDA, FDA, and EFSA. So there are microbiological criteria which are already set in the regulations, and the industries, the manufacturers are bound to follow the criteria which are given there. So why we are doing microbiological analysis? Because now you see the supply chain is very enhanced and we are consuming a food which is produced in some other country also. So the supply chain, there are with this kind of scenario, the challenges are also there that food might get contaminated during the imports because of the conditions, the storage is not good. So because of that, it's mandatory to perform the microbiological analysis. So there are two types of risks with microbiological contamination. One is sanitary risk, which may lead to the like safety concerns for the consumer. So for example, salmonella and cooked meat. So if it is consumed, it may lead to severe disease and may lead to death also. And there are second type of contamination, which are more towards the image impact and the like we can say commercial impact to the company. For example, the case of Maggie. So they destroyed all the, it was recalled and destroyed. So it was the major commercial impact on the company. So there are some organisms like yeast, which may cause deterioration of the product, for example, in juices. And once the product is on the shelf, it may get deteriorated and it will impact the image of the company also. Then the microbiology criteria. So depending on the type of metrics, these criteria are set. So what kind of organism the manufacturer has to analyze for particular type of product. And also the time of expiry, the nature of food, all those things are also considered during setting these criteria. So you can go through the compendium, which is available on the FSSB website, where they have mentioned particular parameters which need to be tested for the particular kind of products. So yes, food testing, specifically microbiological, it's need of the hour. And I was seeing in the previous slide, showed by Srinivasan sir, that after pesticides, pathogen contamination is the highest alerts which we are getting in concern to the food safety. So now the challenge is because of the conventional techniques, it's very difficult to get rapid results. And as we are moving towards the, like, because most of the good products are fast moving and needs in the market,
it's very difficult to hold the product for a longer time. So let's say when I'm talking about commercial sterility, 7 or 8 days you have to keep the product in your warehouse, then only you can send it to the market. So it is again the impact on the industry also, and the scarcity of the product in the market also. And conventional techniques, again, the currently traceability and the regulations are very prominent, and requirement is there that all the data is traceable, and whenever you're testing something, it should be auditable and presentable to the auditors whenever it is required. And also, we are moving towards the risk-based approach. So if you see now our standards like ISO 22000, FSSC, all those are talking about risk-based approach, even 17025. So previously we were talking about detection and then responding to the kind of difficulties or kind of alerts we are getting. But now we are moving towards prevent and predict and prevent. So prediction before happening of before the contamination happened, and then prevention also if there are any alarms generated because due the course of prediction we are getting. So yes, for the factories, it's a risk-based approach which they are following now, and we can call it as a healthy factory when they are looking into the raw materials, environmental monitoring, then finished product variance, factory performance, as well as consumer complaints. So these all factors are taken into account during the risk-based approach. So predictive diagnosis, and we are working on this approach with all our solutions which are there. And globally, we are collaborating with different major manufacturers, global manufacturers, and providing them the solutions like softwares, the analytical instruments for microbiological analysis, with which they can move to this predictive approach. So detect, predict, and prevent of the contamination in the environment in the food product. So this is, I can say, a representation of our solution for a complete microbiological analysis, starting from I can say the first step, which is preparation of the media till the confirmation of the results, and also the data collection and with different softwares which are available with us. So you can see here Connect Up and WeLink and increasing the lab efficiency by labwares. So I would like to introduce few solutions which on which we are working, and a few parameters are also already available with us. So we are working on a XPro technology, which is based on real-time PCR. As of now, we have these parameters which are available with this. So this is a real-time PCR with the solutions on bacterial pathogens like Salmonella, Listeria, E. coli 157, Chronobacter, and EHEC. And also the system can perform the virus analysis. Different virus kits are available like norovirus, hepatitis, mango virus. And also, as I mentioned, with XPro, we are developing new kits which are the need of the industry right now. So the workflow also is very simple, and there are only 2 steps I can say. It's not similar to the conventional PCR where we have to add many reagents. So everything is ready to use. And first step is sample preparation, in which we have to do enrichment, and second step amplification detection, which happens inside the system only. So specific reagents like patented lysis kit, which is 1 step. Only you have to transfer the enriched sample and then perform the lysis, which is 5 minutes. After that, you have to transfer the lysate to the PCR tube, which is again ready to use, and directly put it on the system. After 1.5 hours, system will give you results as presence or absence. Then we have developed a kit which is quantification of Salmonella, and this is specifically the requirement in US right now. And I think moving forward, globally, it will be very helpful in the quantification of Salmonella for specific parameters like meat products. Also, the workflow is very simple here. Again, you can see on the right-hand side. So from the enrichment, it's a direct analysis, sample preparation, and processing directly on the PCR system. Then we have developed a new kit, which is EnviroPro. It's a multiplex kit, and the user can perform 2 parameters, Salmonella and Listeria, with the same kit. So it's like one test for 2 parameters. So specifically for environmental samples, because you know that in environmental monitoring program, Salmonella and Listeria are the major target for the industries. So one step, one swab, one enrichment, and one sample preparation will give you 2 results. And all the methods are AOAC performance tested methods. The studies are available on the AOAC website. Then specifically for nutraceuticals, we have introduced this particular kit on PCR. It's a Nutraplex Pro, and again, it's a multiplex kit which gives you 3 parameters in single testing: E. coli, Salmonella, and Staphylococcus aureus. So it's a major concern, and it meets the need of USP 2022 chapter, and validated on different nutraceutical matrices which are currently in the market. Also, a complete study, AOAC PT study is available, and a very simple preparation step and 2.5 hours of PCR run on the system. Then with the XPro program, we have also developed 2 more kits, which is specifically targeted for beverages and fruit juices. So you can see here different species of lactobacillus and pediococcus, leuconostoc, Acetobacter, and bacillus species, which are in the bacteria kit, and different yeast species, which are spoilage for different beverages, are in the single kit. So it's again a multiplex kit, and workflow is very simple. Then we have specifically for Elisachlobacillus, one kit which was developed, and it gives you results within 27 hours instead of 5 or 7 days, which takes in conventional testing. Then talking about the beer and wine industry. So yes, if you see outside India, it's a concern, and the wineries and breweries are continuously monitoring their process, because it's a huge loss for them if their product get a spoilage yeast or lactobacillus in the product. So this kit is developed with them, and there are different parameters, different species of spoilage wild yeast and lactobacillus, which are detected by these kits. And again, workflow is very simple. It's a PCR based kit, and there is no specific setup which is required. It can be implemented in the QC lab also. So this is system, how it looks like. And we have a cartridge which is based on the lateral flow. So once PCR run finishes, a product needs to be introduced into the cartridge, and it gives you a band as a positive or negative. So it's based on the lateral flow technology. Then I was talking about lab efficiency. So we have different solutions like Masterclave, which is again a high throughput media preparator, and it's complied to requirement of ISO 7218. If a lab has a huge requirement of like media, let's say they are doing 100 samples of Salmonella, then they need a 30-40 liters of media in one day. So this can be prepared in this. And the unique feature is you can set a auto start. So if you want to start the work at 9 a.m., you can program it. It will start at 6 a.m. And once you reach the lab, you will get media, which is already prepared for the analysis. Then we have automated solution for dilution preparation. So again, weighing the sample and dispensing the required amount of media automatically to the samples. So we have different modules available, like for 375 gram, for 25 gram samples. And also the accuracy is complying to ISO 7218. Then we have 2 models for homogenization, as homogenization is a very important step in microbiological analysis. So it's a a type of silent blender and a smashing effect, which is patented. So it can homogenize even the hard materials like nuts and cones. That is a unique feature for this particular system. Also for enumeration, this is one unique system which is available in market, and it's a single system of its kind for enumeration of microorganism as of now. It's based on the traditional most probable number method. There is no requirement of any media. You have to use ready-to-use vials and cards in this case, and system will directly give you results after incubation in CFU per gram and CFU per ml. So the reading of plates, reading of count of colonies, and preparation of media all will be eliminated, and directly the vials and cards can be used for the enumeration. Also, the unique feature is no need of confirmation. So the final results, what you're getting on the screen, can be reported directly. All the methods are ISO 16140 and AOC validated. So you can see here, this is the system, how it looks like. Then we have our, I can say, a star solution, which is VIDAS. It's based on alpha technology, which is enzyme linked fluorescent assay, and you can perform different pathogens with this particular system. And it's similar to the ELISA, and gives you results within 24 hours and 48 hours, depending on the requirement. Moving ahead, this is again a unique system we have, which is based on flow cytometry. And as you know that right now for commercial sterility, we are only dependent on the pH testing, which is currently different dairy industries are following. So with this system, as the sensitivity is as low as 1 log, system can detect a very low contamination in the product. So instead of waiting for 7 or 10 days for the incubation step, it can give you results within 2 days, which help the industries to release the product much faster in the market. So it's based on the detection of live cells, and you can see here the labeling step, which is a specific substrate enters into the live cells and cleaved by specific enzymes, giving different reflected light once the laser hits the labeled cells. Then moving to the next solution, which is Previcolor Gram. It's a gram staining solution, and as we know that the gram staining is the critical step for identification of microorganisms. And once you are doing it with the conventional method, it's not standardized. Also, different kits tells you regarding the different contact time of different stains. So this can standardize the process, and it's based on the spray technology, reducing the consumption of the reagents also. Then for confirmation of any microbe which you are getting in your food product, we have 3 different solutions. One is manual solution, which is API, and it's based on biochemical profile. So there are 20 different biochemicals in single strip. It's a gold standard and present in the market from quite a long time. It's very popular and gives you a complete species level identification when used with API web software. Then we have Vitek2 Compact, which is automation of API, and there are multiple number of biochemicals which are present in single card, and gives you results much faster within 8 hours or maximum up to 18 hours up to species level. So again, this system gives you identification of any microorganism, bacteria and yeast till species level. Then we have third solution, which is Vitek MS, which is based on MALDI-TOF technology. And the solution is included in ISO 16140 validated methods. It gives you results in 1 minute. So if you have any organism on the plate, you just have to prepare a smear and put it inside the system. System can give you results till species level within 1 minute. So it's very fast and rapid solution. So yes, we are, as I mentioned, we are solution providers and working with different industries to look into their requirements and providing them the best solution for microbiological analysis. So starting from media preparation, enumeration, identification, prediction of the contamination, if anything going to happen. So we have analytical tools which can predict the on the basis of the trends of the environmental monitoring, product testing. And then we have data management tools available with us. And then we have customized services, which are, as I mentioned, the Expro program, in which we can provide the customized solution to the customers. And also we are working on a specific software, which is Links. It's a rapid typing for pathogens. So it's not a full-fledged typing, but yes, this is something which can help customer to understand what kind of pathogens they are getting in the environment and whether it's moving from one area to the other area. So it's a rapid typing solution, which is on which we are working, and it will be introduced very soon. So the conclusion is faster lab results with these rapid solutions, make decision and take action, lower inventory costs, decreased overhead, faster distribution in the market, earlier interventions and corrective action. So with the solutions, it will reduce waste and increase the yield and increased productivity finally for the lab as well as for the industry, because with these rapid solutions, more number of tests can be done productively and sensitively. So we are moving towards the new era of smarter food safety, and these are the pillars. So we are looking into the traceability, full traceability of your testing. So the time will come when there will be strengthening of the food standards, and the requirement of the traceability will be there. Also, as there are different, you can see now we are ordering online. So there are many food products you can get from different websites also. So that is the modernization of our supply chain, which is happening. Food safety culture, yes, it's changing now, as I mentioned, and it's everyone's responsibility to spread awareness about the food safety culture in the society. And also smarter tools with which we can perform testing more rapidly, and also the technology will change the whole scenario of food safety. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the excellent presentation, Mr. Naresh Kumar. He gave an elaborate picture of latest developments in the microbiological analysis, and with special emphasis on predictive diagnostics. So now it is open. Any questions? I think all are tired. 3 more presentations. If no questions, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request the chair to present a memento to the speaker. Thank you. Now we will break for tea. Kindly come back within 15 minutes.
The next presentation is by Mrs. Danya, Standard Setting Procedure in FSSAI. Danya can start.
Mrs. Danya is presently working as Deputy Director, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, and also officiating as Authorized Officer for Import-Export Clearance, Seaport, Airport, and SES at Cochin. After obtaining postgraduate degree in chemistry from Government Victoria College, Palakkad, she had her humble beginning as chemist in Ministry of Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution, and then subsequently joined FSSAI in the year 2009. She was associated with FSSAI from the incipient stage when the organization started regulating food safety scenario in India. During her stint in FSSAI headquarters, her role as coordinator of scientific panel on pesticides and antibiotic residues and scientific panel on packaging and labeling was praiseworthy, as many of Indian standards were harmonized with international regulations. She is with us today to highlight the important role played by FSSAI in regulating safety of imported food products to India.
Okay. Respected Chair and dear all who are present over here, a very good evening to all of you. On the onset of this, today we are celebrating the World Food Safety Day. So as a representative from FSSAI, let me convey the Food Safety Day greetings to all of you. So today I'm just trying to give you a brief idea about many of you may be knowing the standard setting procedure, how the standards, we are talking about standards throughout the day, right? So how the standards are being finalized at FSSAI level, that I'm just trying to give you a brief idea. Okay. Now let us start. As you all know, food safety in our country is being regulated by FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was established in the year 2008 under the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. Okay, so our various regulations were implemented, were notified in the year 2011, and the Act was implemented in the year 2006. So as I told you earlier, FSSAI was established in the year 2008, and FSS rules and regulations were notified with effect from 5th August 2011. Now, what was the need for this establishing this FSSAI? Because earlier, prior to this implementation of this FSS Act 2006, the control of this manufacture, licensing, etc. of various products were under various ministries actually. So there was a demand from the industry to consolidate it to a single unit and to regulate it from a single reference point. That is how FSSAI was formed. Now, our headquarters is at New Delhi. Our department is headed by a chairperson, okay? And the administrative head of our department is Chief Executive Officer, okay? So both of them are operating from New Delhi. We have our regional offices at Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Guwahati, and import clearance officers as shown in the slide. Now, moving on, at headquarters, in the regional office level, basically, the licensing work as well as the import clearance work are being handled. Now, at our headquarters level, there are various divisions who are working throughout the period in setting standards, surveillance activities, regulatory compliance decisions, orders, and we have a codex division who deals with the international fraternity. And we have an import division who deals with the import division, you can say international cooperation division, who deals with the import cargo. If any issue is there with the import cargo, the import division is supposed to coordinate with the other countries and to regulate to solve the issues. We have a social and behavioral change division. So what the social and behavioral change division do is that we are doing so many IEC activities. That is, as in the previous presentations, the eminent speakers told about the importance of awareness, right? So awareness is a very important thing as far as implementing this government orders are considered, isn't it? So the social and behavioral division does the awareness programs basically. So through through its counterparts in the state departments, as well as through social media, print media, etc. They do so many activities, so many IEC activities basically to create more and more awareness about the importance of food safety. Now we have a GA and legal division, HR division, and account division as usual. Now, moving on, there are, as far as we have discussed this point earlier, that is the Bible of FSSAI, you can say, is the FSS Act basically. So, college students, you know the difference between Act and a regulation? Any one of you? What is the difference between an Act and a regulation? Okay, very good. Can you anyone wants to add something to that? Yeah, basically Parliament. Exactly. Very good. Act is passed by the Parliament. Okay. Act is passed by the Parliament, and the power that is extracted from the Act, based on that only the regulations are made. Okay. So this is the flow. Act is having the supreme power. Under that comes the rules, and under that comes the regulation. This is the basic structure. Now moving on, this year we are celebrating Food Safety Day, 7th of June. So this year WHO has the theme for this year's Food Safety Day is Food Standards Save Lives. So, so many presentations gave the importance of standards, how standards are set, etc. The details were given, isn't it? So this year the theme is Food Standards Save Lives. So as far as any product is concerned, the standard of that product ensures the safety, right? So whatever be it a cement, be it as a food item, be it a pipe, whatever it be whatever it be, steel material, whatever it be. So everything has got a standard. When that particular material adheres to that standard, then only it becomes a perfect one, isn't it? So that is why they have selected this particular theme for this year's Food Safety Day. Now moving on, what can be the standards related to food? What can be the standards? Labeling requirements are kind of standards. Pesticide limits are standards. Physical parameters are standards. Chemical parameters are standards. Microbiological parameters are standards. Antibiotic residues limits are standards. So these are all, so many things are there which can be considered as a standard. Now, college students, any one of you, can you differentiate between vertical standard and horizontal standard? Anyone? What do you mean by a vertical standard and a horizontal standard? Anyone? Just attempt, no problem. Please attempt. Try. Please. Vertical standard. Difference between vertical standard and horizontal standard. Just an attempt, please. No idea. Anyone, just attempt. Let it be wrong, no problem. You should have the courage to speak out. No problem. Just feel free. Be cool. Just attempt. No. Okay, I'll just give you an example. Suppose we are taking a jam. Okay, suppose we are taking a jam. Jam has got a standard. How that is TSS should be so and so, fruit content should be so and so. These are all called vertical standards. Okay, so what should be the pesticide limit? What related to that? These are coming under the horizontal standard category. Okay, the broad ones. Vertical standards means it will be specific to that particular product. Okay, horizontal standards means it will be applicable to a category, just like pesticide limit, antibiotic residue limit, etc. All these are coming under the horizontal standards. The product specific things will be coming under the vertical standards. So these are all the different standard. These are some examples for standards as far as food products are concerned. Now, I will just brief you how the procedure is being done at FSSA. First, I will give you the procedure. Then I will give you 2 examples. Then it will be very clear to you. Okay, so at FSSA headquarters, see, I told you, regional officers mainly focuses on this licensing work. That is groundwork they are focusing basically. All the regulatory decision-making work is being done from our headquarters. Okay, so we have 3-tier process. Okay. First level is the scientific panel. Second level is the scientific committee. And the third and the topmost thing is the food authority. Okay. The first level is the scientific panel. Second level is the scientific committee. And the third level is the food authority. Now, I will explain the whole thing one by one in detail. What do you mean by a scientific panel? Scientific panel is a group of experts. Okay, group of experts who have so much expertise in related fields. Okay, so we have 21 scientific panels as on date. So earlier in the starting stage there were only 9 panels. Okay, so as FSSA progressed, right? So as FSSA progressed, number of scientific panels, the demand was more. So more and more scientific panels were established. So from here, from this slide, you can see that FSSA constituted scientific panels on various main heads, say fruit and vegetables, spices, like that. So that the concentration can be on that particular meat and meat product, fishery product, GM food, labeling, packaging. So that particular cream of experts will focus on those topics, and they can give their valuable comments in creating various regulations. Okay. Now the latest order. How the scientific panels and scientific committees are formed. It is as per section 13 and 14 of FSS Act 2006. Okay. As per section 13 and 14 of FSS Act 2006, scientific panels and scientific committees are created. Now, this is the latest order by which the scientific panels and committees have been established. It is dated 24/2/2023. Now, what is the tenure of the scientific panel? It is 3 years. But the CEO of FSSA is having the power to extend it to 1 more year. Okay. So as per that order, the tenure of the scientific panel and committee is 3 years, but it can be extended maximum up to 1 year. Now, 9 members. So earlier in the initial period, there were about 15 members in the scientific panels in various scientific panels. Okay. So now as per the latest order, all the 21 scientific panels are having 9 members each. Okay. All the scientific panels are having 9 members each. Now, the panel members meet as well. So, FSSA will decide a schedule for the meeting of this particular panel, all the panels basically. So, as per that schedule, the members will meet and they will take a decision as per requirement. Now, FSSA headquarters, each and every panel, FSSA headquarters has got a panel secretariat. So what is the duty of this panel secretariat? They will prepare the agenda. They will prepare the minutes. They will do the traveling and stay related duties of this members, etc. Basically, coordination work with the members. So for each and every panel, there is a panel secretariat at FSSA headquarters. Now, moving on, these are the, I will just give you the main head of all the scientific panels. So basically, we have food additives, flavoring, processing aid, food contact material. That is panel number 1. Then on pesticide residue. Earlier, the panel on pesticide residue was pesticide residue and antibiotic residue. Both were together. But there was a demand to separate it as a separate scientific panel. So there was, it was separated into 2 different scientific panels. So the first one is pesticide, second one is pesticide residue. The third one is based on antibiotic residues. Fourth one, GM food. Then fifth one, nutraceuticals and functional foods. Sixth one, based on biological hazard. Seventh one, contaminants in the food chain. Eighth one, labeling, claims and advertisements. Ninth one, I'm just giving you the head only, okay, due to time constraint. The 9th one is sampling and analysis. 10th one is fish and fisheries products. So many eminent people from CIFT, CMFRA, they are members of the scientific panels for fish and fisheries products. Cereal product, legumes and pulses, fruit and vegetable products, meat and meat products including poultry, milk and milk products, oils and fats, sweets and confectionery, water and beverages, nutrition and fortification, spices and culinary herbs, packaging, alcoholic beverages. So these are the main 21 scientific panels which are there as on date at FSSA headquarters. Now, The second level is, what the scientific panel will do. Suppose there is a demand from the industry or from any person related to any of these topics, any representation or whatever it be. See, you as a citizen of India, you are having the right to give any comments to FSSA on related to any of these topics. Say, for example, I'm just giving you an example. Suppose in jam, okay, industry is saying that suppose the TSS of jam is so and so. Suppose one value will be there. So if due to the advancement in industrial process or something, if the industry wants it to be changed as some other value, okay, from X to Y value. So what the industry will do through FICCI or CIA, whatever it means, they will give a formal representation with the scientific proof to this concerned scientific panel. Okay, to the concerned scientific panel. So what they will do? So if it is a jam, it will go to the scientific panel. Which scientific panel it will go? If there is a TSS change, suppose there is a demand to change TSS in jam. So to which scientific panel it will go? Just tell. To which scientific panel it will go? Sorry? Okay. No, panel 12, fruit and vegetable and their product. Okay, fruit and vegetable and their product. So it is coming under the 2.3 category. Fruit and jam is coming under the 2.3 category of FSS regulation. So that comment along with the supporting document, it will go to this particular panel. Okay, so panel members, once they will meet, this representation of industry will be circulated as an agenda. Okay, so the panel members, what they will do? They will go through the whole document, okay, and they will take a decision, okay, whether it has to be changed, okay, whether documents are enough. If more documents are required, the panel members will ask the industry to give more documents, supporting documents. If the panel members are satisfied with this thing, what they will do? They will give their recommendation to the next level. Okay, the TSS of jam should be changed from X to Y. So then where it will go? Then it will go to the second level, that is scientific committee. You got some idea? You got some idea. I'm just giving you an example. See, same is the case with any of the food related products. Any change in, it can be a labeling thing. It can be a microbiological standard, chemical standard, whatever it be. So this is the procedure. So the representation will go to the concerned scientific panel. The panel will examine. If panel is agreeing to that, it will go to the next level, that is scientific committee. Okay, if the panel is not satisfied, then they can seek clarification or they can reject also. So as per the scientific this thing, it cannot be accepted like that. They can reject also. So the panel is having the full power. Now, the second level is the scientific committee. So scientific committee, what they do? The agenda, which are recommended by all the panels, all the 21 panels will be circulated in scientific committee meeting. Okay, all the panels will be having so many recommended agendas, right? So it will go to the next level, that is called as a scientific committee. So who are the members of scientific committee as on date? Anu Appaya sir, Dr. N. Bhaskar sir, Ravi Shankar sir, former head of CIFT, Shankar Joshi sir, Dr. S.N. Jha sir, Dr. Vasudeva Singh sir. Okay, so these are the 6 permanent members of the scientific committee. Along with that, all the chairperson, we have discussed that 21 panels are there. So whenever the panel meets, they will select one of their member as a chairperson of that particular panel. Okay, so all the 21 chairperson will also be a member of the scientific committee. Got it? So these are the 6 permanent members as well as 21 chairperson of all the scientific panels basically. So whenever that agenda comes, whenever the concerned agenda comes, this chairperson of that scientific panel can elaborate the issue, right? That is why all the scientific panel chairpersons are also part of the scientific committee. So here also 2 possibilities are there. Okay, scientific committee can recommend it to the next level or it can reject or seek clarification. Same procedure. Got it? Okay, so if the agenda is approved, okay, agenda is approved from the scientific committee, it will go to the next level, that is food authority. Okay, next level, that is a food authority. Food authority is the, as far as FSSAI is concerned, food authority is the ultimate approving authority. Ultimate approving authority. So who are the members of food authority? Okay, 7 members. Chairperson, that is 7 members will be from these ministries: Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food Processing Industries, Health, Legislative Affairs, Small MSME, Ministry of Small Scale Industries. So not below the rank of JS are members of, they are nominated members actually. Okay, so at least they should be joint secretary level. Joint secretary level person from all these ministries are part of this food authority team. Okay. Now, along with that, these are the other members who are part of this food authority. There will be 2 representatives from food industry, 2 representatives from consumer organization, 3 eminent food technologists from the scientific fraternity team, 5 members from the state. Okay, any 5 states. Usually the commissioner is part of this. Commissioner of this concerned state food safety department are part of this food authority team. Any 5 states, that changes in between. In every 3 years, it will change, so that all the states are getting the participation. Now, 2 persons to represent farmers organization and 1 person to represent retailer organization. So from this composition of this food authority, you can see that FSSAI is giving option to everyone to give their representation for any for submitting their representation in any form to food authority, or for any suggestion change or something like that. Okay, so from this composition itself, it is very clear that ministries are given importance, this industry is given importance, farmers are given importance, states are given importance, organization, independent consumer organizations are given importance. Everybody is given importance. Okay, so once the agenda that is passed from the scientific committee goes to the food authority, then if the food authority is approving the same thing, then it goes to the next level. So this procedure is clear. Okay, first first it goes to the scientific panel. Second, it goes to the scientific committee. Third, it goes to the food authority. So once the food authority is approving it, then what will happen? It will go to the next level, that is notification. Notification. Okay. Now let us see how this thing proceeds. Now this is a pictorial representation of the structure of FSSAI. On the left side, you can see that food authority. Food authority, as I told you, it is the ultimate thing. Okay, with 22 members, as I have discussed in the previous slide. Anything related to food standards, it goes to the food authority for approval. So under the food authority, scientific committee is there, scientific panels are there. So over there, it is a previous picture. Actually, it is written 17. It may be read as 21. Okay, as on date, there are 21 scientific panels. Okay. Now, on the right-hand side, you can see that there is another group of people, which is called as a Central Advisory Committee. Okay, Central Advisory Committee. So, Central Advisory Committee is a forum to discuss the issues of state. Okay, it is headed by our Chief Executive Officer. And in Central Advisory Committee, all the food safety commissioners are members of the Central Advisory Committee. So FSSAI every quarter they will meet. This Central Advisory Committee do arrange a meeting. So in those cases, what are being discussed is that FSSAI will give instruction to do surveillance of this, surveillance of that, like that. Instruction will be given, right? So how far the state has implemented it? So what is the result? So to discuss the whole points, this Central Advisory Committee is being used. Okay, so how many legal samples have tested? How many are passed? What are the IEC activities being done? So all these in every state. So these are being discussed in the Central Advisory Committee meeting. So Central Advisory Committee is a different thing, and Food Authority, this thing is a different thing. So both of them, that is Central Advisory Committee and the Scientific Committee, it is coming under the Food Authority group, Food Authority umbrella. Now moving on, now it is a next level. How it is it becomes a approved standard. I'm just giving you an example. Just take the TSS in JAM itself. Okay. Suppose the TSS in JAM change from X to Y is approved by the scientific panel. Suppose it is approved by the scientific committee also. Okay. Then it goes to the food authority. Okay. Suppose food authority is also approving it. Okay. From X to Y, it is safe and it is okay. Okay. Then the next process is that once though the food authority has approved it, then it won't become a law. Okay, it won't become a law. There is a notification procedure for that. Okay, now how it is being done, that I will just explain. Now, the first point you see, once the food authority approves the standard, okay, so we have discussed this TSS of JAM from X to Y. Okay, now it becomes a draft. A regulation division of FSSA will prepare a draft regulation. It is a legal document and it has to be prepared in a particular format. There is a specific format and that regulation will be prepared in a draft regulation format. So that is the first point. So the draft notification, it will do, the draft notification, once it is ready, it goes to the, first it goes to the approval of CEO FSSAI. Okay, CEO FSSAI will approve the draft notification. Then it goes to our parent ministry, that is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So any change in the regulation, it has to be done only with the approval of the competent authority, that is Minister of Health and Family Welfare. Okay, once the CEO approves the draft notification, it goes to the ministry for minister's approval. Okay, then if the minister is approving it, it goes to the legal Ministry of Law. Okay, Ministry of Law. Ministry of Law will check whether legally it is okay or not. Okay, if legally it is not, it is having some problem, then the ministry will revert back. Okay, so and so has to be legal vetting only, that not with respect to standard, but legal, that language you can say. Okay, so legally the Ministry of Law will do the vetting. Okay, so whenever it goes to Ministry of Law for vetting, both English and Hindi draft regulations are to be there. Okay, it has to be published in the Hindi as well as the English. Okay, now the next level is, if legally vetted everything is done, then what will happen? It will be published in FSSA website as a draft notification. Once it is vetted and approved by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and Ministry of Law, it becomes a draft notification. Okay, draft notification. So this draft notification, it will go to Government of India Press for printing. Okay, it will go to Government of India Press for printing. So once it is printed, the PDF is ready. It will be uploaded in the FSSA website. It will be uploaded in the FSSA website. So why it is called as a draft? Okay, why? Because whenever the draft is uploaded in FSSA website, each and every citizen of India is having the right to give comments. Okay, suppose a person A is having some objection to this, definitely they can give, okay, it should not be, the TSS should not be changed to X to Y due to so and so reason. Okay, or if they are agreeing, that also can be given as a comment. Are you getting my point? Are you following me? Okay, so this draft notification is published on the FSSA website for comments. Okay, so any concerned person, suppose any concerned person in the concerned industry can give comments for this particular draft notification, whether it has to be accepted or some suggestions are there. So whenever you are giving a suggestion, then it has to be supported by valid documents. Okay, so it will be given 30 days time. So once it is published on the FSSA website, the public is given 30 days time to give comments. Okay, so anyone can give comments. So after the 30th day, the next day onwards, this regulation division will compile all the comments. And they will do the checking whether any relevant comments are there, or they will check each and every comment that is submitted by the individuals. So as an industry you can give, as an individual also you can give. Suppose any major change is there, then the whole process is repeated once again. Okay, suppose any major change is there, then it again goes to the scientific panel and it is returned back. So the same procedure will again continue. Scientific panel, committee, for this thing, that is a food authority, then draft notification again it will come. Suppose no major changes are there, then what will happen? It will be notified as a final gazette notification. Final gazette notification. So this procedure is a bit clear. Okay. Okay. So first the draft notification, it goes to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for vetting, and then goes to Ministry of Law. Then draft notification goes for printing. Then the draft notification is given 30 days time for giving comments. Okay. Then if any comments are there, accordingly it is verified. If no comments are there, it will become a final gazette notification. Okay. So it is applicable to not only to FSSA, any government regulation are being made through this process only. It is applicable. So there will be a delay. There will be, as you can see, going from one ministry to a different ministry, it takes time. So that is why this standard setting procedure is a lengthy one. Okay, it is a lengthy one. And once the draft notification is finalized, you are supposed to notify it within 6 months, the final notification. Otherwise, the validity will be over. Within 6 months, you have to notify the final notification after incorporating comments and whatever it be. Okay, so once the time frame is exceeds, then what will happen? Again, the procedure has to be repeated, or you have to give special permission. You have to get special permission from the concerned parent ministry. Okay, so this is the draft procedure. Now, have you seen our website, students? FSSA website, have you seen? Just raise your hand who have seen the website. Okay, okay. So today itself you have to go and visit. Those who have not raised the hand. Okay. Okay. So this is our website. So there is a head called notification. Under that notification, draft notification window will come. Okay. So see, for example, May 2023. April 2023, true draft notifications are given. Okay, for comments. So the draft notification will be there and there will be a link for giving comments. So all of you should utilize it. Okay. So why this are being discussed with you? You related, that is, if you are a food technologist accordingly, or a fisheries, dairy technology, so many eminent people are sitting over here, right? So you can utilize your expertise in this, in improving the standards, right? You have to utilize all the your capacity, capability, and knowledge. Okay, will you do? Will you do? Okay. Then this is a draft notification. So you visit our website and under the notification head, draft notification will be there. So you can click. So there will be 30 days time will be given for giving the comments. Now, this is a draft notification. Okay. Have you seen any this notification? Have you seen anyone? So it is written as Bharat Ka Rajpatra, Gazette of India. So draft notification as well as a final notification, it is published in Gazette of India. This is a very legal document. Okay. So any change in any government regulation in any ministry, first the draft regulation is prepared, then goes as a final draft notification will be there. Then it goes as a final notification. So over there, actually, I don't know whether it is visible. So it will be written. In the point number 2, you can see in regulation, so and so, the following shall be inserted. So this particular regulation is speaking about inserting something. Okay, inserting something as an extra point in the existing regulation. So on the top, you can see in the blue line, objection and suggestion, if any, may be addressed to Chief Executive Officer FSSAI and with a mail to regulation@fssa.gov.in. So under the notification, can you see one date? 11th May 2023. Can you see? 11th May 2023. That is the notification date, draft notification date. So within 30 days of draft notification date, you have to submit your comments. Okay. So that is why the date is given, and to whom it has to be addressed, it is also given. Now, again, notification head, Gazette notification. Gazette notification means all the procedures are over. The draft notification has been approved. Then it goes as a final Gazette notification. So this is a final Gazette notification. So over there, can you see one date? New Delhi, 21st February 2023. So that is the Gazette date of that final notification. Okay. So from which date it will be implemented, that will also be given. So you can see You can see the second point, that is, they shall come into force from 1st September 2023. Can you see that second point in the second page? They shall come into force from 1st September 2023. So there is a standard change with respect to goat milk. Okay. So and so parameters are going to change. It will be replaced by some other value. So this will be implemented from 1st September 2022. Though it has been notified on 21st February, FSSA is giving time to adhere up to 1st September 2023. Suppose there is some labeling changes are there, then as such the industry cannot change. Suppose do you know the non-veg logo has been changed? How many of you know? Okay. Students, what is the now the non-veg logo? Non-veg logo? Non-veg logo? You have not seen? Non-veg logo, new non-veg logo. New non-veg logo you have not seen. Earlier, how was it? Just tell me that. Earlier, how was it, the non-veg logo? Sorry? Red color? Circle. Now, how it has been changed? Triangle, right? It has been changed to triangle. So industry will be preparing the this labeling material in a bulk quantity, right? So it will take huge. It will take time to change the label from one label to second label, right? So FSSA is giving time frame. Okay. 6 months or 1 year time to adhere to the new regulation, so that industry is not affected. The industry is not having any extra, they can use their existing labels. Okay. So this is the difference between draft notification and final notification. Now, so this is about this standard setting procedure at FSSAI. So I sincerely thank CIFT family for inviting FSSAI for this particular program. And I sincerely thank my director, sir, for giving me an opportunity. And I sincerely thank all of you for patiently listening to me. And as you all know, FSSAI is giving so many IEC activities in promoting food safety. Okay. So all of you, you know 3 mantras actually. You know 3 mantras. Have you seen that Eat Right initiative of, you know about Eat Right initiative of FSSAI? Eat Right initiative. So less sugar, less salt, less fat. Okay. So do exercise properly along with having nutritious food. So all of you eat healthy, stay healthy, take care. Thank you so much, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Danya, for the excellent presentation. Now it is open for discussion.
Thank you, madam, for the excellent presentation. It's just a doubt only, madam. You said that the draft notification after legal vetting, it will be printed in a government press. Actually, is it really required printing of the draft notification? Because we always recommend to have a e-system. It's already will be published in your website also.
Yeah, definitely.
So everyone can see the notification.
Yeah. Earlier, they used to print it separate. That is, they used to print it in bulk and they used to distribute it to all the concerned industry and all. But now they will be printing in, say, 100 copies or something like that, just for sake of printing. After that, they will be, the concerned ministries will be given online, that is through mail and all, they will distribute. And our website is a public platform. So it is available online. So like that, it has been changed.
Maybe in future they will.
But I think as per the legality, they have to print and they have to keep at least 50 copies or something like that. Till date. As on date also, they have to print and keep. That is the duty of the press actually. And few copies are to be submitted to ministry and FSSA, whosoever be publishing the notification.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more question.
Yes.
If we import fish, FSSAI test.
Yeah.
If it is imported and if it is re-exported, whether there is a role of FSSAI or EIA will be taking care?
No, actually, there are two cases. That is, you are telling about re-import? Import and processing and re-export.
Yeah.
Okay. So under the customs notification, you know the customs rules? You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So customs has got two notifications basically, two schemes basically, advance authorization and re-export bond. Okay, advance authorization, re-export bond. So advance authorization and re-export bond, the concerned importer, no, they are giving a bond to the customs authorities. Okay, so so-and-so will be processed at so-and-so unit and so will be re-exported by so-and-so. So in both the cases, within 6 months, they have to do the processing and re-export. So under that bond, though the application comes to FSSAI online, we will be issuing not in scope. Okay, we will not draw sample. So we are honoring the document submitted by the importer and we are giving not in scope. Okay, and after that, it is the duty of the customs to monitor that. Only thing is that the importer now should have a manufacturing facility. Then only they can do the processing, right?
If it is above 6 period means?
They have to, I think in the customs level, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, they have to give a penalty and it can be extended up to 3 more months because that shelf life is also there, no?
Any fee or anything they have to pay for extension?
I think for some penalty is there. If they are not adhering to that time frame.
If it is for a genuine reason, maybe due to some other.
No, that it is up to the customs commissioner. The commissioner has to give approval. The customs commissioner has the discretion to overrule anything. Not anything actually, some points. So if it is coming under the ambit of this customs commissioner, definitely they will do.
And
but that shelf life is, they will check the shelf life. So it cannot be extended to very large this thing.
And how much time normally FSSAI takes for testing and imported raw material?
If it is there are two types of products basically. Some are having chemical parameters only for testing and some are having chemical plus microbiological. If only chemical parameters are there, then it will be issued within 2 to 3 days. Okay, the lab report will come in within 2 to 3 days. And if microbiology parameters are there, maximum 5 days.
So this FSSAI have their branches everywhere?
No, regional offices we have. And in the southern region, import clearances offices are there at Cochin, then Thoothukudi, then Mangalore, Bangalore, Visakhapatnam, this Krishnapatnam, then Chennai, of course, our regional office is there. Then northern side, we have office at Ahmedabad. Then Kandla, we have an office. Then Mundra, we have an office. And other than the regional offices, Kolkata, Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions with respect to FSSAI? Yes, ma'am.
How do you regulate all the states to implement the same standards across? If a test method is implemented, how do you do that?
Okay, I told you, no, ma'am, the CAC meeting I have discussed, no, ma'am. So FSSAI headquarters is preparing the rules and regulations basically, and the states are supposed to implement it. So in order to check the progress, only the CAC meetings are being conducted.
So is there something that you give approvals or something, confirm that they are following the procedures? Or just give them that it's up to the state, they can do whatever?
No, actually, they are supposed to do. It is that food safety concerned food safety commissioner, no, he is responsible. So he will be regulating that the concerned rules are only implemented in their state. So food safety commissioner will monitor, ma'am.
So the state government has some role or only the center has a role?
No, state government. State government is also having a role.
So there means across states there could be variation, right? There could be possibility that
no, depending upon the rules are applicable. The rules are made for the whole in country, ma'am. So they are actually they are supposed to implement it actually.
But Yes, there is a guideline you have to implement, but somebody is checking and giving an approval or not, because in drugs also the same thing happens. Sometimes it is the discrete state can take some decisions, right? So similar way for food safety is also like that. That's
Now,
what-
for example, in Kerala state, if you think, ma'am, this state food safety commissioner is there, then every district, they have got a designated officer, okay, who is issuing the license. And each legislative constituency, they have a food safety officer. So this food safety officer will be reporting to each designated officer, and all the designated officer will be reporting to food safety commissioner. So there will be regular meeting of the food safety commissioner with the designated officer, and designated officer with their food safety officer. So they will definitely check, ma'am. They will definitely check.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
My doubt is regarding the food fraud. Sir was explaining in the morning. So,
Sorry, food crop.
Food fraud.
Food fraud.
Yeah. One of my friends have done her research in food substitutions that has widely been taking place in many places, even in supermarkets or like in hotels, restaurants. They are substituting cheap. For example, if we take seafood, the cheap fishes are being substituted for the expensive ones. So, which is the panel who is in charge of as you said, there are different scientific panels. So just wanted to know in case of food substitutions, which comes under food fraud. So which is the panel that takes care of?
No, food fraud as such, it won't come under any panel, ma'am. Actually, this I told you, we have a designated officer in every district, and food safety officer down the line. Okay, for example, in Kerala, each legislative constituency. So this all of them, they are educating, they are creating awareness to not to, that is the food business operators, not to do all these things. Okay, so they will be doing, so awareness programs are being conducted on a large scale. Some people, they may be doing knowingly, some they may be doing unknowingly. Okay, so the unknowingly doing people, they will be changing into proper, they'll be they won't be, repeat it actually. And but knowingly, if they are doing, the food safety officer will collect sample and legal action will be taken.
Because when she contacted the food safety commissioner, who is in charge of the state food safety, as you mentioned earlier, food safety commissioner is the head of the state. Yeah. So, like what the advice she got is like, as such, they are not much aware of the substitutions being taking place.
Okay, so as a citizen, let me tell you, as a citizen, if you are knowing something like that, okay, you can intimate to the nearest food safety officer. So if you are if you know that, okay, so and so is doing so and so, so okay, so then you can definitely intimate the same to the concerned food safety officer. They will take action.
So the main problem that we come across while coming to food substitution is that once the food is being cooked, it is very difficult to identify which species of the particular fish or prawns or shrimp or whatever it is. So it requires genetic level or DNA sequencing level analysis to identify which species particularly is being substituted. Yeah. So that testing itself, it's not a like common man cannot.
I got
yeah.
it.
So that is one of the major hurdles that even the commissioner or the food safety officers, they find it difficult to
find it out, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
yes. It is a very prevalent. Not much studies or research has been done because of the same reason I mentioned before. Because it requires a lot of money to be spent and genetic level testing.
testing.
Yeah.
So, but it is a very prevalent.
Yeah.
After her studies, it was proved that most of the majority of the samples which she was collected from various part of Kerala. So, majority was substituted. Like
You are finding it in fish, basically? Fish.
Yeah.
Fish. Okay.
Fish, yeah. She was concentrating only on fish. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So just wanted to give you an idea of what.
Okay, it is happening
might-
like that.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
definitely. The point is well noted, ma'am. Okay,
Yeah.
let me
Thank you,
see.
ma'am.
Okay, whatever at our level, whatever we can do, we will do. Don't
Okay,
worry.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to add, the food safety officer will not be able to do anything unless the person is selling it. You know, if he is selling, if he puts the board that it is tuna and he is selling some other thing, then they are liable. If they are just cooking it and selling in a restaurant, nobody can do anything. See, when they actually, the food fraud is, if they tell you this is tuna, and they are selling you a lower quality meat, then the FSO can take thing. Otherwise, he has, because there is no legal thing standing for him to take the sample. Because how does he know? Because the restaurateur will say that I didn't say it is tuna, or I didn't say it's mackerel. So food fraud is only for the labeling, and substitution. What we talk about substitution is like milk. You know, milk, we say that if we find sucrose in milk, I mean, added, or if you are adding water to milk, that is substitution for thing. Because very clearly our regulation says that no water should be added. So FSO or DO cannot take anything unless they have put a label. It's just like the sweet meat shops where they have to put, if they have used ghee, they have to write sweets prepared with pure ghee. And if it is not prepared with pure ghee, then FSO and DO will
can
take
find.
action.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request the session chair, Sushila ma'am, to kindly present a memento to the speaker.
Next presentation is by Ashwin Kumar. It is on rapid pathogen testing using Assurance GDS.
So good evening all. Very exhaustive day today. So very interesting topic. We come up with the food safety standard. As we all aware, pandemic teaches us the lot of things. So everybody is talking about the rapid testing, rapid PCR testing, and rapid analysis in the food testing, pharmaceutical, as well as in the various diagnostic analysis. So as a Merck is a 350 years old company, and there are various verticals like electronics, healthcare, and life science. So me and my team belongs to the life science industry. So previous presentation done by ma'am on FSSAI, we have, as a part of CSR activity, we have our CMAT lab, which is a Center for Microbiological Analysis and Training, located at Ghaziabad. So as a partner with FSSAI, we are providing the training on various microbiological analysis, including the high-tech instrument like PCR technology. So rapid pathogen detection is our today's topic. So as we all aware, food technology, there are various testings. So basic workflow is to enrich the microorganism, then selective enrichment in the traditional method. And once we prepare the sample, like sample dilution for pre-enrichment, we need to homogenate it, because we all aware there are difficult matrices like fish or seafood matrices. So microorganisms are at deeper level. Sometimes some of the meat microorganisms may not find at very superficial level. So that's why homogenization is important for every rapid method or traditional testing method. So once we homogenate the product, we keep it for the pre-enrichment. Pre-enrichment is basically to, I would say, increase the number of pathogens, which are very low level. Pathogens are in the low level of microorganism. That flora will be germinated by 24 hours or maybe 18 hours enrichment protocol, depending on the instrument or technology followed. Then we isolate the colony and doing the either by ELISA method or PCR method. So that is the basic workflow where everybody is following in the food industry for testing of food pathogen. In the traditional method, we are selectively plating the microorganisms and we are checking the typical colony characteristics. I will take the example of Salmonella. On XLDA agar, it shows the black color colony due to the precipitation, or I would say production of H2S. So these are the golden standard technologies. And when we implement any new rapid technologies in our single laboratory, we need to follow the various guidelines like RAFT. It should be RAFT approved for India. And then we are following the ISO 16140 part 3 for implementation of rapid method in the single laboratory. So these are all practices we are following. So in all total, pathogens are the microorganisms which are harmful for consumption of end users. So we all are the safety sentinels. So it's our duty to ensure that whatever we are giving to the society, or if we follow the motto of FSSAI, eat right. Eat right means food should be fit for consumption. If we take the example of drinking water, so if I take the example of local authority, Kerala Water Board Authority, so they are ensuring the good quality of water. Same manner in the food, we are ensuring that it should be fit for the consumption. So pathogens are our target microorganisms, which we are detecting by the molecular methods and antibody methods. So molecular methods include the PCR testing. Everybody is aware about the PCR testing due to the pandemic and COVID situation. And antibody-based methods are the ELISA methods, then lateral flow methods, and immunodiffusion method, where the antigen and antibody reactions we are expecting. If antigen react with the specific antibody, so it forms the either color band or maybe in ELISA, it forms the fluorescence. So these all are technology to detect the food pathogen. So immunological methods and PCR methods. So these are the few pictures on the various technologies. In the first will be a antigen antibody diffusion method. Second is our lateral flow. It's like a simple test, like rapid PCR test, we can say. So where we are putting the drop and the droplet is migrate along with the antibody, it forms the color. And along with this, whether our microorganism is present or not, control and test band is there. So it will appear. So if your test band is prominent and matching with the control band, so that means this particular microorganism or target pathogen is present. Another technology is a PCR analysis. So I will talk on the PCR analysis, where we are taking the microbiological sample. Say, for example, if I will take the example of CIFT, so some of the fishes or fish pickles are coming in for analysis. So these samples we are enriching with the, say, for example, for Salmonella, BPW broth we are taking 225 ml and 25 gram samples we are measuring. We are homogenating these samples and 24 hours incubations we are doing. So after selective enrichment, we are preparing some of the PCR analysis. So we have the system called as a Assurance GDS, genetic detection system, which is available in CIFT also in QM division. So if you want to learn more or on hands-on, you can approach the team and concern team, and you can have the hands-on on this particular technology. So in this technology, to avoid the false positive results, if system shows the negative result, then you can straight away release the product. But if system shows the positive result, so as per the guidelines, we need to follow the traditional method for the plating. So whatever the positive results we got, that we are confirming by the positive method. But for negative results, no need for the further analysis. So negative is a true negative results. So GDS technology is having the enrichment protocol. As usual, we are following like a golden standard method. And then we are following the either manual workflow or traditional work. I would say manual as well as automated workflow. Automated workflow is basically dispensing of reagent by the robotic arms. So I'm not focusing on the more detail on the automated method. So simple, whenever you are getting any sample for analysis for pathogen detection, as we all aware that food is going for the sometimes one day infant. So some infant formulas are there for the, I would say, underweight infants. So they cannot really express their feelings. So it's our duty to release the safe product in the market. So that's why common food samples we are taking, we are enriching, and we are keep it for the incubation. And then subsequently we are doing for the further analysis post incubation. So from incubated samples to the amplification, we need to have very, I would say, high throughput workflow. We need to have the very simple workflow. So in our technology, we are following the two types of method. One is a immunomagnetic separation and another is a PCR testing. Why we introduce the immunomagnetic separation? We all aware that in the food analysis, we are interested for the live microorganism. We are not really interested for the dead microorganisms. Okay. So when during processing of any food analysis or during processing of any food or preparing of food, there are several steps are involved. So in that step, microorganism may get killed and free DNA is released. So that's why we intentionally introduce this particular step as a part of selective, I would say selection, first level selection, so that PCR will not be interfered. So in this technology, we are capturing the low level of microorganisms. If low level of cells are available in the pre-enrichment broth, that we are capturing through the selectively capturing by the antibodies, which are impregnated or coated on the immunomagnetic beads. So these are beads which we are removing from the matrices, sample matrices. So your matrices maybe contain some toxic substances or preservatives or high salt content. It will selectively pick the only microorganism, and sample matrices which are interfering for the PCR reaction that are nullified here by the washing solution. So it prevent the physical, I would say, prevent inhibition in the PCR by physically capturing the microorganisms. And it is a superior technology. So patent is already registered and we are awaiting for the patent. So it's a, I would say, proprietary technology, IMS technology. Again, in this technology, we are checking whether my PCR tube is having good reaction or not, so that we intentionally introduce internal control. So internal control, once cross this threshold, that means PCR is proper. There is no inhibition in the PCR reaction. And once internal control is passing, or I would show cross the threshold in the, you can see in the graphs, there are graphs for the test as well as internal control. So in the right hand side, graphs is for internal control, that is really crossing the threshold, and test samples also cross this threshold. That means it's a true positive of samples. If you test example Salmonella or Chronobacter, if it cross the particular line or threshold, it will be give the positive indication. So again, it's a ready to use technology where we are not involving any sample preparation or reagent preparation. So every reagent is in the ready to use form, in the pellet form, so that you can get the good quality of results as well as you can get the good expiry period for the organisms. Again, we are following the rotary based design. We all aware that in PCR technology, melting, annealing are the steps involved. So 55 degrees centigrade, again 95 degrees centigrade, we are following the temperature. But in the conventional Peltier design, which is available in the top right side, so Peltier based design PCR, what happens? Your edge effect will be there. The samples which are loaded at the edge will impact the results. That will not show either proper results. So that's why we are come up with the rotary based design, so that every PCR tube get the proper temperature, and there should be a constant heat exchange. So temperature, cooling and heating effect will be a proper. So it's a rotary based design where fast cycling time is there, uniform cycling, as well as highly efficient. So at a time you can load the 72 samples in a single run. If you want to test the Salmonella, Listeria or Chronobacter, or say for example E. coli 0157, at single cycle you can perform the analysis. So no need to like wait for one parameter at one time. So it's a faster results. So you can see system will interpret itself the result depending on the threshold crossing. So analysts need not to interpret the results. So it's automated software where you will get directly positive result with the red indication, negative results with the green indication. So IMS technology is a technology where we are selectively pick the microorganism by nullifying the chances, or I would say interference of the free DNA. So to avoid this, some of the difficult matrices contain preservatives for the samples, some high salt concentration or high pH will not impacted by this IMS technology. And rotor design ensure all cooling, proper cooling with the centrifuge type design. Constant heat air exchange will happen with this. So there are various PCR technologies like R&D PCR, where we are performing the extraction step, then purification of DNA, and we are running the PCR. And in the market, there are some of the PCR inhibitions we get. So for that purpose, we need to dilute the matrix. Once we dilute the sample matrices, the efficiency will be reduced, means limit of detection will be a lower because we are following the dilution. But in GDS PCR technology, no need to follow the dilution steps, where we are taking care of the IMS technology. So concentration is done by the IMS beads, which we are selectively pick the microorganisms, and lysis step is performed automatically. So that's why only one hardware will suffice your need. So this is the beauty of the system, where we are following the immunomagnetic separation. At the right top, you can find that there is a beads, magnetic bead, which which is attached with the antibody specific for the microorganisms. If I want to analyze the Salmonella, so in the magnetic beads, Salmonella specific antibodies is there. If I want to go for the E. coli 0157, specific antibodies for E. coli 0157 is available. Again, this system is validated according to ISO 16140 part 2, which is a validation we need to perform at our end for various inclusivity testing and exclusivity testing. It is validated to give the 0% of false positive results. So that means it is accurately detect the microorganism. Whenever we are working with any commercial organization, if, for example, I run the 5 batches today, and if all 5 batches are showing positive results, so it's become a panic situation from top to bottom level of the employees. Analyst is having the lot of pressure, why it come positive. So there is a lot of time required for the investigation. To avoid this, IMS technology, particularly selective microorganism, washing steps are involved in the protocol, and that will be finally captured and detected the microorganism we are delivering into the resuspension plate, and from that resuspension liquid we are running the sample into the system, and all interpretation will be done by the software. So with this, I have completed my presentation. If you have any particular concerns or questions, we can discuss.
Thank you for the good presentation. Any questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Madam, one more question. Madam, here. Thanks for your presentation. This is a combination of two methods, right? The
Yes, sir.
TDS. But what is the economic viability for the lab? Because the
Economical viability of lab. Sir, when we are working with any commercial lab, so a lot of investigation is required. If you get the false positive results, so again, you need to check for the traditional method. You need to wait for the sometimes. And as a regulators, or I would say for FSSAI or any referral lab, it is difficult to give the, because pressure is there. If any outbreak is there, so you need to act on faster manner. So for that purpose, this is though per test cost is little high, but it will avoid the repetition and time saving is there, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I request the speaker to kindly accept a memento from the chair.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk on the technology. Thank you.
This is the last presentation by Mr. Bhavya Shukla. He's from SAEX. It's on solutions for the analysis of polar pesticides in food and environmental matrices by LCMSMS.
So finally, we have reached to the last presentation. So first of all, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to come and present our solution. I hope I can be audible to the last row. Can you hear me? Right? Okay, great. So okay, so I'm not going to talk about the conventional approach. I'm going to talk about some of the innovative approach for analyzing this polar pesticide group actually. So here I'm going to just explain you about 4 different approaches which we have used. One is ion mobility based approach. Then we have worked in collaboration with a NOFA lab, a Netherlands based lab, where we have used ion chromatography based approach. Then we used helic based approach, and then last CSI based approach. So if you see, these are not a conventional approach, definitely a completely innovative ways of analyzing these polar pesticides. And then at last, I'll talk about suspect screening workflow by using Q-trap functionality, but how it will be helpful for doing the complete suspect screening with the help of advanced functionality of Q-trap system. If you see, these highly polar pesticides are kind of a broad spectrum pesticides, which means that they are applicable for wide range of food commodities, whether we talk about fruit and vegetables, whether we talk about cereals, whether we talk about even honey or any type of food commodities we talk about, they will be present directly or indirectly, they are impacting our health. Why there was such a big concern about these high polar pesticide? Specifically, it came in 2015 because WHO's one wing, IARC, put this glyphosate specifically into as a potential carcinogenic compound, and because of that, it became big concern for regulatories as well as many manufacturers also. But then after subsequent studies by RAC and ECHA, they did not find anything related to carcinogenicity, but they did found that yes, it all these group actually impacts the health of human being as well as aquatic life as well as marine lives also. Now we have seen that as these are omnipresent, we have found these pesticides almost in all kind of food commodities. Earlier techniques which people used for analyzing these HPPs were normally ELISA, but the problem was that it was not very specific and selective. So that is why if you see people moved from ELISA towards GCMSMS, and then they found that GCMSMS technology was not very much compatible with the nature of these compounds. So that's why LCMSMS became a very evident technology. And if you see, if I talk about the regulatory requirements also, so if you see in last almost 1 decade, we have seen that even regulatory guidelines also going on the lower side, not only for the food commodities, but also for the environmentals. In case of environmental, they are even more stringent. They are talking about 0.1 ppb range. Okay, so if I have to segregate the whole workflow into three major buckets, so I can say that sample preparation is one part, then chromatography related challenges, and then there's a mass spec. If you see in sample preparation, we use quenchers as one of the very common approach for doing the sample preparation for extracting all these pesticides. But unfortunately, for HPPs, quenchers did not work as per the expectation. So that is why EURL came up with a new approach that is called as quick polar pesticide analysis extraction technique, where they just acidified the whole extractive solution. Instead of just using the simple acetonitrile, they went for acidified methanol, and after that they were able to get little bit better improvement in terms of extraction, which was not the case in case of quenchers. Another problem in the sample preparation was that derivatization. This was somewhere linked with the chromatography, because we found that these polar pesticides were not getting separated on HPLC. Like C18, C8 did not work very well for these polar pesticides. So that is why approach of derivatization came, that you change the nature of these molecules so that they can be separated on these stationary phases. But the problem is that when you add derivatization, you add one more level of complexity, you also add one more level of variability in your whole process. And because of that, somewhere the whole process was becoming more costly, and it was also very time consuming also. So that is why now, if you see, everyone is talking about that, can we develop a method without derivatization? In terms of chromatography, if you see, people have tried different approach. I mean, C18, C8 did not work as per the expectation. So they went for helix-based approach. Even some people also used mixed mode approach also to get at least some better level of separation, which was not possible on conventional ways. One problem which we have seen in HPPs analysis is that retention time shift happens after a certain level of injection. So that is why we have seen that problem is there, that you need to ensure that you develop a method in such a way that it should be robust enough for longer runs also. So you should get a repeatable results. Your retention time shift should not be that great, which normally we have seen in case of HPPs. In terms of mass spec, somewhere it is related to sample preparation as well as in terms of chromatography, that matrix effect is one of the big concern in mass spec. And we have seen that somewhere selectivity is also a challenge, because some of the transitions which we select in case of HPPs are actually common, and which creates a problem, like AMPA. And if I talk about phosphatile, they have almost similar transition, which creates a problem in selecting that specific MRM transitions. And then to find those, to go to that level with the consistent result, I mean, to go at a level of LOQ which is required for the system, I mean, mid-level system will not be sufficient. That is why, if you see, we always are going towards the high-end system for analyzing these polar pesticides. So, okay, so if I'll go for the first approach, so if you see, we have used a quick polar pesticide extraction technique, which is URL recommended technique. We went for a dilution which helped us to eliminate or reduce some of the matrix impact. We used 18,000 PSI system, and we used mixed mode column actually here. pH was kept on the lower side just to ensure that complexation reaction which happens between glyphosate and other cations should not happen there. And then we use this Q-trap 6500 system in a triple quad mode only. In a ESI, all the data was captured in ESI negative mode. For each molecule, we selected 4 transitions. We wanted to just evaluate that which transition is going to give more specificity compared to these polar pesticide analysis. So if you see, we have been able to separate these polar pesticide very base to base. You can see that very good separation can be seen for all these four pesticides, which are a kind of metabolites of glyphosate only. And if I talk about repeatability, if you see, like we have seen this, all these 4 transitions are there for all these pesticides. At 10 ppb level, we are seeing a repeatability not going beyond 4%. So this gives us that confidence that we can go even further lower also if in future regulation becomes more stringent. Now, what we did, that we evaluated the whole performance in aqueous as well as in different food commodities also. So if you see, in aqueous, we are getting very clear peak for all the 4 transitions. But in the corn also, we are not seeing any big challenge here. But soy was a little bit concerned. We can see the merging of peak there actually. That's why, but it's still little, we can say that this is acceptable. Same is the case in case of MPPA also. We did not see any problem. But the main problem which we found was in case of AMPA. Now you see that 3rd and 4th transition in case of corn and soy was a big challenge, because in case of corn, we are seeing that peaks are actually interfering peak is almost merging with my compound of interest, that transition. And then in case of soy, my system is capturing some other peak. It's not capturing that peak in which I'm interested. And we can clearly see that the reason could be that the transition which are there, actually, you can see that 110 to 79, 110 to 80, 110 to 81. This close transitions are creating a problem actually. Now, if we look for the another set of molecule, glufosinate, third transition was a problem in case of corn as well as in case of soy. You can see that interfering peak is almost merging with your compound of interest peak. So now we had two approach. Either we go for a Q-trap workflow where we use MS, get more selectivity and then try to eliminate this interfering peak. In case of glufosinate, we were able to eliminate that problem. We got the good peak, but the problem remained in case of AMPA, where you can see that transitions are almost 1 Dalton apart. So in that scenario, since we in MS mode, we select a range actually. So the system was not able to give that selectivity which we thought actually, which it will be able to give. So that is why we went for a different approach, that is ion mobility. So this device can be just put behind the source of your 6500Q triple quad system. And what we do that we do a separation on the basis of differential movement. We apply two different voltage. One is separation voltage and another one is compensation voltage. Because of separation voltage, your ions will move towards the rods, whereas because of the compensation voltage, your ions will move towards the center of axis. And because of this differential movement, every ions will move inside the ion mobility at the same time, but they will elute at the different time, and that's why they will hit or reach quadrupole at different time. So because of that, specifically we were able to see very specific and improved result in case of AMPA. When we use this ion mobility device, we were able to see that second, the third and fourth transition, which was creating a big problem in case of earlier analysis, we were able to eliminate that, and we were getting very clear interference free peak in both soy as well as corn extract. Same is the scenario with the glyphosate also, where we can see that the peak which was very minute in case of corn extract in the third transition, now it is a dominant peak. And in soy extract, we have seen a little improvement, although it's not a very base to base separation, but it's still compared to what we saw earlier, we are able to see a very good separation at least here. So this was one approach which we used. If you see the linearity also, I mean, for all these 4 pesticides, we are getting very good correlation from 1 ppb to 1 ppm range. And almost we can see that almost R square value correlation coefficient is almost in the range of 0.999 for almost all these 4 pesticides for all these 4 transitions. So this gives us that confidence that linearity is also is very, very good for all these pesticides. Now we went for another approach where we did a collaboration with ANOFA lab. It's a Netherlands-based lab where they have our 6500 triple quad system, but they also have ion chromatograph. So they wanted to do this analysis by ion chromatograph. But the problem with ion chromatograph is that when you add this ion chromatograph, the element of ion chromatograph are not suitable for mass specs, and they are detrimental for the performance of these mass specs because we add suppressor there. So what we did that we tried to avoid suppressor by adding ammonium bicarbonate and by reducing the flow rate. Because of that, ion load in ESI became on the lower side, and we did not see that challenge which normally in the ion chromatograph based mass spec we see. We have almost analyzed 10 different pesticides here. And this is the XIC you can see for all these pesticides. And these are the various matrices which they have analyzed. So they did almost 1,000 samples were tested. The objective was to see the robustness of the method. And if you see, we have like almost did 8 to 10 different food commodities were analyzed, from high oil content to high water content to milk-based product to even dairy-based product to seafood also. And this is the performance. So this is just a representative which we wanted to highlight, that for over 1,000 samples, we are seeing that almost we are seeing a really good RSD for glufosinate, phosphatidylate, chlorate, and ethefone. But in some of the commodities, we are seeing that glyphosate is going beyond 20%. So that whole process is still under development. We are hoping that if we do more permutation combination, we will be able to bring that also within 20% range. But this is something which we have got for 1,000 number of samples for different food commodities. And if you see retention time for almost 600 sample remained almost less than variation was not more than 0.1%, which is acceptable by the guidelines also. Even the peak width also, we can see that for 600 samples, we did not see much variation. Same is the case with the area also. Symmetry factor was something which we can see that from first injection, we saw that tailing was there, little bit tailing. And this is something which is very evident here also. You can see that AMPA, glyphosate at different concentration from 1 microgram, from 1 ppb to 200 ppb, we are seeing tailing also, but we are able to get very consistent result for all these pesticides. And you can see that even linearity as well as the R square as well as accuracy is also very well acceptable as per the requirement of the guidelines. This is another set of pesticides which we did from 1 ppb to 200 ppb, and this is the linearity. This is the linearity as well as R square and accuracy for all these pesticides. Now we went for this third approach, that was helix based, where we used just tried to change the column actually. So we went for this Phenomnex column, which is a Venusil column. We just tried to include one more pesticides here. So instead of 10, now we tried to do 11 pesticides in one go. The objective was just wanted to see that how will be the robustness of the method. And you can see that almost for 35 injections, we are seeing close to almost similar retention time. We are not seeing that problem which we are facing in normal conventional columns by using C18 or maybe helix based columns. And this is the performance of this column in different real matrices. You can see that at 10 ppb and at 100 ppb, we are getting really good precision and recovery data for glyphosate. Similarly for Ethifon, and I'm just showing 2 of the pesticides, but we have a data for almost 11 pesticides here also. Now, this is something which is a very new approach which we tried on our system. We have a capillary electrophoresis, and we can see that glyphosate-based metabolites were very well separated from phosphatidylate-based metabolites, and you can see that the problem which we normally found in case of LC-MS based approach, that retention shift is going to be here. In case of C-MS, we did not see any change in the retention time. We saw very consistent result, and you can see that almost 160 injections were done without getting any impact on the retention time. Also, the phosphonate and phosphate groups were separated very well in case of CESI based MSMS approach. And then at last, if you see, matrix is one of the big challenge for MSMS. We see that in LC MSMS, we are finding that for each and every matrix was creating a problem, and matrix impact was very much evident here. But in case of CEMSMS, we are not seeing that kind of problem, which we normally see in LCMSMS based approach. So these were the 4 approaches which we went for analyzing the polar pesticide. In some of the scenario, we got good selectivity. In some of the scenario, we got good sensitivity. In some of the scenario, we got good repeatability. But yes, I mean, one approach, I will not say that gave us everything, but yes, I mean, permutation combination, we tried to get at least something better than what people are using at the moment. Now, just wanted to go for a suspect screening. So second part of the presentation is that we have a Q-trap system where we have a quadrupole as a first mass analyzer, and then the third mass analyzer act as an ion trap. So because of this 2 combination or hyphenated technology, what you do that you can get advanced capability on the same machine, that it can be used for the targeted work as well as for the suspect screening work also. If you see, if I have to divide the whole workflow into 3 parts, so targeted workflow, the gold standard platform is triple quad, where you can go for the very low level by using this approach. In Q-trap, you can do very good quantitation just like a triple quad, but you can also do suspect screening work also, means you know your compounds, but maybe you will be more interested into class of the compounds. So it's called as a suspect screening workflow. And third approach is kind of a UHP, kind of a HRMS based workflow where you don't know anything about your sample. So it's more of a retrospective analysis where you will be doing library screening, you'll be doing some online database searching just to find the compound in which you're interested. So if you see, Q-trap is something which will be helpful for targeted as well as for suspected screening workflow. And we just wanted to highlight this idea workflow where what you can do that you can first do survey scan. Your system will do survey for your sample, that what exactly is there in my sample. Then you set a certain idea criteria that, okay, if this certain criteria is going to met, let my system do dependent scan. So let me just give you this example here. I am doing a survey scan, and you can see that 4 to 5 different molecules I can see with their transitions. I have certain criteria that if any of these molecules goes beyond that specific limit in terms of counts per second, you start doing MSMS for those compounds. So you can see that I can see 4 compounds are going beyond that intensity threshold. So my system is doing MS for all these transitions here. And because of that, now once I have this EPI data, I can match it with the library. So we have a library because of QTrap. Actually, this library functionality can be used. Now we have a library for almost 17,000 compounds, which is a mix of pesticides, antibiotics, mycotoxins, some of the natural products. Good part is that you can add this library. If you have some standard which is not there in this library, you can do your own also. And this is the HRMS generated library, which is applicable for the QTrap also. Now, once you acquire this data in an EPI mode, you have this information about the sample. You can get more detailed information about what is the RT, library confidence, the peak, and this library spectra matching. You can see that experimental data versus library matching, you can see, and you can see that what is the hit, what is the reverse fit, as well as what is the formula of that compound, which your library is actually giving you. So because of that, you don't have to, for identification purpose, you don't need to have a standard. At least through a library, you will be able to screen a lot of pesticides, antibiotics, mycotoxins, many natural products which are there in the library. And once if you find something, then you can go for a quantitative workflows. And I think, so in just a summary, I just wanted to say that we approached in a different way to analyze all these polar pesticides by using ion mobility, capillary electrophoresis, helic-based chromatography, even ion mobility and chromatography also. Then we did a collaborative work with NOFA lab, and we just tried to see that can we develop a very robust method, and which we can see that almost for 600 samples, we did not see any problem in the column. And we used a helic-based approach from Phenomenex to evaluate another approach, and CESI based MS gave a really good performance for even long run also. And at last, IDA workflow will be very helpful for your suspect screening workflow if you will be using QTrap technology. So that's all. I think, thank you very much for listening to me patiently. I think almost we are almost 1 hour or I think 2 hours late from our time schedule. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to take.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shukla. I'm very happy to say that CFT got its first LCMS from science. Right. I think it is way back 2004.
1 year.
Yeah. Any questions?
You mentioned that in QTrap system, we can upgrade our own library. So what is the minimum sample criteria for this? Like how many samples we need to include in the test?
So we have a inbuilt library actually with our system. So you only 1 sample is okay. I mean, we have already 17,000 compounds there in that library, which will be applicable for this system. So for example, if you have a sample, and if you want to just identify that in your sample, what is present in terms of pesticides or antibiotics or mycotoxins, you just run your sample in a normal EPI mode, and then you just match it with the library. Library will start screening automatically that which peak is coming or matching with the library, which spectrum is matching with the library. It will automatically give you hit.
And what about the novel molecule? Is there any or it's a for fixed molecules?
So we have 17,000 compounds. You can add your own compounds also if those compounds are not there in the library. But for the novel compound, if you find anything which is not there in the library, then you have to take that molecule in a QTOF based system, because then you need to be very confident that yes, this mass is actually what I'm getting is exactly the same compound or something else, because QTrap will not be able to give you that kind of confidence in terms of complete unknown workflow. But once you identify that compound by using QTOF or HRMS technique, then you have a name of the compound, you can have a reference, and then you can add that reference in the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bhavya. Great presentation. Actually, even in FSSR for polar pesticide, MRL is there even for product of animal origin as well. So if you see the literature, very few papers deal with analysis of polar pesticide in product of animal origin. So that way, it is a great thing to try it out.
Yes.
And you told about different type of column, like liquid LC column, helic column, also ion chromatography approach.
Yes.
And the ion chromatography approach, you showed almost 1,000 sample and the repeatability and all. But for the LC column, you are showing the use of silicon to remove the interference and all. So when you compare the IC column with the LC column, do you think the silicon is required for the IC column as well? And secondly, that IC column, for that you fix a ion chromatograph as a front end, or a regular LC should be sufficient?
No, regular LC was sufficient for us in this scenario. We use polyvinyl column here. We haven't explored that whether this ion chromatograph, if we go with ion chromatograph approach, whether silicon will work or not. But if you see, I mean, we don't see any challenge because this silicon is going to be after source. So once I am going to ionize my molecule, everything will be same for the mass spec. So I think we need to just try that approach, that whether with ion chromatograph with silicon, can we get more selectivity or not?
But your interference was also less in the ion chromatography approach.
Yes,
compared
yes,
to
that
LC.
is there.
That's
Yes.
what you say. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, in our lab, we don't have that ion chromatograph. And since the lab where we did this collaborative work, they had ion chromatograph, but they did not have silicon. And in our lab, we approached with the silicon approach. Maybe I think we need to try it. I mean, maybe if we can try with this NOFA lab, if we can use their ion chromatograph and with silicon, can we get that better
But
result?
basically, you don't need an ion chromatograph for this. You just need that column, right?
Yes,
It
yes.
can be fitted
Ion
in a
chromatograph
normal
is not
HPLC.
required actually. Yes.
Okay. Interesting presentation. Thank you once.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I request Sushila ma'am to kindly present a memento to the speaker. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Now I request Lalita Gowda madam to present a memento to the chair and the rapporteur. I request Sushila madam to please accept it. Jaykumari ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Today's session is over. So tomorrow's sessions will start at 9 a.m. exactly.
So thank you all. All the presentations were excellent. And thank you for patient listening. It's long, long, long.
I request all of you to kindly join for the dinner. Dinner has been arranged in the food court itself. So kindly join.